Good morning and welcome back to the Racing Hondas Championship here today at Snetterton for our final round. It is, however, our second visit to Snetterton today where our drivers are taking on the 200 circuit. Now, whilst congratulations are in order for Dan Thackeray, who is our Class B and overall champion, there are still some vital points up for grabs with the Class A Championship still up for debate, with Will South and Phil Wright battling it out for the win. Now, congratulations are also in order for Matt Rowling, who secured the Class C Championship in Scotland at Knockhill last round. So make sure you stick around. Let's see who our Class A winner is.
Thank you very much, Charlie, and good morning, Snetterton. Good morning to everyone in attendance here for Modified Live, the last time attack event of the season, and not only that, the last event, as we mentioned, for Racing Hondas for 2025. And what better place to do it than Snetterton in Norfolk on the 200 circuit. If you're an old school fan of motorsport, you'll recognise the 200 layout because it's what it used to be before they made the changes back in around about 2010 when MSV came in and made it the 300 circuit as to what it was. And so now we're getting set for the first of our sessions today. We've got plenty in action today. We've just got the finale of Racing Hondas, but also the finale of Time Attack. We'll have the warm-up sessions coming up with Alexi on microphone in a few moments' time, shortly after the practice session this morning. Then Attack 1, Attack 2, and the final super attack of the season, where most of the titles in Time Attack have already been decided, but there are one or two still up for grabs that Alexi will detail. As Charlie also mentioned, there is also, of course, one or two titles still to be determined in Racing Hondas, particularly the Class A title, where it'll be Will Self versus Phil Wright, and also some bragging rights for second overall in the championship, and other drivers trying to get mixtures in terms of bragging rights and points. Two races coming up today, along with qualifying and this practice session in the mix as well. Well, the first voice you hear, it's myself, Scott Woodward, on commentary for Racing Hondas, and we're joined today by a second voice of the Combox, the first time for me at least this season. This is Ian Waterhouse as well, no stranger to club racing or indeed to this event. You were here last year. Ian, welcome to the box and welcome to Modified Live. Great to have you back for after you were here last year. What a day we've got in store with both Time Attack and Racing Hondas to round up what's been a mega season.
Well, first of all, Scott, thank you so much. Lovely introduction here, and what a pleasure it is to actually see you properly as well. Our paths have crossed a lot over the years, haven't they? But now we actually get a chance to share the Combox together, and it's lovely. And yes, what a day we've got in store for you here at Snetterton. Modified Live. So much going on. If you're at the circuit, hello everybody. Welcome. There's so much to see. As Scott, you've already said, of course, Racing Hondas Championship, Time Attack as well. If you are milling around the circuit, we've got car club displays as well. We've got the Obsession Car Show, individual exhibits, trade areas as well. So much to see around Snetterton today. Just fingers crossed we don't get too much rain later, Scott, because I sort of forecast a little bit earlier. We might have a little sprinkling this afternoon. Who knows?
It is that time of year. I'm also surprised when we get to October time. People say, isn't it cold or isn't it wet? It's like, well, it is autumn. It is the UK. What do you expect?
Yeah, but it's that funny weather, isn't it? Is it T-shirt? Is it jumper? Is it big coat? I had to get my big coat out the other day. I haven't done that since about March.
It's a typical British term, isn't it? Big coat on that side. Got me some big things happening today. So, with practice coming up very, very shortly for Racing Hondas, it's been quite a season number 3 for Racing Hondas since it first started back in 2023. And this season's been bigger and better. We've got our biggest Class A entry of the season today, I think with 12 cars in the mix, 10 in Class B, and our regular duo of Class C drivers, Matt Rowling and Callum Houchin. To kind of give an idea of where we are championship-wise, we have already provisionally crowned our champion for 2025 in Dan Thackeray, who 2 years ago was contending for Civic Cup and then had a bit of an engine failure, so I always keep reminding him of that. But also, it's nice redemption for 2 years ago.
You're a nice man, aren't you, Scott? Aren't you?
I try to be. I try to be. But in terms of the overall championship, Dan is champion. Also, as well, he's provisional Class B champion on top of that too. And we have already settled the Class C title, which gone to Matt Rang. So those are already provisionally settled. Always all subject to official confirmation. The only title that's left to settle is the top class of Class A. That's between, as Charlie mentioned in the intro, Will Self and Phil Wright. Now, that title can go as early as qualifying, because how the qualifying format works, which we'll get to a little bit later on, but in terms of the point structure, you score bonus points in qualifying based on where you qualify in the top 5. You get 5 bonus points for getting pole in class, 4 for second, second, 3 for third, 2 for fourth, and 1 for fifth. So if Will essentially outscores and gets enough points in qualifying, he could even, Ian, take the title provisionally before he even turns to Will in anger when the lights go out.
Do you know, I like the format of you get points for qualifying. It just adds a little bit more to it, doesn't it? It just makes it a bit more important. Scott, just whilst we've got a moment or two before the cars do take to the track for the first time today here at Modified Live, let's just run through what is happening on the timetable for you. So yes, as Scott said, Racing Honda Championship got a free practice coming up now, scheduled 9 to 9:15. Then we go into time attack warm-up. That runs to about 10:35 or so. Then we've got a brief pause, and then we have qualifying for the Racing Honda's Championship from 10:45. From 10 past 11, this is all on the 200 circuit today. Time attack, attack 1, that runs from 11:10. Of course, we've got the multiple groups going out of there. That's to about 20 past 12. And then at 12:30, we see the Racing Honda Championship race 1, round 15 of the championship. At 12:55, we have a National Supercar Club track parade, which will be fantastic. At 10 past 1, we have the lunch break here at Snetterton, where the track goes quiet. And then from 2:15, we have time attack, attack 2. From 3:35, we have round 16 of the Racing Honda's Championship, and then from 4 o'clock till just gone 5 o'clock, it is the Super Attack for time attack. Cars making their way onto the track right now. Again, if you're inside the circuit, we do have the Drift Pro Championship on the 100 circuit as well, so plenty of action for you to get your teeth into. Now, we are live streaming this as well today, Scott, is that right?
We are indeed, powered by Lucas Oil, so thank you to Lucas Oil, who are involved in all season giving us the live stream action. Of course, to all of our faithful sponsors and partners for making time attack and Racing Hondas happen in the first place, particularly to Lucas Oil, because of the stream says in the bottom right, it is powered by Lucas Oil. Later on the day, you'll be able to scan a QR code to vote for your Lucas Oil driver of the day in both Racing Hondas and in time attack.
Oh, I like
so
that.
Watch out for that too as well. That'll be coming up later on in the day. But as you can see, it's a slightly sort of, not misty, but it's like an early dawn for this morning on October morning. It's a bit overcast, but there is a little bit of early October sunshine trying to peek through. There's Harry Greenhill on circuit. He came back after a bit of injury. He missed a few rounds because of injury. Came back at Knock Hill. Actually scored a class podium last time out. One car that's also on screen is one of our 3 new drivers debuting for this weekend in the final championship. If you're watching down exiting out of Murray, you just saw a yellow Honda Integra. It's also on the screen as well with DC5. That is Jordan Morgans, who is in the Otto Motorsport camp. He's the second of the 2 DC5 Integras that are here this weekend. The other one being Kevin Talbot, who is back this weekend after he missed Knock Hill due to having COVID. And we've also got another of our Integras back from Class A, Liam Collins, who, I've been saying this all season, has been collecting lap records and fastest laps and pole positions like their Pokemon cards or their kind of stamps, but he hasn't yet got himself a first victory of the season. This is his last chance to do that. He's quick over a single lap, but he needs to try and maintain that pace over the course of race distance to make it happen. Put on some good racing, though. He put on one of the best passes of the season back at Brands Hatch when he passed Kevin Talbot around the outside at Graham Hill Bend after a race-long battle. It's not often that you easily do that, but managed to get that happen pretty well. Should mention, of course, this is the practice session, so in reality, you can't read too much into practice. These drivers using it as a bit of extra track time because they weren't out yesterday. They were out testing on Friday as well. Speaking of Liam Collins, that's not how you start your day, by spinning off at Richie's corner, off on the grass on the exit of, I think that is Richie's, or is that an exit? No, that's the exit of the bomb hole. So, big compression there. Yellow flag is out, and Liam very gingerly ambles his way back onto the circuit. Here's number 6 DC2 Integra. Wheels his way through to try and get another lap in.
Scott, as we're on the practice session at the minute, this is a good opportunity to let people know that if you are watching at home, if you're watching on the live stream, the live chat is open, so you can get in contact with us. Mark Dorward already has. He says, morning, troops. Morning to you as well, Mark. If you want to shout out today, if you're in the circuit and you're walking around and you're celebrating a birthday or an anniversary, or you just want to give a surprise shout out to somebody at the circuit, you can. Hopefully you're on social media, because if you're not, you might struggle to do that. I have posted a picture on X, formerly Twitter, of course, and on my Instagram. So if you want to shout out, if you're in the circuit, head over to @IanWaterhouse1 on X, or Ian.Waterhouse2, I think it is, on Instagram. Do that. Comment below the picture of the Time Attack live stream right there, and we will give you a shout out here at the circuit. Live chats are open. You want to have your say. We want to hear from you here today at Snetterton Modified Live, whether you're watching on the live stream, live chat's open, or you're here at the circuit in social media. We are getting well underway here for this practice session. I'm very, very excited for today, and so far, Will Self has done a 1:21.342. As we said a little bit earlier, can't read too much into practice, but hey, you never know.
bit of a front splitter damage rattling around the front suspension, 4 tags. FN2 Civic, currently second fastest and top of Class B at the moment. And now he's going to second, actually, one of our newcomers also in the field as well. So another newcomer is Josh Harvey, who is known for those who's raced in Castle Combe circles, and he was previously this, racing a Nissan Silvia S14 in Castle Combe. He has now switched to racing Hondas for this final round of the season, and he's in a car that's familiar to some people who watched at the beginning of the season, because those who remember Rick O'Connell in the first couple of rounds will know that he had a sort of like a almost like a magenta-coloured EG Civic. That car is now in the hands of Josh Harvey, and he's expected to be quite quick. And looking at lap times already, he has done a 1:23.554 and set the fastest, I think, speed time in Sector 2 as well, so looking pretty quick. Going past the camera there was Matt Rowling, who's our provisional Class C champion. And just coming to the screen now is Spencer Fortag with a very rapid front splitter, so he's going to have to come into the pit lane and get that fixed. He's not going at full pace, I don't think.
No, it's not, is he? He's just going down the Bentley straight there, and you can hear it flapping against the tarmac as he goes round. And yeah, this practice session well underway now. We've got 10 minutes to go of the practice session for Racing Hondas Championship here at Snetterton. Modified Live 2025, the season finale. It all comes down to today, Scott.
One thing I will mention is usually when we come to circuits where we've been to before is things about lap records. I think the lap record might go today, at least in qualifying. Case in point, the fastest dry qualifying lap time was back in 2023. That was Phil Wright, who was the 2023 champion back in Class B. Did a 1:22.69, well, 1:22.690. In terms of a Class A lap record at the moment, that was set in the qualifying in the wet last year. There's 2 qualifying lap records, qualifying and race lap records. The qualifying lap record is a wet time, 1:33.059. If Will Self repeats the time he's done right now in the session, which is 1:20.164, which is his newest fastest lap, he will smash that by about 13 seconds. In terms of Class B, the lap record there looks to be about roughly 1:22. Yeah, it's 1:22.690, which is currently held by Phil Wright. And in terms of Class C, that's held by, I think of all people, James Kay, ex-BTCC racer, who was in the Lucas Oil Product sponsored car back in 2023, did a 1:25.190. So that's the Class C lap record. So if we get anything closer to that to try and break those records, it could be pretty impressive. If anyone can try and do it, the Class A lap record will definitely go, because that was set 2 years in the wet last year. B and C could be up for grabs depending on how quick they are this afternoon, if the weather holds off and the rain stays away.
Do you know, Scott, what the all-time lap record is on the Snetterton 200 circuit? Without looking at my notes, do you know? Maybe have a rough guess. If anybody knows around the circuit, let us know in that comment section if you're watching on the live stream.
I'm an anorak, maybe not that big of an anorak just yet, so I don't know off the top of my head unless you're about to enlighten me.
Well, I have the answer, yes, but believe it or not, I did do a little bit of research. It is 1 minute 6 seconds, .572. I believe it was by Chris Dittman. Don't ask me what year, but there you go. That is the all-time lap record. So far, we have a best of a 1:20.012. Obviously, we're not going to get near that for the Racing Hondas, but it's just for general interest, really, isn't it?
Yeah. In terms of the connotations, looking at the championship coming into the weekend, as I said, all the class titles are pretty much settled, but in terms of calculations, Carl McKellar, who's our championship coordinator, did put something out on the Racing Hondas website talking about how it's going to look, which is watching on screen. Jordan Morgan's been chased by Tommy Knight, who I've reminded, don't spin it on the first lap at Murray's in race 1 like he did here a few months ago, which he did do that, and I keep reminding him of that one because I'm a nice guy. So
you seem to do a lot of that, Scott.
Yes, but it's just my style. So with Class A, I'll kind of read directly from what Carl has read in terms of the championship connotations. So coming into this weekend, Will Self leads Phil Wright, who's the 2023 champion, by 31 points. There's a maximum of 37 available. So Self qualifies inside the top 5 as Harry Greenhill goes off the road just towards, that's going into the Wilson hairpin, going into the little left that goes back onto the Bentley straight, but he's recovered. So essentially, if Self qualifies inside the top 5 and ahead of Phil Wright, he could secure the title before racing even begins, because you get the bonus points. And that means that if you, because of the bonus qualifying points, if you can even out qualifying, so let's say, for example, even if Will Self qualifies 5th and gets the bonus point in class, and Phil Wright gets 6th, he'll put him 32 points ahead, and that means that's the same number available from the 2 races, plus a point for fastest lap. And it means that because Will Self has won enough races this year, on countback, even if Will didn't score anything, because one thing we should point out on this weekend, there are no drop scores countable for these 2 races this weekend. The previous 14 do count as drops. Anything you score here, whether it's 0 or maximum 32, has to count towards the final total. So you can't drop anything from these final 2 races. So it means that even if Will was to not finish in both races and Phil Wright was to get the maximum 32 and they finished level on points, Will would get the title on countback because he's won more races this season. So it'd be simple as that on that side. What happens is essentially, to make that happen, keep it alive, Wright needs to take pole, finish in the top 2 in race 1 and hope that Will doesn't score. It's a tall order, but as Carl rightly says in the preview, Finals Day has a habit of delivering surprises, and it generally does on the circuit like this. I remember the Civic Cup 2 years ago was just off the charts in terms of how it was. Hopefully it won't be that dramatic, or maybe it will, but
we've got the calculator, Scott. We've got a big calculator up here to work everything out a little bit later.
Well, we've got a calculator. It's called Carl. He's the champion coordinator, so he'll do it for us or send me a message, I'm sure.
We've had a couple of comments come in as well. Now, get this, right? Adam Milford, he's watching on the live stream. Adam, I hope you're well. He says, morning, watching while doing a 7-mile walk on the treadmill. So here for a while. Adam, I'm applauding you right now. How far are you in? Can you comment again? How far are you into that 7-mile walk? That is some effort, isn't it, Scott?
It is. It's commitment to the cause. I'll give him that in terms of being able to do it. And what better way to do a treadmill walk to do it to your motorsport to motivate you? I mean, I was on the treadmill the other night and I put on a lap of the Nürburgring and a Porsche Cup car to help me keep going on an incline walk. And it worked because I managed to finish it.
Does it make you walk a little bit faster then?
Only to the speed my treadmill goes. So I was tempted not to go any quicker as fast as my pace would give me. Plus, I had a 10 incline on it as well, which wasn't going to make it any quicker either. So yeah, in terms of the current times at the moment, with 4.5 minutes to go in the session, Will Self is fastest again. You give us an indication of what to expect in qualifying, but not a full one, because some drivers won't be going at full speed. That said, Will Self has just dipped into the 119s. He's at a 119.035, which puts him a second clear of Bob Barrett, a brand new race winner of the championship, because last time I was at Knock Hill, its home circuit, took both race victories, one in the wet and one in the dry. So that's got his EG Civic looking pretty strong. Phil Wright is 3rd fastest in the pit lane. 4th is Liam Collins. Then Dan Thackeray, who's our new provisional Class B and overall champion. So congratulations to him. He's currently quickest in Class B, 5th overall as well, or he was, but now Josh Harvey is one of our single round entries, which for those who don't know simply means that they are here in the results. He's on screen right now going through Richie's corner. Means that he will, for example, if he finishes on the podium, he'll get a trophy, but he's invisible for point scoring, so he won't score anything. So for example, if you look at the top 5, the race was to finish as it was right now on the screen, on my timing screen, of Will Self, Bob Barron, Phil Wright, Josh Harvey and Liam Collins. For example, Josh would get the 4th place, but the points on 4th would go to Liam Collins behind, and he'd be invisible for scoring, for those who are unsure of that one.
Yeah, so far Will Self the only driver to go a sub 120, although as you mentioned Bob Barron a 120.003, although Will Self 0.968, the second faster than anybody. As we said though, we don't want to read too much into free practice as of yet. As we've mentioned before, a lot coming up on track throughout the course of today. This is the free practice session for the Racing Hondas Championship. Straight after this at 9:25 we have the time attack warm-up for the pro classes, then at 9:50 the time attack warm-up for the club classes.
Look at some of the other stories going up and down, because it's not just the Class A title that's up for grabs. There's also bragging rights for runner-up place and for 2nd and for 3rd behind. One of the battles I think is going to be quite intriguing to watch out for in Class A is the fight for 3rd between Liam Collins and Tommy Knight. Tommy's really fired up for this. His car's been in really good form the last couple of meetings. Took his first win in his bright blue EK Civic, which I say this all the time, but I shouldn't have favourites as a commentator. Do quite like his EK Civic. It's a bright blue EK Civic which does look like a proper little touring car, and it's certainly one of my favourites in the field. He's only 2 points behind Liam Collins. If you can outscore him well enough, he could get 3rd place, and Tommy's pretty fired up for it today. He wants 3rd place, he's going for it, so don't expect him to hold back at all. But Liam, of course, will have the motivation not taking his first race victory, so there's reasons for both to go for 3rd place this weekend as well. In terms of the rest of the classes, I mean, Class B, essentially it's 1st, 2nd, 3rd are pretty much settled, because Ryan Cunningham is set to lock in 2nd place. Sam Linster, who is 2nd in the session for Class B at the moment, is currently 3rd fastest. Then you have Lewis Barker, Spencer Fortang and Sammy Martin. That's been a bit of a back and forth between those three for 4th place all season, so watch out for that one too. As for Class C, that's settled also too. Matt Rowling is basically 17 points ahead of Callum Houchin, at least on drop score, so that won't change at all. Of course, scoring-wise, should be all good on that side for anything to change. So I reckon it's going to be pretty straightforward for Matt to secure that title and to get it wrapped up. It has already provisionally wrapped up. There's also going to be a battle, of course, as well for the overall 2nd and 3rd place, because it's not just class titles you have, but also an overall 1st, 2nd and 3rd. And at the moment, it's going to be a battle between Ryan Cunningham and Will Self. And of course, Will Self, talking to him yesterday, he realises that in terms of what Ryan does, it's out of his hands, because it's a different class altogether. It's Class A compared to Class B. He can't influence that. Whatever Ryan does, if he can just get 2nd place behind Dan, it'll work out. Now that is Tommy Knight, and I hate to say it, but that looks like slowly, an old-fashioned engine failure, I'm afraid. That's a shower of, that is an absolute cloud of smoke. The car has crawled to a halt on the Bentley straight, and I'm afraid the telltale smoke behind suggests that doesn't look good.
Yeah, let's just hope there's not too much oil. In fact, just looking out the window of the commentary box here, I can see you can see an awful lot of smoke down the Bentley straight. That is, yeah, it looks like the engine might have gone there. That's a real shame.
And of course, two key things, of course, as we mentioned, he was in contention for third in the championship, 2 points apart from him and Liam Collins. And of course, remember, as we mentioned, no drop scores today. You can't use either round today as a drop score, which means that he was third quickest and he was about 4/10 off Bob Barron's time. He's out of the car. You can see the steering wheel hung up on the roll cage. So that's going to be some work to get that car ready for qualifying, which takes place in a couple of hours' time. And you fingers crossed it's one of those engine issues that looks more dramatic than it actually is. But then again, with a lot of smoke, the amount of smoke that we saw there, usually that suggests it's not, to point out the obvious, it's not something great. It's something that needs quite a bit of due care and attention in the paddock to get it going again.
Yeah, my experience of anything to do with cars is blue smoke billowing out the back and having to pull up at the side is never, ever a good thing. I did see Harvey, number 66 out there, taking a lot of cover, almost on two wheels, coming around the bomb hole as well. So we say free practice is just free practice, but these drivers are trying to find the limit, Scott.
They are, particularly with qualifying coming up in a couple of hours. As I say, they will use it for different run plans, different amounts of fuel loads in the car, different tyres they'll be running to try and get themselves a feel for the circuit and how it looks. Checker flag is out on the session, so the 15 minutes of practice is complete. The next time, of course, we'll see them is in a couple of hours' time when they're scheduled to go out for their qualifying at around about 11:15. So in terms of time at the moment, it's roughly around about an hour and a half's time in terms of that session. And so there'll be plenty of fettling, plenty of tuning, plenty of conversations going on in the paddock for the next hour and a half when they're back in there. The biggest, I think, activity of all is going to be around Tommy Knight's car, the Europa Crash Center squad. They're going to have their work cut out to hopefully get that car out within the next 90 minutes to get out for the session for qualifying. If they can, it'll be a heroic effort. And of course, if he can repay their faith, if he gets out, and I hope he does, to repay them with a good result and to try and even go for third in the championship, then we'll have to wait and see. We should keep talking about Class B as well in terms of where they ended up in the end. It was fastest time for Dan Thackeray, 7th fastest overall. We'll go through the times in a second once we get them up on screen, once everyone's taken the flag. Second fastest for Sam Lintzner, and then Sammy Milam in third quickest ahead of Harry Greenhill and Spencer Forte. Spencer had that flapping front splitter, which I'm sure will have come in and got fixed. 6th fastest in class was Luke Crassus-Menu. And then only 7th fastest was Ryan Cunningham. He missed not kill last time because of a family emergency, but we'll get to that later on. So free practice wraps up for Racing Hondas here at the season finale at Snetterton. We'll sell fastest on a 1 minute 19.0, and then it's about second quickest ahead of Bob Barron in P2. Tommy Knight with looks like an engine problem, got some work to fix that car, but ended up third overall. Phil Wright, who's contending for the Class A title, 4th fastest ahead of Josh Harvey, best of our single round entries in 5th position. Liam Collins, car 6 in position number 6, and then it's fastest of Class B cars in 7th fastest overall. Dan Thackeray, the new provisional champion, both overall and in Class B. Fraser McNeil, all the way from Scotland, gets himself 8th fastest, but Kevin Talbot, also back this weekend, who's 9th, and Sammy Lintzner, 2nd in Class B, rounds out the top 10, and James Orford in 11th, and Sammy Milam, Spencer Fortag, and Harry Greenhill rounds out the top 14, all in Class B machinery. 15th fastest, Luke Crassus-Menu. 16th quickest is our new provisional Class C champion, Matt Rowling from Ryan Cunningham in P17, then Callum Houchin and Lewis Barker, and then Jordan Morgans, who's our other single round entry driver as well. Also, I think we saw Dan Weston was supposed to be out there as well in that session, but looks like he didn't make it as far as I could see, so his car not out on circuit for that session. But Jordan Morgan's 20th quickest, and Owen Diver rounds out the 21 cars that set times in the session for free practice. And said the fastest time, and there was a 1 minute 19.0 set by Will Surf. Will has a habit of doing this. He usually downplays his chances and go, "No, I'm not very good around here. I don't like Snetterton. I don't think I do very well." And then goes quickest and actually dominates every session. So clearly he's a master of illusion, or he's a massive liar. One of the two. Look, it's pretty interesting. So that's Racing Honda's wrapped up. Of course, me and Ian will be back once again, but Ian will stick around because we're now going to hand over to Alexi, who makes a welcome return after his absence from Knock Hill. We now get set for our warm-up sessions for our first 3 on-track sessions for Time Attack here. The season finale about to get underway. Let's see who can do what in our first warm-up sessions of 2025's season finale.
Good morning and welcome to Snetterton for round 8 of the Time Attack Championship. And we're here, it is our final round of the season already, like it's gone by so fast. And what a season it's been. We've had all the highs, all the lows, all the drama, and everything's been brought to you courtesy of our fantastic sponsors, Lucas Oil. So of course, like I was saying, the ultimate round of the Time Attack Championship, and so a few of the classes have already been decided, and we have like clear winners there, but there are a few classes where it's all still to play for today. And of course, this is our second time back at Snetterton, so earlier on in the year we were here at the 300 circuit, and today we're here at the 200. So we've got those big long straights, going to really favour the high power car and some very accurate braking, but we'll see what happens in the championship. And we're going to see what happens with the weather. It's notorious for being wet for our last event, but it's dry at the moment, but we'll see what happens in the afternoon. So we're going to head over to the track. The drivers are getting ready to go out onto the circuit, and the battle for the perfect lap begins now.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to Time Attack Round 8, the season finale, here at Modified Live, our second time visiting Snetterton this year. And today we're running on the 200 circuit with the big straights, considered a power circuit, more so than the 300 that we visited earlier this year. Actually, the 300... it's the first time Time Attack's been at the 300 circuit in quite a few years. I think last time I was driving, and that was maybe around 2018 or so, so we hadn't been at the 300 circuit for a good few years. But the 200 circuit that we're at today, the layout that we're running today, is very much a Time Attack fan favorite that we do pretty much year on year. So let's see what we can manage in the final round of the season. Those of you who are here in person and have managed to grab yourself a program, there's a great roundup of all of the championship results so far. Some classes have indeed been decided, but don't let that put you off, because quite a few classes are still very much up for grabs. Now, we're running our classes in a different order this year, so we begin with the pro classes, then down through the club and classes, so we'll see our fastest cars go first. But oh yeah,
Alexei, I was
wondering what you were doing. Why you?
I'm sorry to interrupt. Anybody around the circuit wonder what's going on? We've got the camera on us on the commentary box for the live stream, so I was just waving at everybody. Hopefully that they can see us. Yeah, for all the information, if you've got the program, as Alexei said there, head to pages 12, 13, and from then onwards, and you can get all the information you need for Time Attack. This is going to be fantastic, isn't it? As I said before, a lot of you getting in touch with us. If you do want to shout out today, you're at the circuit, head over to X, Twitter, of course, at Ian Waterhouse1. Get in contact with me. I've posted a picture. Comment below that if you want to shout out, you want to surprise somebody if it's a birthday or something like that. But if you're watching on the live stream at Time Attack Organisation, the live chat is open. Adam Milford, we mentioned him before. He's currently on a 7-mile walk on a treadmill. He's 3.8 miles in, although that was a few minutes ago, so he's probably a little bit further in. Good effort there. William Dorwood's gone in touch. Good morning, Time Attack. Hope all is well. So do get your comments coming in. We can see them. We will give you a shout out. It is going to be a fantastic day, and Alexei, I'm very, very much excited to see the cars take to the track very shortly.
Yeah, I think one particular thing to look out for, actually, we've seen in the paddock earlier today, Simon Norris in the one and only Pro Extreme car that we have today, the Norris Designs Mitsubishi Lancer Evo 9. I've seen Simon out in the paddock and in the driver's briefing. I'm not sure that I saw the actual car itself. Perhaps it was being scrutineered or something when I was milling around the pit garages. But do definitely look out for that. That should be on paper at least. Well, this is the fastest class that we have in Time Attack. This is essentially our unlimited class, the Pro Extreme. and Simon Norris's machine there, the number 9 Mitsubishi Lancer Evo 9, definitely looks the part. Short wheelbase, lime green Evo, loads of aero, so it makes around 1800 kilos of downforce once it's at full chat. And if you're looking at it come by and you're here at the track as part of the Modified Live show and you think, is that a Mitsubishi Evo Coupe? Is that really a 2-door Evo? It is indeed, because it's been shortened. Actually, in one of the interviews, one of my favorite things that the Lucas Oil live stream introduced was the driver interviews that Susie's been leading in the paddock. And there was a great, they're quite technical. The drivers there have as much time as they want, really, to really lean into the technical detail. And Simon actually saying that the shortened wheelbase 2-door Evo doesn't offer any tangible performance gain. At some point, that was done more as a marketing thing to get people talking, which it definitely did. It's one of the... to my knowledge, it's the only Evolution coupe that in the world that I'm aware of. So it definitely gets people talking. Looks very special indeed. And I can see we've got some recovery still ongoing there after the Racing Honda's championship session.
Yeah, that's why we've got a brief pause. The Time Attack first group, of course, the Club Pro and Pro Extreme.
We have just gone green.
Yeah, they are just heading out to the track. Now, another comment's coming out. Logan Corrigan said, do you know what Martin Henry is? That's why I've just stolen your bit of paper, actually.
Martin Henry is in the white and orange Mark V Astra VXR, so he's come down from Scotland for today.
He's literally just coming underneath us now, actually, isn't he? Making his way onto the circuit.
So there we go, exactly. He's at the back of that little queue there, just behind Ilya Krylov's wide body Clio. So Knockhill last time around would have been Martin Henry's local round. And indeed, we have quite a few Scottish drivers who make the trek down. I mean, Brands Hatch is, you know, the staff, the commentators, we could, at a push, fly to Knockhill. But of course, the drivers and the crews and the cars, they got to drive the full distance. And our Scottish drivers do this for every single round.
Yeah, it's incredible, isn't it? The miles that they must cover. I've been to Knockhill. I had my first trip to Knockhill, actually, this year, and I was mightily impressed. But I'm mightily impressed with the Snetterton 200 circuit as well. As you said, it's a power track, isn't it?
Very much so, and I think in these classes it's probably quite an enjoyable layout to drive, actually, with the big Bentley straight. But when you're in a slower class car, perhaps maybe something with, let's say, less than 300 horsepower, that Bentley straight can start to feel like yeah, quite, you know, you could get out, as they say, you could read a book as you drive down it. So if we look at our classes that are coming up, you know, I saw it, we've got a Classic and Retro naturally aspirated MX-5, who I don't think will be enjoying that straight too much. But for these faster cars, you know, 600, 700, 800 horsepower, 1,000 horsepower, they're going to be really smashing it down the Bentley straight. So yeah, very much a power circuit. That said, of course, if you look at the aero that they're running, I mean, even the Caterham 620R of Josh Barrett there, you know, usually very much a power-to-weight machine that relies a lot on mechanical grip and lightweight. In Time Attack, even the Caterhams have aero. It's so important here. And so, yes, they have lots of power, but then they have all that aero, all that downforce that's going to be dragging it back. And then you need the power to just try to muscle it down the straight and overcome that drag as well. So it becomes a bit of a vicious cycle where you add more power, then you're going to add more aero, and then you need to add more power to overcome the arrows, then you need more down. And that's how you end up with these things like the Pro Extreme Norris Design Evo, because you get this vicious cycle of aero and power kind of battling with each other. But there goes Josh Barrett ahead of Ilya Krylov's Clio. Josh Barrett in the little Caterham 620R in the Pro class. It's been a very interesting battle. We've seen all season Luke Senjakovsky there at the top of that class in terms of the championship standings. The Tegewa NSX very much has that in the bag. And in fact, I don't think I've seen Luke Sędziakowski here today. The Tegewa operation usually arrives with a big, very professional-looking truck that they load all their, it's like a big motorhome that they can load their car into and so on. I haven't seen that here today, so I think with the championship sewn up, I'm not sure that Tegewa are actually here today.
It would be hard to miss, wouldn't it? Certainly would, and certainly from our position, I can't see it. Just for everybody's reference, of course, this first section is a 20-minute warm-up session for the Club Pro, and Pro Extreme. We've got 8 cars currently circulating the Snetterton 200, and what a mix this is, by the way. We've got a Mitsubishi Lancer. Norris has just put the fastest time in, a 1:12.973. We've got a Caterham 620R, Peugeot 205, a Clio RS, a Track Formula Evo, an Evo 6, an Astra VXR, and an Evo 9. Brilliant stuff indeed. What a treat. Eyes to the circuit, everybody, if you're inside Snetterton, because this is a real treat.
Yep, and those of you who are here in person and you've read the program, or you have the program but not read it yet, there's actually a little year in review there on page 16, written by me, little old me, and I make the variety of what we have here. This really makes it for me. Like Ian just said there, I mean, this class definitely, the Pro, we've got the Evos, the Astra, the Caterham, and so on. As we move into Club 2 or driving Clubman afterwards, oh my goodness, it's such a treat, like nothing you'll see anywhere else. Such a variety of stuff.
Well, I've just seen a Citroen Saxo just head into Park Ferme, actually, the scrutineering area, which leads me to a question, actually. I always find this quite fascinating. I want to know what your first ever car was, because my first ever girlfriend had a Citroen Saxo. We haven't spoken for 20 years, but what was your first ever car?
That's a good question. It was a Seat Ibiza 1.2.
Do you know what? I'm not surprised looking at you. I could just see that. I could just see you behind the wheel.
What does that mean? Yeah, it was all modified and stuff, of course. As a 18-year-old would, so not quite as high level, and the craftsmanship not quite at the level that we see here in Time Attack. But I did have a go at it with some, custom seat covers and bodged air intake. It had a 12V badge on the engine cover, meaning 12 valve. It's a 3-cylinder, 4 valves per cylinder. It's a 3-cylinder, really unique. And so I unglued them and swapped it so it said V12, and I thought that was very funny at the time. And lots of goofy little teenager mods. Yeah, but what about you?
Well, I'll tell you mine in a minute, but I think we need to get this out there. We need to, people, if you're watching on the live stream, in that live chat, can you please comment what your first car was? Let's see if we can find what the most unique was, or what the most popular was. If you're in the circuit here at Snetterton, again, head over to Twitter at IanWaterhouse1 or on Instagram, Ian.Waterhouse2. Let me know. Now, my first car, I was 18, like yourself. All of my mates were driving Fiat Puntos and Vauxhall Corsas. I had a Rover 214, 5-door family saloon, night fire red with grey panelling, beige interior, fake walnut dash. It was quite something, I have to say, turning up to college in that.
Yeah, I'm going to need to Google that one. I'm not too sure what a Rover 214 is.
It's... yeah.
But you mentioned it, so I suspect, because we have some really hardcore car people watching the stream, and there are people who get stuck into the comments who really, really know their stuff. And I suspect you read some profiles about top car people, car builders, and so on, and they've had things like a Ford Anglia hot rod as their first car. There's a friend of mine, Ash, not the Giz Motorsport Ash, a different Ash, who had some kind of... those are really cool, actually. The Rover, okay, I know those.
I've just shown it to a picture of it. And, L-Reg, it was 1994. That wasn't the year that I was driving, by the way. The car was already old by then.
Yeah, so this guy had a V8 swapped Morris Minor as his first car. Ooh. As his first car. And at that point, like that seed has been sowed very, very sowed very early indeed.
Well, we've started to get a few come in. Back King 911, a very old Austin Metro 1.1 litre. I reckon we might get a few of those. Logan Corrigan says Ferrari.
Okay, I mean, hey. If you say, maybe I had a Ferrari sticker on it. Maybe I did. Maybe I had a Ferrari badge on it.
Well, right? I tell you, Logan, let us know what Ferrari was it. If you say an F40 or something, I'm not so sure. We might need to get that one verified. Right, so much going on, as you can see, around the circuit today too. We have got just over 11 and a half minutes of this time attack warm-up session for the Club Pro and Pro Extreme. A reminder as well, we've got car club displays. If you're here at Snetterton going on, we've got a trade area, we've got the Hyper Paddock, we've got Drift Pro Championship on the 100 circuit as well, and we have the Obsession Car Show as well. I can see the tent over at the far side. I walk past it on my way in. Are you going to have a chance, Lexi, to have a little look around today?
Do you know, I'm going to give it a go. I don't often manage to, but actually, as I came in this morning, there's a, I don't know if I can mention the brand, a big chain fast food restaurant that's practically attached to the track, and I thought I could see a lot going on in there, a lot of very colourful cars.
Anybody who's been to Snetterton knows exactly. Yeah. I think it might be a golden M or something.
A golden letter. And I thought, I could see there's so much going on in there. Let me try to pass through. And I nosed my car into there, and there was such a big, oh my goodness, it reminded me of the car park scene in Tokyo Drift, where it's just so colorful and wild and crazy. And I kind of had a look in there, and I saw it was so full of traffic that I thought, if I go in, I'm not going to be able to leave until like Time Attack is done and dusted at the end of the day. It was so busy, and of course, all of those people have now made their way here into Snetterton. It's probably one of the best turnouts that I've seen. Lots of very, very cool stuff indeed. In particular, I'm interested in doing some resprays of my own projects in glossy color specifically. Ooh. So I'm looking at non-metallics. I'm very curious on what kind of glosses are about. We're quite trendy, like Porsche Ruby Stone Red, some like nice yellows, like Spoon. There was a current FK Civic with a Spoon livery, so the blue front, the yellow rear. Lots of very interesting non-metallics about.
Well,
I think like that's on trend.
Maybe you could go talk to a popular fast food chain and find out what colour yellow they use. Giving nothing away, of course.
They've got a good red as well.
Right, let's get back to the on-track action. With 9.5 minutes to go off this warm-up session. It's Simon Norris in his Mitsubishi Lancer, a 109.697. We've got the number 27 of John in Evo 9, so on 111.752. Quite a lot of cars, actually. We've only got 3 currently circulating at the minute. Dorwood, Osborne and Barrett are currently on the circuit, but Henry, Spooner, Krylov and Norris and John currently in the pits.
Yep, I think it's important to mention that we do have a new format for this year, introduced for this 20th anniversary season. So currently we have the warm-up session, and that does pretty much what it says on the tin. And so I wouldn't read too much into the lap times that you can see now. However, afterwards we then have Attack 1, Attack 2, and then Super Attack, and those all score points for our drivers. So actually throughout the day, our drivers have 3 opportunities to score points, which means that what we used to call their one perfect lap, they need to be able to do that session after session after session. But warm-up remains as it has been previously. It is just warm-up. There's no prize for being the fastest in warm-up. We make this point in the driver's briefings every time. No prizes in warm-up, so do take it easy. What are our drivers going to be trying to do? Well, actually, a lot of them were here yesterday, running in a different event and getting some track time, some seat time for today. So actually quite a few of our drivers are already familiar with Snetterton as it is in late October, or mid-October I should say. So that is done. But there is the setup of the car and the R&D, if you will, where they might have a particular setup in mind that they would have done at the workshop, but until you're here on the day, you're not going to know if you've set your car up correctly. So even in the low, as we look at these pro classes, pretty much everything is adjustable on these. But even in the clubman classes, you've got your anti-roll bars, you've got your various suspension settings, maybe even maps, switchable maps. That's quite common these days. Tire pressures, maybe even tire sizes. If you've brought quite a few wheels, then maybe, there are lots of things for you to be able to experiment with. In the past, Time Attack drivers had 2 non-point scoring sessions to fiddle about and try different things. Now, warm-up is extra crucial for that. So yes, your drivers are warming up, but also they're gathering data either through the seat of their pants or perhaps through telemetry of what works, what doesn't work, what tweaks might they want to make, and so on. So actually, warm-up has a very important strategic purpose, because later on in the day, where every minute counts, they're not really going to be able to fiddle around and experiment as much as they can in warm-up. Josh Barrett there looking very speedy indeed in that 620R. And you can actually see how much suspension lean was in that car there. So actually, unlike some of our other competitors, so for example, Simon Norris, whose car generates 1,800 kilograms of downforce at speed, needs to run incredibly stiff springs so that it doesn't just bottom itself out into the track. Someone running less downforce, like Josh Barrett here, can run relatively softer suspension, and you can see that car moving around a little bit and looking quite racy as a result. But it does mean that, you know, the car is then able to lean onto its tires a little bit more, maximize that mechanical grip factor, perhaps ride over the curbs that touch more without unsettling the car quite as much as some of our big downforce machines. So interesting to see there how much Josh Barrett's car is moving around. If we perhaps take a look at Martin Henry now in the white and orange Mark V Astra. Well, actually, he's there you go. He's just flicked his lights on. I was going to say he's not going terribly quickly there. And so the way we signal our intent in time attack is headlights on, you're on a hot lap, headlights off, you're on a cool down lap, basically, in very crude terms. And only now has he put his headlights on. So there you go. And you can really hear him there.
Oh, it sounds brilliant, doesn't it? They thunder past our commentary position onto the main straight here at Snetterton. We've got just under 5 minutes left to go of this warm-up session. And I tell you something, we have started something with our question about first cars. Just a quick note as well. In the Snetterton 100 circuit, there's a lot of smoke. The Drift Pro Championship have started over there. So if you like your drifting, make sure you head over there right now. However, our question about first cars is blowing up in the comment section. Mine was a 214. Yours was a Seat Ibiza. Let's have a quick look at these, shall we? NW Racing says they had something not very good, a 950cc Pop Plus Fiesta on an A-Reg. But then they also had a Rover 214 as well, mega car.
There you go.
It was a popular car over here, the Rover 214. Lucas Jansen had a Nissan Micra K11 1.3 litre.
Those are quite trendy now.
Drove it straight to the ring and got absolutely infected with the ring. Still driving a Micra as well. How good is that? James Dover had a Rover 416. Oh, yes, that a little bit more luxury there, absolutely.
Does more numbers mean more gooder?
For just bigger and better. Okay. I mean, the 1.6 obviously means a 1.6. Right, Peter Russell, get this, right? First car was a Renault 5 GT Turbo. Paid £500 for it in 1997. It lasted 3 weeks. However, you kept hold of that now, even broken down, it's worth a lot more than 500 quid.
It's crazy how cheap all this cool stuff. I was looking at a 300ZX the other day, and like that, back in the day, about 15 years ago, they were crazy cheap, and you couldn't give them away. I think Renault 5 as well.
Renault 5s, when I was growing up, they were terrible. But if you had one now, you sound a bit of a gold mine, I think.
Yep. So Martin Henry there in that VXR, you can actually hear the Z20 powering that machine. I mean, in the case of Martin Henry, he's got a tubular manifold. I mean, that's like just barely scratching the surface, but he does run a tubular non-standard manifold. And that does make it sound a bit more interesting. But the Z20s have such a characteristic sound, and when he came past, well, if you can hear it on the live stream, it's got that. I don't know how to describe it using normal. It's like a honk, I guess, as it comes past. But yeah, it's great to see Martin Henry back in time attack. And indeed, when he came across that start-finish line, you're going to hear it again.
Yeah. Here he comes. Wow.
Z20s just have this sound. It's very amusing. They sound like nothing else. But you can see he's really going at some pace there as well. Dry sump in that car. Martin did. We used to be, back in the day, VXR buddies. So back when I competed in time attack, I think it was just us two with this Mark V Astra VXR. So we've got that bond still, and he was showing me through all the changes he's made since he was last in time attack. And it is very, very serious. And of course, it's got the dry sump in the back, so he adds oil into the boot. That it's not in the engine in the traditional sense. So it's in the boot is where he does his oil changes, which is quite amusing. Ilya Krylov then in the Clio there, the wide body machine.
Yeah, the brown and yellow. It looks fantastic, actually, doesn't it? That wing on the back, my word.
Yeah. Well, so it's really interesting. He's a good buddy of mine, and I spend a lot of time around that car. I think it's Kevlar or some kind. This is his business, as he makes these kind of composite panels, composite stuff. And it's very difficult to paint, basically. You need to really slather it in resin to get it to, nice and smooth, to then paint it. That all adds a lot of weight, a lot of work. And so he just leaves it bare, actually. But the stickers, if you get a close look at this car, the stickers don't even go on. This is a very difficult material to work with. I think it's Kevlar in this case. And for whatever reason, things don't stick to it. Stickers don't stick to it. Paint doesn't stick to it. And so for that reason, oh dear, that's
Sparks
not good.
coming out from the bottom there of the car down the Bentley Straight there.
But it sounded quite chattery as well, right? Like something's, something's catching there. So it wasn't too. But I mean, when you saw him in the back of the shot, he seemed to be carrying a bit of speed. So I know he runs the titanium skid plates to protect the underside, but I didn't realize they chatter quite so much. But maybe that's normal.
Logan has got back in contact with us, the man who had the Ferrari as a first car, and he says it was a 1995 Ferrari 348. That's really cool. Megan Edwards has got in contact as well. She's a marshal here at Snetterton. A big thank you, of course, to the Orange Army. She says, please say hello to the marshals on post point 3. Keith, Carl and Andy, thank you to you guys and girls around the circuit. Without you, we can't go racing.
That's very, yep, very, very true. Very important, I think, to mention that. I think we've had the checkered flag now for this session, so that's our 20-minute pro classes warm-up concluded.
Yes, checkered flag has fallen.
Yeah, oh, that's nice. We've got on the stream, we've just had a little message pop up in the top center, race control, checkered flag. That's pretty cool. So thank you for that. So next, we will have our club class machines, Club 2-wheel drive and Club 4-wheel drive. These are the classes for what I would call your track day cars, your track cars. You know, the pro class machinery is kind of race car equivalent, very, very fast, very high spec stuff. And then the Club 2-wheel drive, Club 4-wheel drive is for what you might call a track day car or a track build.
Yes.
So we will be getting that underway. I don't think there are any incidents that I'm aware of to need to clear up. So hopefully we will be getting that underway in just a few minutes.
Yeah, we should. Yes, as I was just about to say.
You didn't. Yeah, sorry, there's a new thing that we're doing for this.
No,
so you didn't know that.
Of course, we're doing the circuit comms here at Snetterton, but it's also out on the live stream as well. So we're trying to juggle it all. But as we say, so much going on here today at Snetterton Modified Live 2025. What a way to end the campaign here at Snetterton. The Drift Pro Championship going on right now on the 100 circuit. So much going on in the infield as well. We do have the trade areas, the car club displays, the Obsession car show, and there's a number of individual exhibitors over there as well. So if you want a little break from the track at any point, have a walk around. It is such a sight here at Snetterton. Of course, you can get your program as well. I think you probably pick them up from most places around the circuit. The official program at £6, but it is well worth it because there's so much information in there, isn't it? Time Attack right now. If you head over to page 12 and onwards for all the information you need with regards to Time Attack. But Alexei, of course, is here to give us his expert insight into this as well. The comment section is lighting up on the live stream, but if you're in the circuit or want to shout out, want to let us know what your first ever car was, please get in contact with me on Twitter at IanWaterhouse1. I've posted a picture of the Time Attack live stream. Just comment below there. If you're not on X and you're on Instagram, Ian.Waterhouse2, I believe it is. So do get in contact. We'll give you a shout out round the circuit. Right, the next session heading out on to the track. Still here with Time Attack to warm up, and this is for the club, the 2-wheel drive and the club 4-wheel drive. Scheduled for 9:50. We're bang on time, aren't we? This is perfect. Absolutely bang on time. Another 20-minute session.
Look at that. Yeah, yep. Exactly. No, I think we should enjoy that while we can. That's really cool.
No, I'm confident. I'm confident. We're going to run to schedule today.
I also, do you know, on the subject of first car, I wonder, it might be more interesting and more relevant, perhaps. What was your first track car? Like, well, what was the first, maybe not that first car you did some track day in, right? Track day, or maybe some kind of scatter rally, but like, what was the first car you did some
Let's chuck in there as well. Your first car, if you had it, did you modify it as well? What did you do to it? We've had more come in as well. We've got Torin had a Deacon Police Volvo V70. Wow. Rico Race had a 1.3-litre Hyundai Accent Coupe with Imola alloys.
Nice.
Oh, nice. This goes went as fast as a snail. How good is that? Right, who else did we have in? Quite a lot of Ford Fiestas. Oh, somebody had a Ford, a Fiesta Popular A-Reg in Sunburst Red. There you go, you're looking for a colour. That sounds pretty nice, doesn't it?
Yeah.
And of course, somebody had a Nova. Cost about £500 and the insurance was near £1,000. That's cheap these days, isn't it, for insurance?
I was going to say, like, these prices, you know, it's kind of unthinkable to get a viable first car for a triple-digit number. It doesn't really happen anymore. So actually, Alexander Volk. So this is really interesting. So a little bit of insight into how the world of Time Attack works. We have scrutineering in the morning, and then we have the parc fermé throughout the day. Now that means that the cars are checked in the morning, that they conform to the technical regulations, and then we check that more throughout the course of the day. To ensure that, for example, people don't go off and fiddle with something during the day so they can cheat. So we test before and afterwards. Now, the technical rule book is quite long, and we can't really check everything every single time. And so in Parc Fermé, different things are picked at random to check. At Knock Hill, from what I understand, this is the only round in like 10 years that I've missed. But apparently, and take a look at Alexander Volkov's rear bumper. This is really interesting. That black GTR. If you look at its rear bumper, it is a very odd shape. Now, Time Attack has quite prescriptive. Look at how the rear corners of that bumper kick out.
It's just going down the start-finish straight into Riches now, turn 1. So if you are around the circuit and get a chance to have a look, it's leading a trail of 4 cars there.
Oh, Andy Grady's stopped. We'll get back to bumpers in a moment. Andy Grady's stopped out on track. He's had quite a few issues this year. So that's not good. So look at how Alexander Volkov's rear bumper kicks out. You can see that. Very odd-looking machine. The reason for that is because, from what I understand, a few drivers have mentioned this. Last time at Knock Hill, the random thing that was checked was how far your aero protrudes from your bodywork. There is a maximum allowed overhang that your aero can... Oh, is that a red flag?
Yes,
yep,
it has been red flagged. Yep, red flag.
Okay, so that would be Andy Grady's car stopped on track there. Let's see what that... I mean, I can't really see much of a oily trail or anything like that behind. He has already suffered big engine issues this year. I think he's running a lower power engine now, but he is of course also running the Volkswagen DSG gearbox, the DQ500, the only Evo in the world, from what I understand, that can successfully run that engine, that gearbox. But it still has its hiccups. So is it engine? Is it gearbox? Hard to tell at this moment, but it's lost drive and it's stopped there on the track. But so the overhang was tested. And some cars were found that their rear wing or front splitter, it was all tested, pokes out, protrudes more past the bodywork than is allowed. And so in the case of Alexander Volkov, what he then did to rectify that is to put extra, he reshaped his rear bumper so the rear corners are further out, so that then that means that the rear wing overhangs less because he's extended the rear of the car. It's so interesting, and a few drivers, they kind of had warnings from what I understand, and they've had to either move their wing or perhaps do things with their bodywork to bring it back into spec. But that was really, really, really interesting. And so Alexander Volkov there with a one-of-a-kind bumper with those funny rear, and it isn't like an add-on. It's not a diffuser. This is the bodywork. So that's, from what I understand, that's within the rules. But now the bodywork pokes out back much further than on a regular GTR. So lots of ingenuity here in Time Attack.
Yeah, some good news as well. The Grady's car stopped on the Bentley Straight. The flatbed is just about to take the car up whilst they remove the cut. The clock has stopped, of course, just under 16 minutes, I believe, left to go. Quite a bit of movement in the timetable today, so we'll probably get back underway fairly soon. And whilst on the live stream, we will just cut to a quick ad break.
Motegi Racing was conceived with one mission in mind: performance. Each wheel is over-engineered to ensure industry-leading strength, lightweight design, and seamless connection to your unique style. From our storied past in motorsports to our stylistic contributions to the aftermarket culture, one thing remains: Motegi Racing is built for enthusiasts.
So, green flag is now out again, which means that our Club 2-wheel drive, Club 4-wheel drive warm-up can resume.
Yeah, actually, the time carried on ticking, didn't it? So we've got just under 10 minutes left of this session. Great job, by the way, by the track team to get Grady's car off the circuit quickly. Didn't actually need the flatbed either. It was just towed by one of the service vehicles into the infield up near Agostini, which is part of the 300 circuit. So he'll be making his way back in. Taylor, the fastest of all in this warm-up session, 1:23.665.
We've got a new GTR here on the screen that you wouldn't have seen before. That's Stuart Andrew in the 228 Volkov Motors GTR. So Alexander Volkov, who we mentioned with the black GTR with the tiger on the side, which we can talk a little bit about perhaps in a minute, but here's another car that he's built. That's one of his customers. Alex Volkov basically works on, he builds these GTRs for a living. He's got a GTR workshop. That's what he does. And so Stuart Andrew here, one of his customers, and so impressed by what Alex did with his own car that he's now brought his to Time Attack as well, from what I understand. Alexander Volkov's machine runs 1,300 wheel horsepower on map 3, which is good enough for hitting 222 miles an hour with that wing. So that's been tested. But here on Time Attack, he runs about 1,000 horsepower on so-called map 2. So 1,100 horsepower, I think is what he said. Wheel horsepower as well. So
little bit more than my Rover 214.
yeah, you could say that. So we had I think that was Jeff Kershaw's Focus there on one of the little service roads. So, yep, Jeff Kershaw, who would usually be in Club Pro, but he's running out of class and he's in Club 2-wheel drive. Just took me moment there to check through my notes. Alexander Volkov there moving quite far offline, actually. Was he moving offline to let Stuart Andrew through, or has he got an issue? I think he had something to do with his something really banal last time. Like, there you go. He's struggling to get going. It was something like a door sensor, like the car didn't want to drive off because it thought the door was open, or some really banal thing.
I think we've got another red flag here as well.
So we had a very similar situation at Brands Hatch, and he fiddled about, I think turned it off and on a few times, and it got going again. In fact, Alexander Volkov is now in the pits.
Yeah, we saw him just get going again, didn't we?
Yeah.
He's coming down the pit lane now, so I'm just having a little look. We've got the good benefit here of the commentary boxes. We've got the static circuit cameras as well, although I'm not seeing anybody stopped anywhere on track. Whilst we try and figure out exactly what has happened out there, a lot of you getting in contact as well. Adam Milford, we heard from him a little bit earlier. He started a 7-mile walk on his treadmill. He's finished it. Well, congratulations, Adam. 7 miles done in 1 hour and 15 minutes, now prepping for a roast dinner for later. Well, that sounds good, doesn't it? Indeed. As I said, the question that we've been asking you today is, what is your first car? We want to hear from you. Live chat is open on the Time Attack organisation YouTube channel. I believe it's on the Alpha Live YouTube as well. Or if you're at the circuit and want to get in contact with us up here in the comms box, you can head over to Twitter at IanWaterhouse1. Drop me a message, or head over to Instagram, Ian.Waterhouse2. We can see them and we will give you a shout out.
You can see Alex's car there being checked over. It's a family team. And I think some of his employees also. Oh, let's take a look at the rear bumper. Let's take a look at the rear bumper, please.
Yes, we've got the live stream pictures in front of
Look
us,
at
and
that.
you love that, don't you?
It's the creativity. You know, this is what I love about Time Attack is. It's always the case, isn't it, where your technical regulations can sometimes result in quite odd or unique. You think back to Formula One, I think 2012 or 2011,
yeah,
with the strange noses that they had. So like the technical regulation, that's a very famous example, but we see it all the time where the technical regs drive some really interesting solutions. So,
well, if you are around the circuit and you get a chance to have a look, it's the 186 Alexander Volkov in the Nissan GTR R35. Look at the back of it, as Alexis has said quite a bit there. It is something quite special, isn't it? You could almost walk up it. It's got that much of a gradient.
Yep. It reminds me a lot of these, JGTC, GT500, GT300 type cars with very, that's a silhouette formula where again we see some very unusual bodywork solutions happening. It kind of reminds me of that, because their rear bumpers are similarly stepped. I wonder now in hindsight, I wonder whether that's why they've done it, also to accommodate some kind of aero. Yeah, it's interesting. It is, but that particular modification really reminds me of these Super GT type cars, which I suspect they did for a similar reason.
Yeah.
The smoke there in the background, I keep thinking something's happened. Like, somebody, but no, of course, it's the drifting that's taking place on the 100 layout.
It is, yeah, the Drift Road Championship right now going on it, and it sounds and smells fantastic, doesn't it? But right now, it is the Time Attack warm-up. We've got just a few minutes left of this session. It's been a bit of an interrupted session, but it is the Club 2-wheel drive, Club 4-wheel drive. Straight after this, we have another Time Attack warm-up session on track. Seeing our clubman and Pocket Rocket as well. Another 20-minute session. Then we go into the Racing Hondas Championship qualifying. Then it's more Time Attack action with Attack 1 for the groups that we've seen for the warm-up session. And then from 12:30 to 12:45, the first race, round 15 of the Racing Hondas Championship.
Mike Butler there in the supercharged E92 M3. The number 67 machine. You can just see him there in the background. Always reminds me. In fact, let's actually pan over to, I believe that's Stu Summer. We have two Saxos in this class. We have Andrew Kime and Stu Summers. This particular one, the 179, is the slightly newer supercharged Citroen-engined Saxo, as opposed to Andrew Kime, whose is now Honda-powered. Oh, that's Alexander Volkov's car on track, on the trackside again. Oh, and now he's got moving. There's something strange going on there, but yeah, he's got moving again.
Yeah, I'm just having a look actually at the back of the yellow
see it
flags. Well, I'm expecting him to come through on the Bentley Straight very slowly past us very soon. Also, I'm not too sure which timing screen to believe here, because on the TSL, which is sort of the one that the cars have to track us for as they come over the circuit, there's still 9 minutes 30 left. I wonder if they've reset it from the red flag, because it continued, the timing continued. When we had that first red flag, it continued on TSL, but I wonder if they've just reset it back, so we will get the full track time for the 20 minutes. So I do believe actually there's not a few minutes left, there's still 9 minutes left, just to give the drivers their full 20-minute complement.
Yeah, I think I've seen that before, where, I mean, you do this more than I do, but I think when they change the time on the TSL time, they fiddle about. It doesn't necessarily always pull through into the stream, I think.
Yes, so sometimes it just takes a couple of minutes just for things to reset and refeed their way through. So still plenty of time in this session. Dyson there in the Porsche Cayman GT4 RS, a 1:17.669, the fastest time in this session. Butler in the BMW M3, a fastest time of a 1:18.322. They're going quicker and quicker and quicker now out on the circuit. In fact, it's Fletcher now in the Vauxhall Astra who's just gone at second quickest with a 1:18.322. So Butler's fastest, a 1:19.433. Literally, as I was reading it out, I think they'd swap positions on track.
Yeah, interesting there, Alexander Volkov in the GTR, just moving through some traffic there, chopping about, looking rather racy. You mentioned David Dyson there in the Cayman GT4 RS. Now, the Club 2-wheel drive class, and we've seen this trend year on year. I think it's actually one of our busiest classes traditionally. I think actually it might be pipped perhaps by Pocket Rocket. No, I think it is our busiest class this year as well. That is usually our most hotly contested class, and actually we've got a very unlikely battle here between David Dyson in the Cayman GT4 RS and Johnny Fletcher in the Mark IV Astra GSI. That championship battle is still wide open. One of the classes that could still be swayed either way today.
Well, Alexander Volkov, who's had a couple of issues in this session, he's just gone quickest of all, though. 1:16.353, absolutely flying. Looks like he's managed to sort that out. So, yes, we've got 7 minutes. Just confirmation then that the timing was actually stopped after that red flag. So we continue here with 7 minutes of this session to go. Time attack warm-up for the Club 2-wheel drive and Club 4-wheel drive Club Sport session. Straight after this one, it's more time attack action on the circuit with CNR Clubman and Pocket Rocket. Loads going on around the circuit as well. We've got the Drift Pro Championship on the 100 circuit. We've got the Obsession Car Show. We've got trade stalls. We've got so much to see. If you are at the circuit, get your trainers on and get walking around. You won't want to miss any of it. And on track, of course, we have time attack and the season finale also for the Racing Honda's Championship.
Yeah, there's a lot going on, and I remember a conversation with some of our time attack decision makers in previous years, who said that, you know, online stuff is all fine and good, but real life events and doing things in the real world is still so valid and so important, and that's why so much effort goes into making these shows as good as they are, and that really resonates with me. And there's so much joy to actually being able to, like you said, get your trainers on, walk around and see all the stuff that's going on here. You know, 3 different categories of motorsport, the Obsession Show, all the different car clubs. There is so much to wander around and see and do and like you said, smell, you know, the drifting, the tire smoke.
I'm not so sure there's much better things to do as a family on a day out.
I don't think there is.
Even if you're not particularly interested in cars, there's still a lot to do. There's a lot to see, and what's not exciting about seeing cars thunder around Snetterton, certainly as they get on the anchors, as they come around Coram, the long right-hander, and then get the anchors on into Murray's, the tight left turn back onto the centre straight, and then a power trip up the start-finish straight here. What's not to love about that?
Absolutely. Stuart Andrews, Volkov Motors GTR there, the 228, the single round entry for today. This car also built by Alexander Volkov. Actually, it's quite a small world, because this car is maybe a chassis that was borrowed in the past, in a previous life, by another Time Attack competitor when they couldn't bring their one because of various issues. So we might have actually seen this chassis here at Time Attack before, when it was previous ownership and so on. Perhaps this is a myth that I've heard today, is that we might have seen this chassis previously. But as far as we know, today it's Stuart Andrews' 228 machine. From what I understand, 800 horsepower. Oh. This engine, which is tame for GTR. You know, yeah. Alexander Volkov's on the top map is 1,300 at the wheels, so much more at the crank as well. But Stuart Andrews, yeah, around 800 horsepower, the fully built Volkov Motors engine. So one of Alex's customers there, who he's enticed onto the track. David Frost in the Dream Automotive TBOM in that Martini-inspired livery. Honda FK Civic as well, thundering around. Jeff Kershaw in the number 3 Turbo Technics Ford Focus. If you're wondering why he's in a different bit on your entry list, he's running out of class. Would normally be in Club Pro, but today he's running in this particular session with the club cars instead of the pro cars. And you can see his headlights are on, meaning that he is on a hot lap.
He's on it. He is on it. How good is this, by the way, for a first car? A 1995 Volkswagen Passat TDI. That's a pretty good first car, isn't it?
That is a pretty good first car. Yeah, yeah.
We've also had a bit of a VW theme here, a 2004 VW Lupo, 1 litre, 49.
Oh, that's a classic. That's a classic first car.
You're talking about cars with 800 brake horsepower. This one, 49.
49?
49.
Oh, that's less than I thought it would be, 60.
I think you have to get it out and push it up a hill, don't you?
Yeah.
Right, we are approaching the end of this session. Just under 2.5 minutes left to go, and Alexander Volkov, still the fastest man out there. Straight after this, it's more Time Attack action on the circuit with the C&I Clubman and Pocket Rocket, another 20-minute warm-up session.
Yeah, I mean, at a circuit like Snetterton 200, I think you're going to be hard pushed to beat a GTR around here, aren't you? This is very much there. I remember a conversation with a GTR owner. I think it's just as COVID was taking hold, actually. So 5 years ago, I was talking with a GTR owner who wanted to come and do Time Attack, and I try to advocate for Time Attack wherever I go because I love this sport. And he was asking me, in his big power GTR, if he were to do a single round entry, what track should he do? And I said Snetterton 200. Easy. I think you're going to have to really put your best driving shoes on if you're to out-pedal a 1,300 horsepower GTR around Snetterton 200.
Yeah, absolutely.
So it's because Club 4-wheel drive friends have definitely got a fight on their hands today.
Yeah, you got the centre straight, of course, the Bentley straight as well. We are in a wonderful position at the commentary box here at Snetterton. We will have them thundering past our position a little bit later as well. The Drift Pro Championship going on right now on the Snetterton 100 circuit. So much going on around Snetterton here in Norfolk. There's plenty of food stalls as well. So if you are getting a little bit peckish or need a drink, there's tea, coffees, soft drinks, you name it. And plenty of food on offer as well.
Nicholas, that's a good colour. Talking about resprays and stuff, quite like that.
Yeah.
I'm here today with a bit of a mission, you see. So just what kind of non-metallics are out there that I quite like. But Neil Robson in the 218 BIB Performance BMW 135i. So I think it's a twin turbo straight 6. At least that's how they come from the factory, of course. In Time Attack, nothing is as it seems on the surface. But Neil's original Time Attack weapon of choice was going to be, if I remember correctly, a Vauxhall Corsa VXR. And then he, I think, borrowed his friend's 135i and enjoyed that so much that he brought that to Time Attack instead. Genuine BMW 1M panels as well, I think. So not only does it move, but it also looks the part as well. David Frost there in the Dream Automotive TBOM Honda Civic. So this newer generation of Civics running that legendary Honda K20, but now turbocharged from the factory. And a Dream Automotive, a company who do lots of work with this platform, and I must admit I hadn't personally heard of them until Time Attack, but this is the great thing about Time Attack is you get to learn about all the different tuning houses that are out there, and they've done some really, really impressive stuff with this platform.
Yeah,
so I recommend a Google there.
That is the checker flag has fallen on this section here. Volkov, the fastest in his Nissan GTR R35, a 1:16.353. Taylor, the second fastest, 1:17.228. Dyson, a 1:17.669. Fletcher, a 1:18.322. Butler, 1:18.885. Andrew, also in a Nissan GTR, a 1:20.064. Summers with a 1:20.838. Cape Horn there with a 1:21.650. Robson in the BMW i35. We've just been talking about, sorry, the 135i, we've been talking about 1:21.680. Frost, a 1:26.029. And Kershaw, a 1:26.808. Right, coming up very shortly, more Time Attack on track action with the CNR Clubman and Pocket Rocket.
So, as we wait for the track to go live for our Classic and Retro Pocket Rocket and Clubman machines to head onto the track, Susie has been in the paddock catching up with Classic and Retro driver Dean Riley.
So here I am having a quick bit of a catch up with Dean Riley. So how are you doing this morning, Dean?
I'm good, yeah. Happy after Knockhill, winning Knockhill. So we've come to Snetterton, not much prep to do, and just wash the car and hopefully just go and enjoy the day. Championships-wise, I don't think I can change where I am in the championship. So I think second is where I'm going to finish. So let's just enjoy today. Hope for the rain and see if we can win. So.
But it's been really close in the championship all year, hasn't it?
Yeah, it's been really close. Mark early on, dominated early on. And yeah, I thought he was going to run away with the championship. As the season progressed, my car progressed, I progressed. We've given him a close battle all year, as well as Eden. Eden's been in the fight as well. So between the three of us, it's been like a really good season. I think from a spectator's point of view, it's been really good to watch as well. So, yeah. So. And
it was Snetterton last time when I think that was your first win?
Yeah, first win at Snetterton, which was the biggest surprise of the season, I think, because as I always say to Susie, it's my car's underpowered. I've never been to any of the circuits before, which is true. But I'll still over-exaggerate. My car is underpowered. And we are going to come back next year with more power, hopefully. But I use it as an excuse. But, you know, I'll try my best to win. And we've given everyone a good fight, and that's the main thing. So.
Well, we've seen your onboard, so we've seen how fast you go into turn one. Yeah. So I'm not listening to any excuses from you today. But you've made quite a few changes to the car since, I think it was Cadwell when we last spoke to you. So talk to us about those.
So Cadwell, the car come as basically, it was very, very standard. As the season progressed, I've realised what I need to do to the car. We had no front end, so developed the front end, added more aero parts, tried to do a little bit with performance on the remap side from Paul at TWP Engineering. And yeah, we've just basically done everything we can on the smallest budget. So the plan is to get more people involved, more sponsorship, and trying to develop the car even more. once we get a new engine in, I think we'll be taking it another step, and hopefully we can like challenge the club guys, and that's the plan. So
big plans for next year then?
Plans for next year. Still undecided on what class I'm going to do, but you know, we'll see how much sponsorship we can get and how much power we can get out of the new engine. And yeah, keep developing, keep progressing myself, and the plan is to win, and that's what we want to do. So,
what will you do if you have a season where you can't say you're underpowered, though?
I mean, I might use it for a little bit, but you know, if we're not underpowered, then I'll blame myself. You know, I'm one of them types of people that if there is an excuse there, and it's a genuine excuse, but if there isn't, I'll blame myself, and you know, that's what I'll do. So.
And your background is actually sim racing as well, isn't it?
Yes, I've come from a sim racing background. This is my first ever season of motorsport, and you know, it's been a learning curve. I've had like great people around helping me, including like Mark and Eden and stuff. You know, I've asked them for advice, and I've also learned myself. You know, I don't like people telling me what to do, and that sounds a bit like thingy, but I like to learn. I like to feel the grip. I like to learn from my mistakes, watch my onboards back. And the sim racing has helped the most, I'd say. Anyone who says like sim racing, you know, it's not the same. I jumped in a car and I did pretty much what I did on the sim, and I'd say we're not slow. We've got the pace to compete with these boys who've been doing it a long time, and that's common for sim racing. So yeah,
it's a great route into the sport then.
Yeah, 100%. I recommend anyone who hasn't done it to do sim racing. I think it'll develop your motorsport skills, and yeah, it makes you learn and progress and take the limit. I'd say go over the limit, and that's the thing. If you go over the limit and tone it back 5%, and that's where you'll be, and you'll be on the pace. So,
well, we look forward to seeing what you can do this afternoon, and hoping it stays dry.
Not fussed. You know, I kind of want the rain, to be honest. So bring on the rain, and let's make it closer, because I think Eden's going to have a lot of pace. Eden's got a lot more power than me, and this is basically 2 long straights, this track. So the rain might give me a little small chance, so bring on the rain, bring on the torrential rain, to be honest. So, yeah.
So you'll be doing the rain dance?
Yeah, I mean, I've got no traction control, ABS, or I'm rear-wheel drive as well. So, but it's another challenge, isn't it? That's the thing. So, but yeah, I'm going to look forward if it rains. So.
Well, we'll look forward to seeing what you can do this afternoon. Good luck out there.
Thank you.
Great stuff. Thanks, Susie. Thanks, Dean. Interesting shot there just now of that VX220 with the GR Yaris just behind it there. It came into shot. The machine of Paul Newman, I believe. Now, the GR Yaris is not a big car by any stretch, but next to the VX220, it looked like a giant. You know, these VX220s are absolutely tiny, closely related to the Lotus chassis, the Exige, the Elise, the VX220 are all very closely related to each other. Interesting there that, of course, this is only his first full season in motorsport. I mean, a VX220 isn't a bad way to get your start in motorsport. But interesting, you know, he was saying this is only his first season. He's been such a constant front runner in class that he feels like he's been around, like he feels like a household name by this point. But actually, of course, this is only his first season. I think he did a single round. I think basically he did this event last year as a single round entry and then progressed into a full championship entrant for this year. Now, in April 2025, just before the season kicked off, he did have a engine fire which damaged his proper engine, so to speak, and instead he put in the standard VX220, I think 230 horsepower-ish engine, and he's still running standard power, although as you can see, aero and bodywork, and of course just racy bits and bobs as well, seats, harnesses, and so on. But standard power, crucially. And I believe he's got another engine in the wings, which might be able to take a little bit more boost. And indeed, he was talking there, you know, what class does he do? Does he do classic and retro? Does he maybe do club? I think some of that might depend on how much power he's going to end up with. But yeah, let's see. Definitely interesting. And I think considering this is his first season of motorsport and on standard power, he has done incredibly well. It's been a great battle all year between him, Dean Riley there. Oh, actually, we don't have Mark Donnelly today. Oh, Mark Donnelly has, I guess, sealed up the championship, so perhaps didn't make the trip to Snet today. But there's been a great battle between Mark Donnelly, Eden Young, and Dean Riley all season. It's been a joy to watch. Michael Greenhue in there as well in that battle with the diesel PD130 powered Corsa B. No, I think I've seen him today, actually, so he is here. I haven't seen the car on track, though. I don't think we've got... Oh, no, there, yeah, he has done a lap, 133.0. So Michael Greenhue was on track, but I think very briefly, so I didn't catch a glimpse of him. Clive Hopwell there in the MMT Performance Golf R. Previously campaigned a Scirocco, which is quite a rare beast these days, and then moved to the Golf R and really fell in love with it from what I can remember. Having watched a similar interview with Susie earlier in the season. Paul Newman here in the single round entry Toyota Yaris GR as well. Now, this is a very popular and well-respected platform as well, the little turbocharged, manual-only, mechanical all-wheel drive, kind of rally homologation special-ish machine. Of course, short wheelbase as well. Very old-school approach to building a performance car, and we've seen a few of these in Time Attack this year. And yeah, we have this single-round entry here from Paul Newman today as well. Not a big car by any means, but when we saw it running there on track alongside Dean Riley's machine, it just goes to show how cars have ballooned over the years, because Dean Riley's machine looked absolutely tiny in comparison to this Yaris. Number 213 there, Mark Roberts in the JPR Racing Renault Clio 172. One of the few, actually, Renault-powered Clios that we have here in Time Attack. Quite a few of them opting for the Honda K-Series instead, but Mark Roberts still with the F4R engine. Ryan Barker, 714 Europa Racing Honda Civic. His brother competes in the Racing Hondas Championship as well, so both of them here today running in different classes. We've got, what's this?
I'm pretty certain, Alex. I've come back, by the way.
Yes,
hello. Yeah, I'm pretty certain I've just seen the Nissan Micra go out. We're talking about first cars. This is a great trip for this, isn't it? We've got a Toyota Yaris, as you mentioned. We've got Clios out there. There's a Mazda MX-5. Honda Civics, can see a lot of those today. There's Minis out there. There's a couple of R53s. Yes, there is the Micra I've just seen head out on track.
Okay.
Young behind the wheel of that, the 1995 K11. So, yeah, plenty. Spencer Fortag's out there as well, a Honda Civic, Hopwell in the Volkswagen Golf, Langley in the Ford Fiesta as well. I'm pretty certain I saw a Corsa in there too. So this is really first car sort of territory, isn't it?
Yeah. I mean, we've had a K11 Micra mentioned in the comments, right? There was somebody who bought it as their first car, drove it to the ring, got addicted to the ring, or with a K11 Micra. I suspect it could well have been Eden Young who brought them to Time Attack, because he has a very big following in the K11 Micra community. From what I understand, his wife Rachel is watching today as well. So, hello Rachel, thanks for joining the stream.
Yes, and if you are watching on the stream, just tell us whereabouts you are as well. Are you in the UK? Are you overseas? I always like to know how many people are watching from where up and down the country. I've just seen on the live stream, actually, I didn't quite catch who it was. It was the pink Civic coming down the Bentley Straight. The bonnet was flapping. Yeah. Well, it was flapping quite wildly.
Yep, that was Christian Vieira in the Hutchian Racing XRPK, long name, Honda Civic. Yeah, that bonnet.
That's a bit of a tongue twister there.
Yeah. I wonder whether it needs an extra bonnet pin in the middle, because it looked like fiberglass bonnet things to me, and they tend to do that.
We're just coming around Coram now, I can see in the distance, and then just heading, putting the anchors on into Murray's. In fact, a bit of tyre smoke coming up. I wonder if he's going to pull into the pits here. Well, if not, then we'll get a cracking view of it, bird's eye view almost down here on the commentary box here at Snetterton on the 200 circuit today for Modified Live, and hasn't pulled into the pits coming over, and the bonnet is still flapping. It's not going to come up. It looks almost like it's just catching a bit of air underneath there, and it's just trying to lift it.
Yeah, usually, often with the composite bonnets, people put loads and loads of pin on each corner, and maybe even a pin in the middle, because they can flex a fair bit at speed. Which at least, you know, if it isn't unsafe, it just looks a bit unsettling, doesn't it? Kestis Dobrovolskis here in his Nissan GTR, the number 177 machine. I believe his dad is watching all the way from Lithuania.
Oh, wow. Well,
so,
hello.
Labas rytas, Lietuva.
Wow,
Good to see. Yes, thank you.
I've no idea what you just said.
I said good morning, Lithuania. He actually apparently he was telling me this. He asked me to you know, greet his countrymen and women. He does lots of things back home: go-kart mentoring, basketball mentoring, and apparently his collective, his dad, are watching the live stream today. So definitely got to shout them out as well. Brilliant
stuff. Talking about shouts, can I just give a couple as well? We've got
Go for it.
Adaptive Everything is commented on YouTube, watching from Australia. How good is that? John Reel is watching in Bournemouth, and he says it's raining. Now, I did look at the weather forecast for today. I keep checking it. If the Met Office is correct, then we should, we've got about a 40% chance of rain from 2 o'clock, and then it gets higher from there. So I reckon the Racing Honda's Championship, race 2, the round 16 final race, 3:30, I reckon, and then for Time Attack Super Attack, could be wet.
Yeah, so all of that work done throughout the day in terms of working out your lines, working out your setup, working out your braking points. At the end of the day, that's all going to be undone, and you're dealing with the unknown again, which, from a spectating point of view, is amazing. For some drivers like that, I tend to like that as well. But for others who are really keen on achieving perfection and knowing what they're dealing with, that might end up being quite frustrating.
I think that's where experience counts, doesn't it, when you get those conditions. I talk to a lot of drivers, and they hate that little in-between bit where it's sort of half dry, half wet.
That's the worst.
It's one or the other.
That's the
one
worst.
or the other.
No one. I don't think anyone. I don't think I've ever met anyone who likes that. Like, if it's fully dry or if it's fully wet, you know what you're dealing with.
If you're at the back of the grid, you might fancy it. You know.
You might. Yeah. It's just a roll of the dice, right? It might work out in your favor. Well, I was discussing this with a few drivers, especially in the lower powered cars. Traditionally, rain works in their favor because
it's a great leveler.
It is a great leveler. You know, you try to put down anything more than a certain, let's call it 300 horsepower, you're just going to spin that away. However, here at Snet 200, you wonder whether that's going to make that much of a difference, because at the end of the day, a massive straight is a massive straight, whether it's wet or dry. Yes, you want to get the power down at that punch as you enter the straight, but then you're on it, and then you just hammer, 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 hammer. So is the wet going to make that much of a difference here today at Snet 200? Not sure. So, you know, if it were, let's say, the 300 layout, that would be a real game changer. Here today, I think that remains to be seen. So very interesting indeed.
So we've had a message for you, Alexi.
For me?
Yeah, Yum Yum Racing has come in and said, missed you at Knock Hill. Lexi, had hoped to make it to Snep, unfortunately the tides were against us. Still great to be watching live stream. And how about this for a little teaser? Could be back next year with a new challenge. Ooh.
A new challenge? What does that mean?
Oh, can you tell us more, Yum Yum Racing? Please tell us more.
Yeah. Do you know, it's the the only round I've ever missed, I think, as a staffer at least, in 10-ish years, and it's the only time in my time that we've been to Knock Hill, so I was really sad to miss that. And of course, all of our Scottish drivers who are based there, I'm sure they would have all been there. And it would have been super fun and awesome, but yeah, I'm sad to have missed that as well. But thank you, Ben / Yum Yum Racing.
I've just had one for me. Nathan Shaw, is that Ian Waterhouse on commentary today? It is, Nathan. Yes, I am here. I'm here with Alexi and the team. Scott Woodward's coming up as well for Racing Honda Championship, so it's going to be a fantastic day. We're well into it now as well, aren't we? What time are we? 10:37. Time just goes so quick, doesn't it? Right now, we are in Time Attack warm-up, the third session here, the CNR Clubman Pocket Rocket Rocket session. Then straight after this, we go into the Racing Hondas Championship qualifying session, a 15-minute session. Scott Woodward will be up in the commentary box with me for that one.
You can see Eden Young here in the Haltech Micra getting quite, looking quite aggy on the lights there as he was flashing. I think it's quite a small car, so it's perhaps easy to miss. So when he's on a hot lap, he needs to try to make himself as visible as possible. So, and you can see he's got these quite bright LED headlights, and he's really flashing.
Well, he's on a hot lap now, isn't he? He's going for it.
He's going for it. Oh, I think he's just abandoned. Well, I guess he's finished that lap and just decided to ease off the gas at that point. But yeah, he was really on it, quite agitated, flashing his headlights, trying to carve his way through the traffic. Be interesting to see on the. I'll get the timing screen on here.
There you go. Well. I've got it for you.
Because we got the stream, we got the timing screen. All this, it's all happening.
Yes.
But curious to see what Eden Young can manage there.
Eden Young in the Micra at 121.416.
I mean, it is only warm up. I get that, but it's still interesting, right?
It is still. Well, I think you can gauge a good measure, can't you? Because the drivers are trying to find the limit of the circuit and the car, of course. So this is the first real time here at the Snetterton 200 circuit in anger, isn't it really? The first proper time to see what you're made of. Just get comfortable, change setups, see what works, see what doesn't. The Civic, again, just coming past the number 5 with that flapping bonnet. It looks fantastic, actually, it does, as it does come over. But do I say this right? Dobrovolsky's in the Nissan GTR, fastest overall with a 118.769. Riley in the Vauxhall VX220, a 121.070. We've got just over a minute of this session left before the checkered flag will come down. I've just seen I've just seen a Corsa come through as well. And then Young, third fastest in that Nissan Micra, of course. We've just mentioned that in the 121.416. Langley in the Ford Fiesta, currently 4th fastest, but in the pits, a 122.711. And Hotwell rounds out the top 5. Also in the pits in the Volkswagen Golf that has put in a 122.955. That's your top 5 for this practice session, the warm-up session for the Classic and Retro Clubman and Pocket Rocket sessions. Here we have 40 seconds left to go on the clock. Then the checkered flag will fall, and anybody who's on a hot lap can finish that, and then we will get ready for the Racing Honda Championship qualifying session here at Modified Live Snetterton 2025. What a way to round out the year.
Yeah, I'm just looking our current Pocket Rocket forced induction front runner, Rafael Tsartsaris. I can see him on the timing screen. But
sorry, Alex, I just turned it off. That was my
No, that's fine. He's on. I haven't seen him running on track, and he's in the pits. Has he actually done that many laps? He's done 4. What does that mean? 4 laps, I think. 3 laps. So he's not really okay. So he's had a very short session. Then he's done 3 laps.
Completed 3 laps.
So, yep. Curious what's going on there. But I think Pocket Rocket's going to be one of the remaining battles this year to keep an eye on. Annie Thompson in the Lotus Exige, of course, the Series 3 powered by the V6, the 2GR V6. So probably my personal favorite of the Lotus generations. Great engine used in all kinds of fast and spicy cars. But yeah, checkered flag is out. So Ian there ran through our warm-up results. Of course, warm-up is only warm-up, so no points up for grabs here. Unless, hypothetically, you were to set a lap record, which from this year would stand even if it was set in warm-up. But we've got a whole day left to go, so I suspect the lap records, if any, will come later on. We have seen quite a few lap records this year, and that perhaps has coincided with our new control tire, the Yokohama Advan AO52, and I wonder whether that might explain some of the lap records that we've seen this year. In the meantime, I think our Clubman, Pocket Rocket, and Classic and Retro machines will head back into the pits, which concludes the Time Attack warm-up. And we will be getting the Racing Hondas Championship qualifying underway in not just a few, might take more than just a few minutes, but it won't take long.
It won't be long. Just a quick note as well, no change in the top 5 either for the times. So Dobrovolsky's in the Nissan GTR 118 at 769, fastest of all in that session. The marshals are just going to have a quick check, make sure the track is clear. See a marshal just heading on to the start-finish straight just to sweep a bit of debris away. And up next, as you said, Alexi, yes, it's time for qualifying for the Racing Hondas Championship.
So from Time Attack, we move back to Racing Hondas and the first proper competitive session that will set the grid for race number 1 later on this afternoon here at Snetterton, the final round of the season. We've had 7 down, 1 still to go back here at Snetterton on the 200 circuit. Scott Wood was here back in commentary in Waterhouse once again alongside, as he has been all morning here in the box between myself and Alexi. And this now is the session where it counts. 15 minutes to decide who sets the grid and who starts on pole position both overall and in classes A, B and C. Remember, of course, there are points up for grabs in this session. You get 5 points for pole position in your class. It's 4 for second, 3 for third, 2 for fourth and 1 for fifth. This could be a pretty crucial session in because know that we have Class A at stake between Will Self and Phil Wright. As we see, Kevin Talbot's car's already in with problems, hasn't even left the pit lane at this point in time. That's car's about midway down there, the Honor Motorsport guys looking on. But this is pretty much a crucial session which could even decide the championship provisionally, because all Will Self needs to do is basically score in the top 5 and qualify higher than Phil Wright. And provisionally, the title could be his before he even turns Will in anger in race 1 later this afternoon.
100%. So actually, this could be the title decider right now. Not the racing action. Brilliant stuff indeed. We are underway. As you can hear, the cars thundering around Snetterton at 200 for this qualifying session for the Racing Hondas circuit. If you're inside the circuit, so much going on. Take your eyes to the circuit for this one. These cars are going full pelt. We did have a practice session a little bit earlier in Class A. Will Self went fastest of all with 119.035 in Class B. Of course, it was the overall champion Dan Thackeray who put in a 122.481, and in Class C it was Matthew Rowling who did a 127.860. I'm excited to see what sort of lap times we're going to get here, Scott.
Well, the crazy thing is that Will told me in between sessions that there was still more time to find from that 1 minute 19, so he can go even quicker. And as you know, this is the perennial class leader who plays his chances down every weekend and then just completely blows that out of the water and does a phenomenal job to go fastest. Even he doesn't realise how he does it. So he just gets out there and drives and somehow ends up fastest. There's one car to watch out for on screen if you're watching around the circuit just towards the bomb hole, but on screen it's Josh Harvey, a regular Carlos Raccoon racer, but now switching to Racing Hondas in the car that Rick O'Connell campaigned in the first couple of seasons. He's familiar to the likes of Dan Brown. He's raced in the championship before, and also as well Will Self, because he owns a geometry company which the likes of Will and Dan have used to help him get those cars set up. So he hasn't specifically set those cars and developed them for him, but they've used his geometry business to be able to set the cars up so they can be as quick as possible. And here's a trio of EG Civics that are slipstreaming down the pit straight towards Ritchie's to start a proper flying. That first couple of times are starting to come in now to see who is where.
Yeah, it's number 66, actually, Harvey's car, if you are around the circuit trying to spot it. If you've got a program as well, head to page 28 onwards. That gives you plenty of information about the Racing Hondas Championship. It gives you the overall standings coming into this one as well, and a bit of a look at the action, the entry list as well. So great information in that program. The Modified Live Snetterton won £6 to get it at multiple places around the circuit.
I have a feeling that if the times are going the way at the moment, this could be the trio that we look at for most of the day, because Will Self, Bob Barron and Josh Harvey, all in EG Civics, which apparently appears to be the car to have in the championship, they're all currently first, second and third fastest, although Harvey and Bound have both put in 2 laps, whereas Self has only just put the 1 in. He's second quickest. Currently, it is Josh Harvey, who I was warned pre-event is one to watch for. He is pretty quick. Even Will Self was saying you need to watch for Josh because he is pretty rapid. Case in point, he regularly has driven a rear-wheel drive S14 Nissan Silvia around Castle Combe. Now he's switched to a front-wheel drive EG Civic, just as fast.
I love it. Great stuff. We've got 11 minutes to go off this session. A quick one, Scott. Actually, I was talking to Alexi earlier. We were talking about first cars, and then I was asking people where they're watching from. We've had a couple of comments coming in as well. Safety for You's watching in the Philippines, and a name fairly familiar to racing Hondas, Ashley Patton, raced in 2024. He's watching from Shanghai on business. How good is that? So far, we've had Australia, had Lithuania, we've got the Philippines, we've got Shanghai, and we've also got Harvey, who's watching in his bed.
I was also watching just there, Liam Collins going down towards Richie's corner. I'll come back to that in a second, because just saw a little bit of wisp of what looked like maybe smoke coming from the back of Liam Collins' car. We've already had one car with a problem, and that's Tommy Knight, who we should mention, sadly, is out for the rest of the weekend. So the car who was contending for 3rd in Class A with Liam Collins, sadly, will take no further part in the event. If you watch back in the stream and warm-up in practice, his car did have an engine failure on the back straight. They can't fix it. Sadly, that's his season prematurely over. And that's a shame, because he really did want 3rd place to try and pry it away from that man, Liam Collins. So it looks as though, really, barring any dramas for him, touch wood, it's pretty much a free run for Liam to get that final step on the championship podium.
Yeah, and you mentioned Josh Harvey is a man to watch out for in that number 66 machine. In the warm-up, in the practice, he did a 121.781. I get this as qualifying, but just going to show the sort of pace. He's done a 119.151, currently fastest of all. Out of everybody, fastest, of course, in Class A. It's Barker who's currently fastest in Class B. And looking down, it's Huchin in Class C, who currently quickest of 128.08. A long way to go, though. Still 9.5 minutes of this session to go. And as you've said, Scott, a crucial session. The final qualifying session for the Racing Honda Championship in 2025.
And at the moment, it is looking to be, at this point in time, if his time stay as they are, game, set and match for provision of the championship. I've just watched Liam Collins go back down the pit straight, and again, that rear end of that DC2 Integra is smoking. It's not doing it anywhere else, but it was doing it down the pit straight. So fingers crossed we don't have another Honda that's going to need some attention before we get to race 1.
I wonder if it's just in the braking zone. I wonder if it's just a tyre rubbing against a bit of bodywork or something. I'm not too sure.
Well, obviously it's a left-hander, so you lean on that right-hand side. So if it is something that's leading a piece of bodywork or the tyre rubbing on the rim, either way, that might be causing something. It's not hurting his performance by the look of it. He's still going as quick as he was before, but it seems as though it's being a bit of an inconvenience. So the team will spot that, and they'll know to have a look at that post-session. Will Self is making his way just through Coram corners. It's always one of the trickiest corners in UK motorsport, I find, because you see Cox to left rear, huge wiggle as he goes into the right-hander of Coram, and then Murray just about gathers it up. He did what Tommy Knight couldn't do, all fairness to him, which is to gather it together before getting to the left-hander. That was way back in July. And Self goes to the line, and let's see what time that gives him, even with that slide. Comes across the line and did a 119.819, half a second off his best time at the moment. Still Josh Harvey, who is a single round entry, which means he won't score points. Currently fastest. Will Self in second quickest. Bob Barron third. Phil Wright in fourth. And as it stands right now, it'll be 4 bonus points that will go to Will Self and 2 to Phil Wright. Considering there are 37 up for grabs, the gap was 31 points coming into the weekend. If he scores those points, that will effectively be provisionally the title secured for Will Self before we even get racing back underway. I want to give a shout out in Class B. You mentioned Lewis Barker quickest. He's been getting quicker and quicker as the season's gone on. Had a bit of bad luck a couple of times, but he's managed to get himself a really good bit of pace, and he's now fastest out there and getting quicker. So he's been doing some sim running on the Snetterton 200 circuit in between rounds, so getting quickly there. Sam Linster is in second quickest, and in third fastest in class, no, in fact, it's Dan Thackeray. In fact, I completely eat my words, because Dan Thackeray was about third in class. He's now being pushed all the way up to first because of that effort. So the provisional Class B and overall champion, topping the times there in the session, as we now get both Bob Barron and Josh Harvey doing a little bit of pre-race practice in qualifying, going side by side through Coram.
Yeah, good stuff. If you do have a program, head to page 36, by the way. There is a fantastic spotter's guide, although Josh Harvey's car is greyed out,
yes.
So you won't quite be able to, but I can tell you it's number 66.
They could have used a picture of Rick O'Connell's car. That would have been, it's exactly the same car. They could have just done that and just pasted over his name in the picture with Harvey instead of anything else on top of that. Harvey's still quickest, though, and the time's looking pretty competitive. The 3 EG Civics are the only ones that have gone sub 120, all of them in the 119s, all separated by about 0.3 of a second. You have to look a further second back to find Phil Wright in 4th position. As just pointed out again, Liam Collins' car going back past the pits. In fact, he's been given the black and orange flag, which is the meatball flag, which signals some kind of mechanical issue, so you're going to have to come and pit in. So whether he spotted it, I'd be surprised if the team hasn't spotted it, but the team will have to bring him in to have a look at that, because that car is not, according to the stewards, it's potentially causing a hazard, and even if they're watching on down the pit straight, there'll be the big LC LED board next to the lights that will show a big black square with an orange circle in it for car number 6. It's a clear enough sign that he has to come in and make that amendment to that car and see if we can get it fixed with 6 minutes to go in the session.
I'll tell you something, looking at the free practice classification from a little bit earlier, the drivers were going for it when Liam Collins actually had a lap time disallowed. In fact, 3 drivers did, and then a further 3 drivers had 2 lap times disallowed for exceeding track limits. But that's when you need to do it in free practice, isn't it? When you're just trying to find the limits. And dare I say, I think the sun is coming out right now. It's actually pretty nice here in Norfolk at Snetterton right now. Although, as I said to Alexi earlier, it is scheduled potentially for a bit of rain from around 2-3 o'clock. So race 2, round 16, the final race of the season, could be a wet one.
It's quite humid, and typically humidity tends to follow with some kind of precipitation at some point. I think it was a bit of a moment between 2 cars at least, whether it was Spencer Fortag and or Dan Thackeray. They're just backing off because they're just trying to get themselves in line, because both had a bit of a wiggle coming out of the little left-handed kink off the Wilson hairpin. They've managed to gather it together again. There's Lewis Barker, picked up a podium last time at Knock Hill, so confidence is up for the Europa Racing machine. Europa Crash Centre squad.
Yeah, right, Scott. We've got 5 minutes to go, so this is it now, isn't it? We get into the nuts and bolts of it. Crunch time in the championship, so it could all be about to be decided. But it is Harvey fastest of all still with that 1:19.151. Will suffer 1:19.313. In fact, we've got 4 drivers all sub 1:20 right minute. Bob Barron a 1:19.475 and Wright with a 1:19.857. So 4.5 minutes left to go. It could be a very, very big 4.5 minutes for the season for the Racing Hondas Championship.
Certainly could. See there in the middle of the screen another of our newcomers, Jordan Morgans, in his bright yellow DC5 Integra, and the same morning as Kevin Talbot's Honor Motorsport green machine. Livery very much reminiscent of the old school Jordan 191 Formula 1 car, as Will Self with a massive slide through Richie's corner. How has he held on to that one? He's all over the shop exiting Richie's corner, but that's the style in front-wheel drive cars. Typically boot the throttle and eventually the front end will come back around, and Will Self did do that. So that's a clip for his highlight reel. And in case he wonders after post-session, yes, we did see that, Will. You were on camera. Yeah. And I have to say, even though it's a front-wheel drive car, well held.
Yeah, absolutely. We're doing a circuit comms here at Snetterton today. We're also on the live stream as well at Time Attack Organisation. I believe it's on the Alpha Live channel as well. So plenty of places to keep up to speed with all of the action as it happens today. Live chat is open at all of the channels, so do keep your comments coming in. A lot of you getting in contact, watching from North Wales, and people getting in contact about their first car. My first car for 8 years was a Vauxhall Mariva. Then it finally fell to pieces at 180,000 miles. Not bad, and then upgraded to a Cupra.
Fair play getting the mileage out of it.
Yes, right, 3 minutes to go. That is it. Harvey set that 1:19.151 quite a while ago now. Is it going to be beaten? The fastest time in practice, though, was Will Self at 1:19.035. So the free practice time still the fastest of all. Mind you, that could be about to change. We're just looking at the back of Dan Thackeray's car currently in the pits now. Just I can see it actually from our commentary position as well. He's what a season it's been for him. It's 11 wins, I think, for Dan Thackeray this season. 11 wins. Wow.
It's about that. We do have there was a stats bomb that was put out by Carl McKenna on the website about various victories. I think you're absolutely right. If I scroll down, yes, 11 class wins for Dan Thackeray, 3 for Ryan Cunningham.
Yeah, Will Self has picked up 6 wins in Class A. Kevin Talbot's had 3. Phil Wright's had 2. Tommy Knight's had 1. Bob Barron's had 1. Of course, you mentioned it at Knock Hill. In Class C, Matthew Rowling, wow, 9 wins for him. Andy Barnett, is it Andy Barnett's had 2, and Callum Houchin's had 3. So they are your race winners in 2025.
I think Will Self has come in, and I think that's his other half checking that his trousers are still clean after that after that sideways moment at Richie's corner. I'd be surprised if they were.
I don't think there's any shops around here where you can get some spare clothes from.
There is a garage right outside, but I don't think they sell spare trousers.
He's not too worried because they're back out again now.
Absolutely. Just mentioning as well, also who else was in there too? in terms of things. You can see on the screen as well, we mentioned it earlier on. If you want to vote for your Lucas Oil Driver of the Day, both in Racing Hondas and in Time Attack, if you're watching, you can do that. The QR code will pop up on the screen, so scan that, pick your driver of the day. Last time out, it was Spencer Fortag, which even though he had some really rough results, he still got driver of the day, which I thought was quite interesting.
Yeah,
but
I'd be amazed if we have any coming yet. A little bit premature, but yes, we will see how we get on throughout the day.
Some might be just picking Will Self, not for he's about to win the title, but of course just for that slide at Richie's corner, I would.
Yeah,
do that.
Let's see how we go. Right, we are in the closing stages now, aren't we? We've got less than a minute to go for this qualifying session. I've literally just clicked off the TSL timer. Let me pop that back on screen so we can keep up the speed. I'm actually, there you go, I've just updated for the qualifying session now. It's coming through, 40 seconds left of this session. The final qualifying session for the Racing Hondas Championship of 2025 here at Modified Live. Must be quite emotional for you as well, Scott. You've been with the series the whole year, haven't you?
I have, and it's been a real genuine pleasure and a privilege to be part of the championship in its third season. I think it's definitely the best season that they've had yet. It was my first time in the paddock when I stepped in Cadwell Park back in May, and since then I've grown the paddock. I've grown to build a lot of new friendships, a lot of new partnerships with the team that I work with and the drivers around and everyone who's involved in the championship, and indeed those who in the wider regions of Time Attack. And it's been a really rewarding paddock to be a part of, and I'm genuinely looking forward to, all things being well, to come back and do it again next year, fingers crossed, on that side, because it's been a really great thing to be a part of.
And there, sorry to interrupt, Scott, is the checkered flag. So the cars currently out on circuit on a hot lap can complete it now, and then we will have our grid and potentially our champion as well.
So checkered flag will be out then. As I said, unless Phil Wright can put in, but he's just crossed the line and hasn't improved on his time. So I think, unless Will Self somehow gets the time deleted, across Touchwood, I think that is going to be the two extra points that he'll pick up. He was rear end skittering around again as he braked for Brundle, turning in for Nelson. And I think he's just about to go on his way to cross the line. And yeah, given the fact that he will outscore Phil by 2 points in this qualifying session, so he'll get the second. No, in fact, no, he'll get the 5 points, because Josh Harvey's on current provisional pole, but he's a single round entry, so he won't score. So in actual fact, I do believe that will actually get 5 points for what would be the pole position rather than the 4.
Josh Harvey has taken a checkered flag, so he can't go any quicker. 1:19.151 currently the fastest time of anybody. And we having more cars come out. Wright has taken a checkered flag as well. Over they come. And Self has gone fastest.
Wow.
Will Self goes faster of all. 1:18.816. Wow, 0.335 faster than Josh Harvey. Well, he's suddenly turned up the dial.
Well, if that's the way you want to sign off the championship, there, even before we get to racing going on, that's the way you do it. Fastest time, 1:18.816. And naturally as well on top of that, because the Class A qualifying lap record set last year was in the wet, this is in the dry. That is emphatically, but I think incredibly compared to the wet time, about 15 seconds better than pole time last year. I'm doubting because of different conditions. But that is, of course, on top of that, he secured a new lap record in Class A. And I think with the 5 points, he also gets on top of that as well. I'm certain, given the fact that Phil will have 3 points, it's 2 more points scored. It should take his advantage from 31 to 33. So we believe, and I'll stress the word provisionally, that has essentially given Will Self the 2025 Class A title in Racing Hondas. And he didn't even have to start a race to do it.
Well said, Scott. Yes, indeed. Provisional being the key word there, of course. But Will Self with a selfless performance to put it on pole position. The only driver to go sub 1:19, a 1:18.816. Josh Harvey comes in second with a 1:19.151. Bob Barron with a 1:19.475. Then it's Wright, Dave Buki, Collins, McNeil, Thackeray, Alford. In fact, Thackeray, the fastest of all in Class B, with a 1:22.169. Just moving down into Class C. I just scrolled down and it is Matt Rowling, of course it is. Fastest of all in Class C with a 1:27.00 007. How good is that, Scott?
Yeah, there'll be some likely characters for Charlie to talk to down by the Lucas Oil board, which he's talked to quite a few times in 2025. And what's interesting also is that the front 3 cars are all EG Civics, so it is the EGs that prefer the circuit. On top of them is Will Self, who takes pole position by 0.3 of a second with a 1:18.8. That only gives him the fastest time. It also gives him the 5 bonus points, and because he out-qualified in terms of point scoring positions by 2 points in the qualifying top 5, it essentially, provisionally we stress, should give Will Self the Class A title in the process, so congratulations to him. Didn't even have to start a race to do it. Josh Harvey, who we said to watch out for, is on the front row alongside him. Could he be the 6th different winner this season from the front row of the grid in race 1? Bob Barron third to make it an EG Civic 1, 2, 3. Philip Wright, his local circuit, 4th fastest for him, the 2023 champion. Dave Bucke, we sort of slept on a little bit. Dave Bucke P5 in the EK Civic, 6th for Liam Collins, even though he had the smoke in qualifying for a bit. Hopefully that's not too serious. And then Fraser McNeil, 7th place in car number 7, followed by Dan Thackeray, the new Class B and overall champion, 8th fastest overall and fastest in Class B. James Alford and his EK Civic was 9th. Rounding out the top 10, the man contending for 2nd in the championship with Will Self. He's 2nd fastest in Class B. In rounding up the top 10 is Ryan Cunningham, the outgoing overall champion. Sam Linster, 3rd in Class B, ahead of Spencer Fortag, Lewis Barker and Sammy Mylan to round out the top 14. And then for 15th place downwards, as we scroll through the order, it will be from 15th place downwards. It's got Alpha Live guys to scroll it through. There we go. 15th for Luke Rasmussen, then 16th for Harry Greenhill, 17th for Danny Weston, who got out there after he didn't go out in practice earlier on. Then Owen Diver, our Class C pole sitter and provisional champion Matt Rowling, Callum Houchin and Jordan Morgans in the Class A DC5 Integra rounds off the 21 runners from qualifying. So, essentially, that is every single title provisionally, we think, sorted. We're now just waiting for drivers to make their way down to the Lucas Oil Board, where Charlie will quiz them on how they found that session. Yes. And it will now make it... this is going to make it kind of just a race now more for races for bragging rights rather than for securing any championship titles, isn't it?
Well, I think as soon as those lights go out, it's can sometimes be very, very exciting and enticing indeed. We've just seen the drivers down at Park Fermé getting out of the car, a few handshakes, a few fist pumps down there as well. I
can also see Will Self has got out. I think he's hugged his other half. I think he realises that he's done the job. So that's the first person he went over to congratulate him. So I think Will now realises what that means. And the key thing is he did proclaim it at the start of the season. I think he was more going for the overall title, but at the very least he said, I want to win the championship. And for the very first race, when he took that first race victory, he was on that course. Had a bit of a shaky couple of rounds after that, but went on a run of good victories, 4 or 5 victories in a row. And now he's gotten to the point where he is now at least provisionally Class A champion, we believe. And he's certainly going to look forward to that. I'm just going to fill a little bit before we get to our class pole sitter interviews.
Well, whilst we do that, whilst we just fill a little bit, can I just say I think Oddballs on the comment section has summed things up perfectly. Holy moly, Will. That's I think what a last lap that was.
He's also said as well on the stream, and I quote, Will's not needing new trousers. If there's any more of that, I'll need a nappy, is what he said. That's word for word what Oddballs has said on the stream.
Oh, dear. Just whilst we are filling a quick reminder of what's going on here at Snetterton on the 100 circuit, we have the Drift Pro Championship. Just making our way onto the track right now. It is Time Attack 1, the Club Pro Extreme. Alexi will join us very shortly for that. And, of course, a lot going on in the infield as well. We've got trades, exhibitors out there. We've got the Car Obsession show. There's trade stands. There's exhibitions everywhere. So much going on. Don't forget to pick up your program as well from various vendors around the circuit. There's food stalls. So much. And the sun has just come out just as Alexi makes his way up into the commentary box as well. The cars have made their way onto track for Time Attack. For the live stream, we are just waiting to hear from some of the drivers from the Racing Hondas Championship.
Yep, so we'll do that in just a moment's time when we throw. I can see they're getting just about ready down there, that they're in front of a Lucas Oil Board, so I'll get the signal on my ears in a minute to throw down when we're ready. And they are ready now. Let's head down to Charlie, who can have a chat with our class pole sitters at our new provisional Class A champion, Will Self. She's down there with Charlie.
Right, we are down here fresh off of qualifying and with our Class A champion, Will. Last lap dash, that was fantastic. Congratulations.
Thank you. Yeah, I came in towards the end and saw it was all quite close to the top, and I thought I probably had a better lap in me, so let the tyres cool down a bit. Went back out, got a bit fortunate with a tow off of a couple of Class B cars, and yeah, put a bit of a better lap together, and that was good enough.
Amazing, no, fantastic. Obviously, it's been quite a season. It was down to the wire, down to the last round. How has it been for you? Yeah,
hell of a season. Obviously, Cadwell at the start. With that big crash, it took a lot of, I don't know, cost a lot of money, took a lot, emotionally, like time and everything to get back on the grid for Donington and then push for the rest of the year. But yeah, it's great to have done it at the end. I thought after Cadwell, I didn't think I'd be back out at all, let alone in the position to win the Class A championship. So yeah, really happy.
Are you going to take it easy in the last 2 races, or are you going to give it your all?
I don't know. I think it's wet for the last one, isn't it? So I don't know. I might take it easy in that one, but no, I go for the win. Why not? Yeah,
absolutely.
Done the hard.
Might as well go for a triple.
Yeah, absolutely.
Amazing. Well, congratulations again, Will. Thank you so much. Brilliant stuff. Right, we're going to grab Dan over now. So Dan is our Class B pole. Dan, And, I mean, finish as we started. How was that?
It was nice to finish that night. We had a target that time. We didn't quite make it. It was a bit tricky actually with traffic. It's something that I've had to learn this year, is the different speeds between the cars makes it quite interesting when you're on a flyer and you're like, no. But luckily I had a clear enough lap to get pole, and this is exactly how we wanted to do start the weekend.
Confident going into this last 2 races?
I think so. I mean, congrats to Will as well. I've heard he's just done it, and Matt as well. So I think maybe it'll be a bit more tame. I think if it was on the line for those guys, the turn 1 might be a bit spicy. So I think it might be quite a grown-up couple of races, and we can have a stress-free.
What a nice show for everyone.
Exactly.
Yeah,
Exactly. That's the idea. And hopefully drive the car on the trailer later on.
Yeah, definitely. Amazing. Well, congratulations again. Thank you. Right, we're going to grab Matt over now. Class C pole. Matt, how was that?
Oh yeah, good fun. Yeah, it's quite a short, quite quick circuit. The faster boys are on you quite quick. But yeah, managed to get a clean lap and push one in. The lap time, I said I've just got into the 126s, but officially it's 127.08, I think, something like that.
Yeah.
But yeah, quite happy. Going to play with the car a little bit more and see if we can find a bit more.
No, definitely. Obviously, I see Callum had it for in the beginning there. It was a bit touch and then
Oh, did he?
second half, you just sort of was like, I'm still here.
Yeah, it's I don't fancy my chances for the races, if I'm honest. Callum's going to come past me. There's 2 long straights where he's just going to be flat on the flat to the mat all the time. So yeah,
It's always the famous last words. Though.
yeah, I know, but quality's gone okay. So I'll keep fingers crossed for a race. We're not gonna make it easy for him. We'll push him as hard as we can do. But let's see.
Enjoy the last 2 rounds.
Yeah, absolutely, exactly.
Brilliant stuff. Well, congratulations again. Thank you.
Cheers.
Brilliant stuff. Right, that's everything from us at qualifying. Congratulations again to Will for securing the Class A championship. Let's see what race 1 brings.
And straight into time attack we go, where our pro classes attack 1 has been underway for about 5 minutes now, while those interviews and so on were rounding up. So, in this new for 2025 format, attack 1 now scores drivers points based on how well and how fast they can lap compared to their peers in their class. So for those of you who are new to time attack and wondering what on earth is going on, in contrast to the Racing Honda's championship, at no point will our time attack drivers be racing wheel to wheel. All they are here to do is to try to set as fast a lap as they possibly can, what we might call that one perfect lap compared to other drivers in their class. That is what decides the winners and the runners-up. Watching the Lucas Oil live stream, I'm pleased to see that Oddballs has joined us on the stream. The comments on the YouTube stream are one of the, I think, real highlights of the Lucas Oil live stream. So thank you, everybody, for getting stuck in. I think the conversation really brings it to life and lends a sense of community to all of the proceedings, not only here in person in the paddock, but also online. We've got our own little buzzing paddock in the YouTube comments, so I absolutely love that. Please do keep getting involved, ask questions, contribute any little nuggets of information that you might have. So the new format for this year, we had the warm-up a little bit earlier on, and then now we have Attack 1, which scores points for our drivers. Attack 2, which scores points for our drivers. And Attack... Oh, this happens every single time, Attack 1, Attack 2. It's not Attack 3, it's Super Attack, and that scores the most points for our drivers. And so what that means is throughout the day, there's quite a lot of points up for grabs. If you're fast in Attack 1 and Attack 2 and Super Attack, then you're going to add quite a few points to your championship standings. And conversely, if you are fastest only in the Super Attack, which is like the main one, it's the end of the day, it's the grand finale, that's great. But if you're slower in attack 1 and attack 2, then you've lost a lot of points. And perhaps overall, actually, the driver who is consistently fast, maybe a runner-up, maybe they're second, but they're second in attack 1, second in attack 2, and second in super attack, they might come away with more points than if you were nowhere all day and then fast only in the super attack at the very end. So, interesting. It's a big change for this year, and that now has necessitated a higher standard of build and a more consistent style of driving, where you don't really want to just put it all on the line at the very end. You want to be fast consistently throughout the whole day. So it's a shake-up to how we've done things, but for me personally, it's made things more exciting, and I think for our viewers as well, it's made things more interesting too. Josh Barrett in the Caterham 620R. Now you can see him lapping on your screens. Those of you watching live from the trackside, of course, thank you for coming and welcome. Josh Barrett, heading into this round, is third in the Pro Class standings. So the Pro Class first place has already been sewn up by Luke Sędziakowski of the Tegua team, who consequently did not make the trip here to Snet today, because that championship from his point of view has been already all concluded. At least that's my understanding, that's my reading of the situation. But the championship battle for second and third in Pro Class very much still alive between Bradley John and Josh Barrett. Two very different machines, the Mitsubishi Evo and the Caterham 620R. In years gone by, sometimes we've split Pro Class into Pro 2-wheel drive, Pro 4-wheel drive, depending on the number of entries and whether we can afford to do that. But for 2025, they've all been rolled together into the Pro Class, which means that we have Evos battling Caterhams, battling NSXs, which makes for very interesting viewing indeed. Who's that coming into the... What's that coming over the hill? It is Mick Porter in the monstrous R35 GTR.
There's a song in that, Alex.
I know. I'm wondering who's going to catch that. Who's going to catch that? There we go.
And you did say monstrous.
I did say monstrous. That was not an accident.
I'm impressed.
Mick Porter has been in Time Attack for a while. We remember him from driving an R32 GTR in the past, although now he's in an R35 GTR. In the meantime, Ilya Krylov has taken a little adventure off the track and now heads straight into the pits. Not too sure what happened there. He did have some issues yesterday. He was doing some running here at Snet 200 just yesterday, and he, if I recall correctly, had an issue with his drive shaft and also a wheel bearing. I think it was those two things. And so of course the usual frantic late night Facebook marketplace negotiations ensued, and he found something somewhere in the country, drove and did the fix overnight. 1:30 a.m. they finished the repairs, which actually by Time Attack standards is pretty early.
Well, do you know what I find incredible, that sort of thing? I always find the amount of stories when I'm in a paddock and the car breaks down and they need to go get pieces and they disappear and they come back and they fixed it. Why does it take 3 weeks for me to get an MOT slot?
Because you're looking in the wrong places. Yeah, I know what you mean.
Alex, I've got a weather. When you came back into the comms box, a little bit ago, just as the Racing Honda's Championship qualifying was finishing, it just coincided as the sun came out as well. So thank you very much. It's actually quite hot in this comms box now, isn't it?
Out, yeah.
But let me give you a quick weather update as well. You won't believe it right now. It looks glorious, doesn't it? And it looks like it's going to stay this way for the rest of the day. I hate to be the bearer of bad news. It looks like it's getting a bit better in pushing further and further back. But about 3 o'clock, we've got about a 50% chance of rain. It does look like from 5 o'clock, which is right at the end of the day, actually. We could almost be done. From 5 o'clock, it is going to rain for 2 or 3 hours or so. So if you're leaving the circuit, just remember to do drive carefully down the A11, whichever way you're going, of course, because I think it is going to be wet this evening.
Yeah, I've got some bandages on my belly, and they're getting a bit sweaty right now in this weather. So I'd welcome it getting a bit cooler. Actually,
I'm so glad you shared that with us.
Yeah. It's hot. I don't know if it's the same outside, but but we're in a little glass box.
We are in a glass.
Like
so that's why.
We're like an ant under a magnifying glass.
Listen, I'm just going to start taking some clothes off up here now.
Yeah. Yep. I mean, I've got the official Time Attack shirt. I'm not sure if I'm allowed to take that off. Okay, it's a bit chilly out there, apparently.
Can actually, just on that as well, we just heard from production there saying that, can we give a shout out to the camera operators as well for the live stream? I do this whenever I do live coverage because they spend the entire day out in the middle of a field somewhere by themselves with very, very few comfort breaks, let's put it that way. And they bring you all of these pictures live and completely free. So a big thank you to all the camera operators out there. They do a wonderful job.
Yeah, incredible. And of course, this stream made possible and sponsored by Lucas Oil. So I think it's a big thanks to them as well for making the stream possible and making it happen in the first place, which has been a very welcome addition to the coverage for this year. So I think it's been a very popular return to the live stream for this year. And, it's interesting you were just saying that. Of course, we have the trackside photographers as well, who have quite a tricky job too, but not to try to downplay their sacrifice, but they're moving around, right?
Yeah.
But the camera operators, they are stood there for a whole day. They're just stood there.
Yeah.
Wow.
And when it rains, there's no hiding place for them either. So, credit to them. A big thank you to all of the organisers. Of course, Time Attack, what a fantastic job you guys have done in 2025. And what a way to round out the season today as well. It's been fantastic to be with you today. Big thank you, as ever, to the marshals. I don't want to be cliche or anything, but we really can't go racing without them. You can't go racing without a circuit. You can't go racing without teams and drivers. You can't go racing without organisers and marshals. So
I don't think that's a cliche. That's just I think in fact that's not done enough. I think it should be a cliche, but it's not. I think you make some really valid points there.
I hate to say it, but you can go racing without us. So thanks for having us, really. Oh dear. Right, yes, here we go. Where are we? We're kind of going off topic a little bit, haven't we? 5 minutes left to go of this session, and it is Simon Norris going very well indeed. 107.998, 2.922 seconds faster than John in the Mitsubishi Evo 9 there, and that was set. The 107 was set on the last lap as well, so it's getting quicker and quicker and quicker. In fact, this is probably the best. I reckon probably the next hour or so is going to be the best track conditions we're going to have all day long. So if we're going to see some records tumble, it's going to be in the next 60 to 90 minutes, I think.
Yeah. Yep. Good point. Martin Henry, you can see a great lick of flame out of the right side exhaust. That very, very well-developed Z20 powered Astra Mark V VXR, dry sump and all. One of the Martin Henry was explaining this to me with great pride. I think it's a fair point, actually, because he still has an H-pattern gearbox, which in the pro classes, a lot of people are now running some kind of sequential flappy paddle, whether it's a sequential or whether it's a DSG or something like that. Actually, perhaps Josh Barrett might also try to look into the cockpit there. It's one of the few cars that you can see so clearly into, but didn't quite get a good look. I wonder if that Caterham is an H pattern, but I'm not sure. Martin Henry assured me that he is the fastest H pattern gearboxed car in Time Attack, which could well be true. Very fast machine indeed. Listening to it, that doesn't sound like he's fiddling around with a clutch pedal and crunch, crunch, crunch. That sounded very quick and seamless as he backed it into the next gear.
Perfect. Yeah, that's the 145 of Barrett there in the Caterham 620R. As we mentioned before, we've got a Mitsubishi Lancer Evo 9 out there. In fact, we've got two Evo 9s out there, haven't we? We've got a track Formula Evo as well, a Caterham, the Peugeot 205, a Spooner. I love that car. The Vauxhall Astra VXR, a Clio as well, and the Nissan R35. In fact, the Nissan isn't out, is it, of Porter? Porter's Nissan hasn't set lap time yet.
But it looks like it's gone back in. Yeah, let's take a look. Oh, indeed, and there aren't that many cars out on track at the moment, but of course, this is...
the sun. It's the sun on my laptop screen.
Yes,
We've only got two cars on track.
Because the little icon is grey and it fades against the black background if you're using the TSL website in the sun. In fact, we've just had, Krylov, Martin Henry's just gone in as well. So it's Josh Barrett only on track. And actually, this happens time after time after time. Josh Barrett is running very light car with a relatively unstressed engine. And what we see is Josh Barrett is probably the only car in the Pro class which can go out and send it for a full 20-minute session, which is, of course, what these cars were designed to do from the factory. All Josh Barrett did was just tickle and fettle it a little bit so it can do that a little bit better, but ultimately that's what they were made to do. They're super light, they're small, they're not really stressing anything in particular. Great cooling as well. So yeah, we've seen this time and time again where he goes out at the first second of the session going green, and he's the last one back in the pits because he can just attack and attack and attack, which has its own strategic value. You know, we look at a driver's pace, we look at the quality of the machine, but of course the seat time is such a big factor as well. We have an open pit lane format, unlike some other there's other similar stuff like sprinting, hill climb, rallying, which are against the clock. But in those disciplines, it's one car on its own, and they have dedicated allocated slots to do so. In time attack, we have an open pit lane. You have 20 minutes. You can go and take as many stabs at this as you want, and not all the drivers are able to take advantage of that, but Josh Barrett is. So he's out there lapping and lapping and lapping. His current best then a 1:15.2, which is good enough for third in the Pro class. I think, the odds are stacked against him here at Snetterton 200 just because of that massive Bentley straight. These Caterhams aren't known for their aerodynamics, especially once you start putting wings on them, nor are they terribly powerful either. So yeah, I think he's definitely fighting an uphill struggle here. But to balance it out, he's getting more seat time than anyone else. So very interesting stuff indeed. 11 seconds remain in the session. We're not going to see really any changes to the leaderboard. So the provisional results for Attack 1 are as you see them on your screens, because everyone except for Josh Barrett has done their driving and they're in the pits nice and early.
Yes, for those at the circuit, it is Simon Norris, the fastest of all. Sorry, Alexia, I'm just looking over your shoulder here. 1:07.998, and Bradley John with a 1:10.920. Colin Dorwood a 1:11.906. Michael Osborne a 1:14.198, and Josh Barrett has just come over and taken a checker flag, a 1:15.134. Darren Spooner a 1:17.864. Martin Henry a 1:18.431. Ilyav Krylov with a 1:18.761, and no time there from Porter. So the checkered flag has fallen here for time attack 1 for the Club Pro Extreme. Straight into the action though, because now we will have the time attack 1 for Club 2-wheel drive and Club 4-wheel drive. Another 20-minute session coming up for you. Lots going on around the circuit. As we've said, you've got the Drift Pro Championship on the 100 circuit. We've got the Car Obsession show a little bit further down in the outer field over there, but plenty going on. We've got some crazy karts in the middle here as well inside the paddock. Brilliant stuff indeed. There's plenty of trade exhibitors selling plenty of incredible wares out there as well, and car shows galore. So a lot to see around Snetterton today. Do keep up to speed with everything, but coming up next, it's time attack 1 for the Club 2-wheel drive and Club 4-wheel drive.
So you can just see Josh Barrett there at the back of your screen. He makes his way back into the pit lane, and all of our drivers will now be going into Parc Fermé, as this is a classified point scoring session. In the meantime, while we wait for our pro cars to leave the track and our club cars to join it, Susie has been in the paddock catching up with Neil Robson. One interview that I'm actually really looking forward to, because this BMW 135i is very interesting indeed.
So here I'm in the pits with Mr. Neil Robson. Good morning.
Good morning. How you doing?
Yeah, I'm not bad at all. So I'm catching up with you because so you've got this so 135, not the 1M, although it has the arches. But you were having an absolute blast at Knock Hill, right, in the last round.
I was. It was. I was smiling ear to ear. It was the best 20 minutes I've probably ever had in the car driving. It was hilarious. I was trying to go as fast as possible, but the car was going as sideways as possible. And it looked like I was doing a drift competition, but I was actually trying to go fast, and it was just good fun. I really, really enjoyed it.
I mean, when we were watching it, I was very concerned. You know, it starts raining, rear-wheel drive. I'm like, they're not going to enjoy this at all. You were just having the time of your life.
Yeah, so it was dry for the first 3 sessions we did. We queued up in the pit lane, started raining. Tyres were still on dry setting. Suspension was on dry setting. Hadn't changed anything on a track that is really bad for rear-wheel drive, really. And I thought, oh dear, this is it. And I went out there and just had fun. And I had no idea how fast I was going to be at all. I was just enjoying it. And I only came in because I ran out of fuel at the end because I'd fueled it for dry. And I was just doing lap after lap after lap trying to find the grip. Came in and the guys in the pit lane had the live feed on the screen on a mobile. They said, you're in first place. I was like, no, surely not. And I watched the live feed and it was Johnny Fletcher who was closest to me. And I was watching the last 3 minutes on the live feed, and he spun off on the last lap. He was getting faster and faster. And unbelievably, I took the win. Admittedly, there was less cars there in that class because it's not kill. But yeah, I couldn't believe it. It was just the best day. It was really, really good. I really enjoyed it.
It was fantastic to watch as well. And we think you should have got extra drift points as well. But tell us a little bit about the car, because when we last spoke to you in Brands, you've made a few adjustments to it.
Yes, so basically I was down on power big time in the straights. I mean, last time I was here, I was 300 horsepower, and I was 20 mile an hour down on the back straight compared to the competition. The corner the speed of the car is pretty good. I've added the aero to it, and I watched the onboard videos of everyone else, and it seems it's there or thereabouts with the majority of the guys. It was just that straight line speed. So we've now got hybrid turbos on it, 850 pounds off eBay. Remapped it myself using a £150 tuning box. And we put it on the dyno, and it's now 533 horsepower. So it's a lot of power. It's still probably 5 to 10 mile an hour down on the fastest cars in the class, but it has closed it up quite a bit. So yeah, the development's going well. Fingers crossed we can continue it into next year, as long as I can get into the championship next year, hopefully, and then we can build on that and hopefully have a few more podiums.
Yeah, and that extra power is really going to help you today on the 200 circuit, right?
It is, the 2 big straights, but I know some of the guys are like over 140 miles an hour on that back straight. I hopefully will be in the 130s. It's going to help. I think I'll still be just outside the top 3. Hopefully if I can get sort of 4th, 5th, I'll be laughing. I'll be really happy.
I would say normally you hope it doesn't rain this afternoon, but actually you seemed pretty happy last time.
I do like the rain, I do, but I come from front wheel drive in the rain, and it's fantastic. So I got used to it pretty quick. First time using the tyres, and these tyres are incredible. I was only braking maybe 2 car lengths earlier than in the dry conditions, and I was really, really impressed. So yeah, with a few setup changes, if it does get wet, who knows? We'll give it a good try.
Well, we'll see what happens. Maybe see some more drifting action.
Well, they have put a camera in my car for attack 1, so I feel obliged to have to go sideways a little bit, so we'll see.
Well, good luck out there.
Thank you very much. Cheers.
Great stuff there from Neil. Interesting what he was saying. So, I mean, what a age we live in, where he bought himself a 150-pound tuning box and mapped it himself. And in fact, I did it literally the same thing. Actually, perhaps he was a bit more involved. I just flashed it with a map from the internet. But you know, I mapped my own Volvo, and he mapped his own. I mean, perhaps he wrote the map himself too, which is even more impressive. But what a time to be alive. And you know, he's got 500 odd horsepower now, and even now he's complaining about, you know, he's still lacking speed on the straight and so on. I mean, what a time to be alive, where 500 horsepower is slow. It's unbelievable. You know, it wasn't that long ago that 500 horsepower was supercar territory. But nowadays, 500 horsepower is slow. David Dyson takes a little excursion off the track just before the pit lane entrance in his Cayman GT4. If I remember correctly, it's been a few years since I've driven here, But as you're coming around Coram and braking into Murray's, the left-hand side of your car is super loaded up, and you're carrying a lot of speed through there, and you're offline, and then you need to shift over to the right and brake really, really hard into Murray's. And what happens is that can unsettle the car so much and really throw it around. And I suspect that might be what happened to David Dyson there, as we saw there's a name. You got the 911s with the big clearance, the Dakar. I think maybe he thought he had a Cayman Dakar there for a moment and took a little off-road excursion, and then remembered, oh no, it's a GT4 RS. Let's get back on the track.
Yeah, he certainly fancied that, didn't he? If you're in the circuit and you've got a program right now, it's a good time to turn to page 13 for the time attack. It just gives you a bit of a season showdown. Right now, of course, it's time attack 1 for the Club 2-wheel drive and Club 4-wheel drive. Club 2-wheel drive leaders David Dyson. It's quite an open one, actually. This, isn't it? Johnny Fletcher and Luke Capehorn all going well in that one. In the Club 4-wheel drive, Alexander Volkov, of course, has been flying this season, hasn't he? But Dean Taylor, Andy Grady, certainly names to watch out for as well. Volkov has already secured the title, but a ballot is for second place. Just 2 points separate Dean Taylor and Andy Grady, so every lap will count in the fight for second place.
So interesting, and again, this is why I love the comments, because some really smart people watching this, and Cherry Racing here of this parish, who has been involved with Time Attack. Michael Osborne is still on H-pattern gearbox, so it's not only Martin Henry, there are others as well in the pro classes who are running an H-pattern. So nice bit of knowledge there. Michael Osborne in the Osborne Motorsport Evo 6, still running on an H-pattern. Renshaw Drives asked, are there overall standings for TA Time Attack based on points regardless of class? On the Time Attack website, I'm not too sure what you're trying to work out there, but on the Time Attack website, you have all that data there, and I think you might be able to sort it by class or not by class overall and so on. Of course, like Ian just said, the event program also gives an overview of the top 3 in each class, but the full standings, and I think you can filter it by class or look at it just overall, are also available on the Time Attack website. But do keep the questions and indeed corrections coming. Great to know that Michael Osborne's still running an old school gearbox. That's what we like to see.
Proper gearbox.
Proper.
Let's call it that, shall we? Yes.
Let's call it that. Yep. I support that.
A lot of you getting in contact, as Alex said there on the live chat. Do keep your comments coming in. We're actually on a few channels today, but the main one certainly the Alpha Live and the Time Attack organisation. If you're in the circuit and want to shout out, as I've said on social media, have posted a picture out there. So head over to Twitter at IanWaterhouse1 or on Instagram Ian.Waterhouse2. Drop me a message and we'll give you a shout out. It's your birthday, you're celebrating an anniversary, or anything like that. We want to know, and of course we'll give you a nice little shout out. So do keep those comments coming in wherever you are. And again, a reminder, let us know where you're watching too. A lot of you getting in contact. We've got Tracy Thornton, Team MMT Performance, watching from a motorhome in front of Garage 1. I think I can probably see them from here, actually. So excellent stuff. Yes, right, how long have we got left on this session? 13 minutes.
Good chunk left.
Yep.
Good to see Andy Grady back on track in the GR Performance Mitsubishi Evo. This is the one that runs the Volkswagen DSG gearbox, the only Evo in the world that I'm aware of that has successfully managed to make that box work. It's the DQ500, so the all-wheel drive version, and we saw a stoppage on track earlier during a warm-up there, and so feared the worst given the precedent that we've seen with Andy Grady's luck. But great news is that he is back on the circuit, and currently his best lap time of 1:17.2, meaning that he's 3rd in Club 4-wheel drive. Now he does run a little bit less power. Oh my goodness! Stu Summers there looking very smoky indeed, and that smoke reaching quite far back on the track.
Yeah.
The car's still smoking.
Gone off at the Wilson Apex up there, look, and facing the wrong way at the minute, so yellow flags down there.
trying to work out if that was a lockup or something is smoking. Because he was stationary, and there's still quite a lot of there's stationary, and there's quite a lot of smoke still coming from it. And in fact,
we've just been told, haven't we? We think it could be on fire down there at the minute. So
what's the CCTV saying?
we're on this one down here. Look,
okay.
down at Wilson. It's facing the wrong way at the minute. I'm not seeing any marshals
there
run
it is.
over. There
Okay,
it
he's
is.
out.
Yeah. And I think it is on fire because he's signalling to a marshal to try and get over there as soon as they can to deal with that. So fingers crossed everything will be okay.
Red flag.
And yes, that is exactly the reason why. So red flag here in this session for time attack. Attack 1 for the Club 2-wheel drive and Club 4-wheel drive. And we did have 11 minutes left on the clock. I've said there is a bit of movement in the timetable today. Due to the on-track action due to finish at 5:10. I believe curfew here is here at least between sort of 5:30 or 6. So, in fact, it's even later. Snetterton do a lot of 24-hour races as well because we're in the middle of nowhere. Essentially, you can get away with it, which is cool. Why at a lot of circuits in UK, I think it's only Snetterton and Anglesey that have a 24-hour license now. So all the other circuits, because they are reasonably close to some built-up areas, are not able to run through the night.
Does Silverstone not have some night stuff?
Yeah, but into the night. I don't think. I'm not so sure. I mean, it might have special dispensation for a couple of events. Okay. But I know because I've done the 2CV Citroens around here for 24 hours, and I know Anglesey's done quite a few 24-hour races as well. But yes, so I think there is a little bit of movement. I mean, the issue actually isn't necessarily if there was a curfew. It's just light, isn't it? Really, now that the evenings are drawing in.
Yeah. And on that note, actually, it reminds me how a few years ago we actually did a nighttime time attack here at Snetterton. It was the end of year round, so same as this, where it starts to get dark quite early. And I mean, it wasn't that; it was like 6 or 7 p.m. And we managed to actually run a time attack session at night.
Ooh,
that was
nice.
That was good fun. I think that was maybe 5 years ago or so. In the meantime, I believe we have Susie in the paddock with another interview.
So I'm here down in the pits grabbing a quick couple of minutes with Simon Norris from his Pro Extreme car. So good morning, Simon. How you doing?
Yeah, morning. Good, thank you.
So we didn't see you over the last couple of rounds, did we? But you're back today with the car. And anything interesting been changed?
No, not really. Since Knock Hill, we went to, obviously hadn't been there for well over a decade. Came back, a few bolt checks, nothing major, no major changes. All those big changes have been done quite a while ago. It seems to be working well, so we're sticking with the same format at the moment.
And from chatting to you earlier on in the year, we noticed actually there's been a few changes to the car since we last talked about the spec, because originally twin-charged and still the four-wheel drive system, but a few changes there.
Yeah, that's an understatement. Yeah, so we went down a bit of an alleyway with the development of the car, with twin-charged, four-wheel drive, power. It's a big part of the mix anyway, still is, but we've gone for lightweight, remove anything that we could try, and things you don't want to remove, like the twin charge is amazing. So that's a thing that you will definitely want to keep, but it's an expensive weight. So we came down to basically take everything off we could, possibly. Cut the doors in half, replace B-pillars, go two-wheel drive to remove the front diff, front shafts, take the twin charger off, go for a smaller turbo, all kinds of things. Not because we thought we needed it, but we wanted to give the lightweight option a real chance to get a true back-to-back from where we were to where we are now. So that was the big change we did. But that was 2/3 of the way through 2024. We tested that at Donington last year was the first outing for that sort of all-new spec, if you like.
So how much weight do you think you saved in total?
I don't need to think, I know. So we were 12.15 before with no driver. We got down to 10.40 with no driver, so massive, massive difference. We've still got a fair bit we want to try over the winter. We're hoping to get it into the 900 range, then plus fuel, plus driver, obviously. So, and going from that heavy weight in the braking zones, the cornering, you don't notice so much in acceleration, but it is very noticeable the way the car behaves, the way it works the tyres. So as an example, Brands Hatch, our PB was 43.8 on I think 2.6 or 2.7 bar of boost four-wheel drive. well, we tested it in December 23 with the spec, or was it December? No, December 24, sorry. And we did 43.8 and 1.4 bar of boost. So 300 horsepower less or something, because the car handled better and was just more dynamic, I guess. So.
And now you've got rid of the supercharger. Are you noticing the difference out of corners?
Yeah, absolutely, yes. We went for a different diff ratio, so we changed that to lower the gearing, because the car's obscenely high geared anyway, because it used to be an all-round car, so top speeds, quarter miles, circuit work as well. So it's had to be a jack of all trades, whereas we've kept the same Hollinger box, double overdrive, but we've reduced the ratio in the rear, so all the gears are lower, to try and help really go through the box rather than wait for the turbo to come on. It's still very responsive, but not the instantaneous response that we had previously. But again, everything's compromised, so we tried that compromise, and we're fairly happy with it.
And so obviously last round of the season, but have you got any more changes lined up over winter?
Yeah, there's some weight stuff we want to do. We've got a different aero design with the floor and the rear diffuser or tunnels, which we might do the tunnels this winter. We might do it winter 26, because that's quite a big project. It might involve rear suspension arms being changed. So we might do that, definitely get some more weight out. We've got a few little things we want to do, which might pull another 40 or 50 kilos out, so into that 900 bracket, hopefully. That's more of a sort of just a psychological place you want to get. But that still, everything helps, as anyone who drives race cars or motorbikes knows weight is your enemy. So we've got those to try for the winter. So we may do quite a lot, we may do just a few things, we'll see.
Excellent. Well, we look forward to seeing it out. It's good to see you back. And yeah, good luck out there this afternoon.
Thanks very much.
Really, do you know there were quite a few. Ian would have seen I was furiously scribbling away throughout that, and I say it time and time again, but I absolutely love these interviews. Sometimes we manage to sneak in a few shots, close-ups of the car as well, which is always great fun. But on this occasion, just some very interesting stuff there from Simon Norris. 1040 kilos without driver is incredibly light. As far as I knew, that car was twin-charged, but there we go. That is actually now simply running a smaller turbo, 300 horsepower less, but crucially about 170 kilos less as well, and faster overall as a result. Really, really interesting stuff.
Yeah, I'm not so sure if those interviews are going out over the circuit comms, but yeah, really good stuff to hear, certainly on the live stream. So if you are around the circuit and didn't catch up, you can hear that interview on the live stream. Head over to the Time Attack organisation. I mean, it might be going out, but I don't think I could hear anything. A little bit of work going on the circuit as well, just to make sure everything is clear. We're still under the red flag, of course, for the Time Attack, Attack 1, the Club 2-wheel drive, Club 4-wheel drive. It looks like Summers Saxo has been moved now, but there is, I've just seen a service vehicle pull away from Wilson, and it looks like they've just put something down on the circuit just to dry things up a little bit down there. So hopefully not too long before we get back onto the track action. I can see the Drift Pro Championship cars are just lining up as well on the Snetterton 100 circuit, so plenty of action there. And don't forget the Car Obsession show we've got a little bit further out in the outer paddock. There's a lot of car exhibitors over there too, and plenty of trade stalls for you to get involved with. And if you're feeling a bit peckish or a little bit thirsty, there's plenty of food and drink stalls as well. The sun is shining here at Snetterton. How long is it going to last for, though? In fact, actually, just talking about Summers cars, it's just coming back into the paddock near us, up by Parc Fermé on that flatbed now. I'm just looking at the cameras, the circuit cameras up by Wilson. It's like the marshals are moving back into position. So big thank you, big shout out to the recovery team and the marshals there. Looks like they've done a wonderful job, and hopefully in the next couple of minutes or so, we'll be back onto the track action here at Snetterton Modified Live 2025.
Yeah, you can see all that sawdust. Not sawdust. What is it they put down? Like clay dust.
Yeah, it's like a chalk, isn't it? Just to soak everything up.
Yeah. So some fluids and stuff spilled all over the place as well, just on that corner there. But hopefully, with the dust laid down, that shouldn't be too bad. Oddballs asks on the comments about the Peugeot 205. not sure which one you mean. There are two that are well known in Time Attack. That's Andy York's machine, which is not here today, and Darren Spooner's Spooks machine, which is here today. So hopefully that answers your question if I've understood correctly. But Darren Spooner is here. He was in the would have been running in the previous session, the pro cars. We have Club 2-wheel drive and Club 4-wheel drive on track now, but I believe Darren Spooner is here today.
Yeah, good news as well. We are back on track as well. We are under green flag conditions now here at Snetterton. So if you are around the circuit, eyes back onto the track as the cars make their way back out to continue this session.
Yep, Neil Robson there. You would have just seen him in that BIB performance. BMW 135i, who Susie was interviewing earlier, hybrid turbo, DIY mapped, 500 horsepower or so. And somehow he found himself winning at Knock Hill at the previous round, even though that wasn't really something he was thinking about. He was just having a great time. And I think in doing so, sometimes when you're in your element and the car comes together and it dances around as it should, and you're getting carried away with how much fun you're having, you do sometimes find yourself also accidentally going very, very fast as a result.
It's amazing what no pressure can do, isn't it?
It's incredible. It's literally that. It's literally that. Yeah. You forget about all of that stuff, and you unlock the extra performance without even realizing.
Right, we're back underway, and we've got 9.5 minutes of this session to go. Volkov in the Nissan GTR 35. Oh, sorry, hang on. I am, yes, sorry. 1:14.077, the fastest of anybody. 2.621 seconds ahead of Taylor in the Mitsubishi Eva, the number 71 car, both four-wheel drive there. The fastest two-wheel drive car at the minute is the 64 Fletcher, the Vauxhall Astra, a 1:17.267. So, as we said before, the conditions are pretty good now, although it is very windy out there. We can't feel it up here in the comms box. So I'm looking at the Time Attack flags fluttering along the pit lane here, and the Snetterton MSV flags as well around the circuit. It is a consistent billowing wind down here, and it's going to hit them sideways actually as they come down the start-finish straight, the centre straight here at Snetterton on the 200 circuit, the power circuit here. Of course, if you've never been to Snetterton before, hello, welcome. What a brilliant circuit we have. 3 circuits here actually. The 300 incorporates the 200 and the 100, so the 100 is the middle section, isn't it, around Agostini, which actually, if you ever come to a meeting for the 300, Agostini is a fantastic viewing point as well. The Snetterton 200, 2 miles, of course. The Snetterton 300, 3 miles. And that's kind of how it works.
Interesting, in the meantime, Stuart Andrew in the Volkov Motors R35 GTR looked rather out of shape and rejoining the track, so I think perhaps he had a moment there. But also Luke Capehorn in the 420 Midnight Motorsport Astra VXR, who we haven't seen a great deal of today. And in fact, I was walking through the pits and found him there under the car absolutely reeking of gearbox oil. So he was pretty coy about what's going on, so not sure there, but great to see that he is back on track. I know these Astra VXRs they're known for gearbox troubles. I think it's called an M32, if I remember correctly from my VXR days. I think that's known as an M32 gearbox, but they're known for being a bit chocolatey. So perhaps that was the issue there. Well, I mean, no, if that was the issue, that would have been game over, actually. But no, he's back on track, so that's great to see. Luke Capehorn there, one of our club two-wheel drive front runners. So our top 3 coming into round 8 are David Dyson, Johnny Fletcher, and Luke Capehorn. So let's see how that battle goes. As we've discussed earlier on, our drivers are going to need to be fast throughout Attack 1, Attack 2, and Super Attack. And so what that means is a lot of points up for grabs, points in 3 different sessions. So that can really add a big tally to your championship standings if you're fast consistently. So let's see how that battle goes.
Yeah, as you mentioned, talk about the championships as well. We've touched on it briefly, but Club two-wheel drive, David Dyson, Johnny Fletcher, and Luke Capehorn. It's not been decided yet, has it, for the four-wheel drive Alexander Volkov, the man who is fastest of anybody currently circulating Snetterton, is already crowned the champion. But there is a battle on to be runner-up between Dean Taylor and Andy Grady this afternoon.
Yep, both of them in matching Evos as well, although, of course, Andy Grady with the DSG gearbox and around 800 horsepower or thereabouts. But yeah, interesting to see how that battle develops. It was interesting how Time Attack at one point was very much a Mitsubishi Evo formula. But that's not really been the case this year, and I think we've seen a nice mix of Evos and GTRs in the four-wheel drive classes. Very interesting stuff indeed.
What would be your, somebody watching this for the first time, Alexi, or here at Snetterton or on the live stream, and wanting to get started? So, and let's say that they have a reasonable budget, not a silly budget, but let's say I've got, I don't know, 15 grand. What do I do?
15 grand?
What do I do?
Oh my, I thought you were going to say 1,500.
Okay. Well, I wasn't too sure. Let's say, okay, five.
Yeah,
I've got £5,000.
5,000.
What do I do with that?
Wow, those are
Those
are big numbers.
Is that still a big number?
That's a big number. Do you know?
Okay, I've got 500 quid.
Yeah, so 500. Right.
I could probably do 500.
500 quid. This is a great question, and I love this question.
By the way, I don't have 15 grand either.
I love this question, and my answer.
I meant for the whole season as well. I didn't just mean.
Okay. Oh, do you mean in terms of like car, or is that what?
Yeah. I need the whole hog. I need the car,
okay,
entry fee, the whole lot.
Right. I would say, and I've fallen into this trap myself. I would say don't get hung up on finding the right car. I would say get seat time. Whatever you can. It's got to be manual. It's got to be a manual. You've got to learn the craft. Whatever you can get seat time in. If it's a Yaris, if it's a 1 litre Yaris for 500-600 quid, go for it. If it's a Saxo, if it's an MX-5, whatever it is, I'd say don't do anything too expensive that you're going to cry about breaking, because you're going to break stuff, you're going to learn to fix stuff, but just get seat time. I think it's very 1.2 litre Clio, whatever. It doesn't, just get seat time. Whatever car you have, just get seat time.
There you go. If anybody's watching this or at Snetterton now has got spare 500 quid. You want to give me? I'll be out in a Clio next season. Good stuff indeed. Thanks, Lexi. 3.5 minutes to go of this section. Still your four-wheel drive champion, Volkov, in the Nissan GTR 35. Fastest of all, 1:14.07 seconds. 1.240 seconds faster than Taylor, who's second in the four-wheel drive. In the two-wheel drive, it's Butler in that BMW M3, 1:17.087. And we have Kershaw hasn't done any. I haven't seen Kershaw at all actually in that Ford Focus.
Yeah. Oh, he's just said a 1. There you go. Said a 132, but a 130. Yeah,
oh, there you go. Just come over the line.
Yeah. Is that an out lap? Is that an in lap? I'm not sure. Or is that just a lap? Who knows?
It'll be a time. Yes.
It's a time.
It's a time. It is the first completed. I don't know if it's a flying lap, but it's the first completed circulation of the circuit under time conditions.
Yep. That is a good officialese. That is the correct terminology for all of the above. Luke, Cape Horn. So actually, if you are new to Time Attack and you're wondering what's the flashing light on the back of the car, I gave you a very simplified version. If you're in a hot lap, your headlights are on. If you're in a regular lap, your headlights are not on. If you're in a cool down lap, in other words, with the exception of Josh Barrett, perhaps, in the Caterham, most cars, and these were cars bought from dealerships once upon a time, if it's not a factory-built track car, factory-built race car, most cars are not made, even if you do all the upgrades, they are not really happy doing lap after lap, hot lap after hot lap after hot lap for 20 minutes, 30 minutes, an hour, whatever. Cars and drivers are happier doing some attack laps and then some cool down laps, and that's because of your intake temps, your brake temps, your tire temps. When you put too much energy and strain through them, all these things start getting very hot, and then they start performing quite badly or even breaking. So
I suppose that's like all motorsport as well, isn't it? Really, it's you very rarely see half an hour. You don't see it in Formula One, do you? It's Formula One is essentially
even then, yeah,
who can get to the checkered flag in first in the slowest possible time, isn't it? Normally,
yeah. That's very true. And what happens here is the difference between a cool-down lap and a hot lap is so vast that to give chasing drivers a bit more of a visual warning that the car ahead is going slowly, they have a flashing red light on the back of their car. So if you're wondering what that is, you're thinking, well, that looks like a rain light, but it's not raining. That's actually the cool-down light. Oh, look at this. Oh, my goodness. That is a great shot there of Neil Robson. Oh, he fell.
I've just watching him. He's just come around Corman. I saw him get a little bit sideways. He's just come through Murray's, the final corner here at Snetterton, on to the start-finish straight. He's not going to dive into the pits either. Down onto the centre straight, past our commentary position in that blue BMW, the number 218. If you're watching around the circuit, they're just heading into turn 1 up at Rich's now, and a bit of a moment there, but one for the fans there, I think.
Yeah, I mean, he's definitely going to clip that and save it on his. It's going to be his phone, like wallpaper. It's going to be everything. He's going to have that on his PC. He's going to have DVDs of that, tapes of that. That was an incredible shot. It's such a great thing that the camera team caught that and put that on the stream. And of course, as you're coming through, and we mentioned this before, that final sequence of corners is so difficult because you're coming in really fast with your left side super loaded up, and then you've got to brake hard and turn to the left as well. Puts you all out of shape. And Neil there in the interview with Susie talking about, you know, how tail happy that car is. And that transition is difficult enough when you're grip driving. And his car is already a little bit out of shape there, and we're well into the transitioning territory, as it's known in the drift world. And I think great job there for not getting even more out of shape. I think very exciting moment there for Neil, but also a bit scary. But he managed to keep it together for the most part.
Give him a clap as he comes around the circuit. I think he's just gone into Murray's now, the final corner. We'll pull into the pits, I believe. He's going to finish his lap here. So the checkered flag has fallen then for time attack. Attack 1 for the Club 2-wheel drive and Club 4-wheel drive and Club Sport as well. Volkov, the fastest of all in 4-wheel driving in Nissan GTR, 1:14.077. Completed 8 laps in total. Taylor in second place, the number 71, the Mitsubishi Evo, the 2002, 1:15.317, 1.24 seconds slower than Volkov. Completed 11 laps. And Butler was your leader in the 2-wheel drive. In the BMW M3, 1:17.087. That rounds that out. More time attack action coming up very shortly. We will have the CNR Clubman and Pocket Rocket very shortly, but on the live stream anyway, we're just going to hear from some of our partners.
Motegi Racing was conceived with one mission in mind: performance. Each wheel is over-engineered to ensure industry-leading strength, lightweight design, and seamless connection to your unique style. From our storied past in motorsports to our stylistic contributions to the aftermarket culture, one thing remains: Motegi Racing is built for enthusiasts.
So then, our Clubman Classic and Retro and Pocket Rocket machines head on to the track. These are, and I use the term very loosely, are entry-level classes, but we still have some pretty high-spec builds in these classes too. So Classic and Retro for the older chassis that 25 years or older. The Clubman is for what you might call your fast road build, so remap, coilovers, spicy brake pads, and not a great deal more than that. There's a few things you can do, but not much more. Pocket Rocket naturally aspirated is for the cars with little engines up to 2 liters that are naturally aspirated. So things like the Honda K series, K20 specifically, of course. This is a class that really favors those. And then we have Pocket Rocket Forced Induction, which is for the little cars, little engined cars that are up to 1.6 liters in capacity, but with forced induction. So sometimes we roll Pocket Rocket classes together, depending on numbers, but here we have enough of them to split them out. So we've seen some quite interesting competition in Pocket Rocket Forced Induction as well. Rafael Tartaris comes into round 8, leading the standings in Pocket Rocket Forced Induction. And I think what's great about the modern era is we see a lot of our drivers, our builder drivers, putting updates on their various social channels, YouTubes, Instagrams, and so on. And actually, Rafael put an update out about some very interesting Porsche 911 GT3 RS type aero that he's added to his Mini, although he said he needs to adjust them a little bit, to tweak them, to make them compliant with the time attack rules. So I think he might have one version that he runs outside of time attack and then a compliant version for time attack. But very interesting to watch these builds develop. Back in the day, I think build threads on forums were quite labor intensive and not everyone did that. But now in the modern day, you can spray and pray with the camera app and then upload all of that stuff onto the various socials pretty easily and get lots of great behind the scenes access to how these builds are coming together. Dean Riley is first out of the gates to put in a timed... Oh my goodness, looks like a lot of smoke there. From Michael Greenhugh's machine, the Corsa B.
You have to double take sometimes, don't you? Because I can see the Drift Pro Championship behind us kicking up.
I don't know what that is.
There is a car off. In fact, is that damage
oh my
as well?
Goodness, look at the rear wheel. Yeah, he's had some contact there. He's crabbing along the track.
The 151 car there.
That's the little Corsa B.
Sorry, is it 131, I believe it is, sorry.
Perhaps, I'm not actually sure, but it's the little Corsa B, yeah, 131 of Michael Greenhugh, Team Law Motorsport. I don't know if that's some kind of contact or failure there on that rear upright, but that wheel was not pointing how it should.
I heard an awful lot of tyre squealing. I wonder if it was a suspension or something. I think it's just parked up by Wilson on the inside. So actually, that is pretty good stuff there by Greenhugh to get it off the circuit safely and parked right in front of a marshal post. So fair play there. Good driving.
Yeah, I think it's always it seems kind of superficial on the surface. But actually, a big part of being a responsible track driver is reading the situation very quickly, and if safe to do so, finding a way to stop your car that is not going to impede others. It's not always possible, but if you manage to make it work, then that's some excellent judgment and quick thinking. So I think it's always worth calling that out.
He's done it to perfection there, because it means we can just carry on under green flag conditions.
Looks like it.
Very, very good driving indeed.
That smoke is... very smoky indeed. I remember I was at a track day that coincided with my birthday once, and we had a little barbecue in the Brands Hatch paddock, which was quite silly actually. And as the coals were smoking up, all of the smoke was blowing onto the track, and the marshals kept thinking something was on fire, and they came over and told us off. This isn't the same situation, but it's a bit like you said. It's a bit like, where is that smoke coming from? And then you hear the tires squeal and the drift cars, V8s and so on. Rumbling, and you think, oh, okay, the smoke's blowing across from the 100 layout, and that's what it is.
Well, we benefit here, actually, don't we? People won't notice the circuit because we've got camera crew round the circuit. Sometimes we can hear the audio, the ambient from that camera as well. So that was the tyre squealing we heard. It wasn't actually from the Drift Pro Championship. It was from Greenhugh's car, as it had a bit of an off there. But he's parked it up at the side of the circuit, I'm pleased to say, and looking like he's out of the car there.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes, it takes a few moments to deliberate. The red flag can take a few moments to come out, but I think we're in the clear on this one. So, like you said, he did a really good job there.
Yeah, we've got just under 14 minutes of this session to go. Riley, the fastest of all, with a 1:22.737. There is information about all this, actually. The entry list for Time Attack is page 17 of your programme, if you have one. And if we do look at the multiple classes in this one, of course, the Clubman, the Pocket Rocket, and the Classic and Retro. You mentioned Rafael Tartasaris, is that right? He's the champion, actually, isn't he? The battle is for second between Stephen House and Tommy Langley. There's going to be a good battle in that one. I'm just looking through Pocket Rocket. Ryan Barker has taken that one. Mark Robertson second, and Stephen Wilkinson in third.
Yeah, interesting. It looked like Kestis Dobrovolskis was going a little bit slower down the Bentley Straight. Visually quite slow indeed. So perhaps if that's a cool-down lap, then that's very cool indeed. Tommy Langley briefly went faster than anyone else in the number 313 Ford Fiesta. Before then being dethroned by Dean Riley with a 1:22.7. Different classes, of course, so Tommy Langley leads his class in the 313 Motorsport Ford Fiesta. Dean Riley leads his class, Classic and Retro, respectively, in the VX220, the DRS racing machine, with a 1:22.7. But Tommy Langley there briefly faster than anyone else on track. Now that honor belongs to Dean Riley. Meanwhile, Dan Buckingham in the Honda Civic leads the Clubman class ahead of Clive Hopwell.
Well, that one's interesting, actually, because Annie Thompson is the championship leader. She's in the Lotus Exige, the number 19. As you mentioned, the title is open, so Annie must score at least 23 points today to avoid this becoming her drop score. If Dan takes maximum points with a perfect 38, Annie will need at least 28 points to secure the championship. So definitely a little bit later, Alexi, we'll get the calculators out for that one as well, shall we?
Yep. We've also got a pretty interesting single round entry today. Soren Georgi in the team entries, not another Civic. It is another Civic. It's a 2000 Honda Civic from the year 2000. It's, if you're watching from the trackside, I can see him going around. It's a dark blue EKEJ Civic. It had some kind of pretty juicy, I think it was a K series. I think it's a K20 swapped. K20 swapped. Interesting conversation that he is I think he's a software developer, bit of a techie, lots of 3D printed parts on that car. So I started nerding out with him as well, because that's something I'm pretty into. It's amazing the technology that's available now. We're increasingly seeing this on cars in Time Attack, where building stuff yourself, manufacturing stuff yourself at home is becoming viable. So he's using TPU filament for the gaskets and the bendy bits, and PETG for the solid bits. And if you're wondering, this is a hotly debated topic online. What kind of filaments are viable for the home manufacturer? He's been using PETG, and it's absolutely fine with under bonnet temps on track. So that's often a controversial subject. I do it, he does it, seems to work for us. But of course your mileage may vary, but very interesting new frontier of car building is 3D printing.
Yeah, certainly if you know what you're doing, then
you've got it. There's a real skill curve.
Don't let me loose with anything, is what I'm saying. We're talking about how much it would cost to go racing, and people, of course, getting in contact.
Are they? Okay.
Just they'd said I'd spend another £500 on tyres, which is probably fair enough. So I've got my car.
Yeah, there's a lot of other stuff to buy on top. Yeah.
But having said that, it is a great way to get on track competitively as well. I have to say. So, yes, what a pleasure it is being here today with Time Attack 1 for Classic and Retro Clubman and Pocket Rocket right now, with just under 10 minutes to go of this session. Coming up after this, we go racing for the first time today with the Racing Hondas Championship Round 15, the penultimate round of the 2025 season. Then we have a National Supercar Club track parade taking place before we move into the lunch break. Then it's time Attack 2, scheduled for just after 2 o'clock. We'll have to see. We've had a couple of stoppages today, so remember the timetable is more of a guideline rather than absolutely set in stone. And then from 3:35, when we are expecting a bit of rain, the Racing Honda's Championship Race 2 Round 16 final race of the season. Before then, from 4 o'clock, the time attack, the Super Attack for the final time this year.
Dean Riley there threads his VX220 round and onto the Bentley straight. He's one of the, and you heard in that interview with Susie earlier, one of the lesser powered cars, even for Classic and Retro, around 230 horsepower, which usually would be quite a lot of power in this class. But Eden Young's Haltech Micra there running around, let me just check my notes. See, I've got here 420 horsepower. I think it's actually more. I think it's closer to 460 now with the turbocharged K series in that machine. 820 kilos and 420 horsepower. So I think it might even be lighter also than the VX2. The VX220 is going to be around 800 and the Micra is going to be around 800. So hard to say there, but Eden Young's machine really packing a punch there. And Dean Riley with a fight on his hands. Mark Donnelly not making it to Snetterton today, who is, well, he's actually confirmed as the class winner in the championship. He's got so many points that he is unassailable by this point. But the battle remains open for the other positions in the Classic and Retro class. So, yep, interesting to see how Eden Young and Dean Riley do there at round 8. Again, points up for grabs in Attack 1, Attack 2, and Super Attack. So lots of points here to try to swing the result either way. Kestis Dobrovolskis, perhaps again on a cool down lap, but just letting that faster traffic through.
Yeah, I was going to say the 1:18.188, the fastest of just a moment ago. Actually, the top 3 were all 3 different classes, but Buckingham has just gone into 3rd in the clubman. So we've got Dobrovolski's in the clubman, fastest for 1:18.188. Riley in the Classic and Retro in 2nd overall, 1st in the Classic and Retro, 1:21.264. And Buckingham now in the clubman, 3rd in the Honda Civic Type R, 1:21.737. It's actually Langley fastest in the Pocket Rocket in the Ford Fiesta with a 1:21.970.
Yeah, on the subject of, so I just realized the stream on the Lucas Oil live stream. His name is if the name has too many characters, then it gets abbreviated. So he's down here on the stream as KD. But Kestis Dobrovolskis, who currently leads by quite a big margin, 1:18.1. So 3 seconds clear of anyone else. But again, this is very much a GTR track. This is not a hugely. I'm just trying to look. What class is he in?
He's in the clubman. Is Dobrovolski's, but he's got a plus next to it.
Oh, so. He's in clubman plus. Okay, so right, fair enough. So he's in clubman plus as a single round entry. He's done around 30,000 track miles on that car, on that engine, which Alex Volkov was telling me is like some of the most that anyone's ever done with a GTR, or at least like it's up there. It's a lot of miles for a GTR. No issues whatsoever with that engine, touch wood, although it is getting a bit leggy and a bit long in the tooth, so he is looking to rebuild or replace that over the winter. He did mention to me this morning that he's on the lookout for sponsorships, so if anyone's got a free GTR engine lying around, then he will gladly take that, as you do. Otherwise, it looks like perhaps Alex Volkov might be rebuilding it over the winter.
I was going to say, good luck with that.
Good luck with that. Good luck. Yeah.
If I can't get 500 quid to go.
I mean, I'm looking for a 2GR for my car as well. So if anyone's got a spare 2GR FE V6 lying around, I'd gladly take one of those as well. But there you go. Kestis put out the call, but I suspect he might need to pody up and rebuild that over the winter. But yeah, 30,000
back to reality.
Back to reality.
Mind you, we should get in touch with the Guinness Book of World Records for that 30,000
Specifically track, yeah.
Track, wow.
But he did say
that's
that
a lot.
It's a lot. It's a lot. And he said this is his baby. He doesn't attack too much. Although you'd look, you know, the margin by which he's faster than anyone else, you'd think the little MX-5 there now, number 98 of Owen Llewellyn, just blinking its lights there in the LMS Racing. Actually, no racing in the team name, just LMS entered machine. But yeah, 30,000 miles. But he said that he does. That's his baby. He very much babies it, which you wouldn't think from that lap time.
Did you say 30,000 miles?
30,000 track miles.
30,000 track
30,000 track
wow.
miles. I mean, that's what he said.
I was going to say, because that's 30,000 times around Brands Hatch Indy almost.
There you go. That's a lot of miles. That's a lot of miles. So Alex was telling me this is a big number for a GTR. So great stuff there.
Yes, right, just under 3.5 minutes to go of this session. Attack 1 for the Classic Retro Clubman Pocket Rocket, straight after Racing Honda's Championship. Round 15 coming up next, so stick around, everybody. The sun is shining. It's a perfect time to start making your way, if you're not already, making your way to the perimeter here of Snetterton 200. Get yourself a good spot for more on-track action coming up next.
Yep, Dean Riley there crosses the line, although you can see he's slowed down a little bit there. You can see he backed well off with the cool down light flashing on the back of his car. Curious to see if he made any improvement there. Kastis Dobrovolskis appears to have gone faster still with a 1:18.0. Indeed he did. He found about a 10th. So his gap now, his advantage over, of course he's only looking at, well, his class. He's the only Clubman Plus car that we have. But he is 2.5 seconds faster than anything else on track right now. Very, very impressive stuff for a man who claims to be driving at 85%, not really trying that hard, and yet 2.5 seconds clear of anyone else. Christian Vieira there in the pink Honda Civic. I might try to give a closer look at his bonnet.
Christian Vieira, did you say? Very... I assume it's not the famous Italian footballer.
I can't say I recognize the name, but I'm not very much into my football. But maybe it is. Who knows? People can have multiple hobbies, so perhaps it is.
Absolutely. Right, 1.5 minutes left to go here. Right, I'll tell you something. If you are around the circuit here at Snetterton, best place to watch the action, I would suggest, is head to Murray's, which is the final corner. You get them sweeping around Coram, that right-hander. It's where we saw before, actually, the blue BMW, didn't we? Drifting round and getting a little bit out of sorts, but holding it well in the end, too.
Yeah, that was cool.
It's a great place to watch the cars come thundering around. They have to get on the anchors whilst turning the car, so it's a great place to watch the action, or head over to Brundle Nelson at the other side as well. So plenty of brilliant vantage points here to watch the on-track action. Murray's is down by the trade area, just opposite the Obsession Car Show area. I can see a lot of you down there already, so that's a good place to be.
Another shot there of this is number 21, Cameron Olflet in the Vortex Motorsport Honda Civic. Another single round entry. There you go. It's little EP3. Perhaps he's only got a time attack banner on the car. Some of these Civics, we see them running in both the Racing Honda's Championship and time attack. They use time attack as a means to get a bit more seat time and to try to eke out an advantage over the field in the Racing Honda's Championship. But this car running only a time attack banner, so I wonder. Yep, perhaps he's a time attack only runner. Number 185 here is single round entry, Gary Papworth in the Norfolk Mini Cooper S. A name who we've seen pop up now and then, I think usually tends to drive at Snetterton. Checkered flag is now thrown. Quite a few cars still on track, and they are well within their rights to finish their hot lap if they currently are on one, which is quite a few drivers. And indeed, you can just see one crossing the line now. Cameron there in that Civic with his headlights ablaze. See if any, we have got some personal bests, I think, being punched in there. Clive Hopwell in the Golf R with a 122.0, so a personal best that he set.
It's the glare on the laptop screen.
It is. It makes it. It's so sunny in here. And in fact, we've got the door ajar now. So thank you for that.
Which is really nice.
Makes it a lot more tolerable.
Spencer Fortag just has done his fastest time as well, a 1:27.312. But Dobrovolsky's fastest of all in his Nissan GTR with a 1:18.021. Riley fastest of all in the Classic in Retro in his Vauxhall V220, a 1:21.545. And in the Pocket Rocket, it's Langley in the Ford Fiesta of a 1:21.970. So checkered flag falling here at Snetterton. It's turning into quite a fine day right now. I can't believe the forecast is still to rain this afternoon. I'm not so sure I quite believe that. The car's just finishing up. More action coming up for you next. Scott Woodwis has just made his way up to the commentary box as well, because very shortly it will be round 15 for the Racing Hondas Championship. As we said, a lot going on. It's like the Drift Pro Championship. They're just having a brief pause, but they are on the infield in the Snetterton 100 circuit. We have the Car Obsession show as well in the outfield. Plenty of trade exhibitors and car display stalls as well. And if you are feeling a little bit peckish or need a drink, plenty of food stalls as well. There is the cafe down in the paddock too, which is open and serves a bit of hot food, teas, coffees, drinks, you name it. I believe there's a bar there as well. Right, that is that for Attack 1 for Classic and Retro Clubman and Pocket Rocket. Coming up next, it's Racing Hondas Championship round 15.
So 2 sets of time attack sessions down and completed. Now we're getting set for some racing action here at Modified Live on the Snetterton 200 circuit. And as Ian rightfully said, it doesn't feel like it's going to rain today, because I've looked at the actual weather forecast conditions at the moment, or the current weather conditions. It says it's 14, 15 degrees. It doesn't feel like 14, 15 degrees, maybe because everyone's in jackets, jumpers and coats. It feels a lot more warm, but it's actually beautiful autumnal sunshine here at Snetterton in Norfolk for round 15 of Racing Hondas. We're getting set for that to go. Just quick before we go to an interview, Ian, of course, we've had practice, we've had qualifying. Now comes the crunch point. All the titles are already provisionally decided now that Will Self clinched it in qualifying. So really these last 2 races are to settle the runner-up spots in the top 3s where they need to be. But really this is just going to be 2 races that hopefully are going to provide a great spectacle, because really this is going to be for bragging rights, surely.
Well, there's a lot of drivers who have come close this season, isn't there? And I think they might think this is the chance because you're not risking taking a championship protagonist out. So if you might normally hold, if you're not in the title fight and you're fighting against somebody who is in the title fight, drivers are nice sometimes, aren't they? And they might just think, you know what, I don't want to be the cause of a championship being lost. That can't happen now. So now it is game on here. Those drivers who have come close this season will certainly go for it. You mentioned the weather, Scott. You mentioned the temperature. Yes, it's nice outside actually at the minute. Up here in this comms box, it's about, I don't know, it must be about 25 degrees up here. I have started to strip my clothing down quite rapidly here. But nobody needs to know that. So yes, here we go. Round 15, the penultimate race of the season. Qualifying a little bit earlier, you mentioned it, Will Self, provisional champion now in Class A, so it does mean everything wrapped up. Josh Harvey will line up in second, then Bob Barron, Phil Wright, Dave Buki, Liam Collins, Fraser McNeil, Dan Thackeray, James Alford, Ryan Cunningham, Sam Linsner, Spencer Fortag, Lewis Barker, Sammy Milam, Luke Krasimeno. Did I say that correct?
Just about.
Not bad for a first attempt, I don't think. Harry Greenhill in 16th, and Danny Weston, Owen Diver, Matthew Rowling, of course, your leader in Class C, Callum Hoochin and Jordan Morgans, your 21 runners and riders for round 15.
Absolutely. And we talk about the classes, Class A, B and C. And, of course, in Class C, it's pretty much been a two-man story between the whole season. Matt Rowney and Callum Harrington together. So we thought we'd get them together to have a chat with our roving reporter, Charlie, down there, to think about how the season's gone, how they've had their friendly rivalry. Because you have to remember that they pretty much share an awning throughout the whole season. So it's been a rivalry both on and off the track. Friendly off the track. Fierce rivals on it, back and forth, and they took a victory each at Not Kill. So for their final outing of the season, Charlie got between them both to have an interview to see how they felt about the year and what were some of their best moments. Let's check in with that now and see what they told Charlie.
Right, I am down here with Matt and Callum, both of our Class C drivers. Obviously, we've secured the championship win this year. First off, congratulations.
Thank you very much.
How have we found the season this year?
Oh, it's been mega. I've enjoyed every single minute of it. It's been so much fun. Callum and I wanted to race side by side in a pound to weight kind of, equal basis. And this has given us the chance to do it.
Yeah.
So, yeah, we've had some mega battles on track. And, yeah, if you saw Not Kill, you saw how close we were. And, yeah, we've had a few battles like that, haven't we? It's been really good fun.
No, definitely. I think it's nice. It's added you guys are obviously great friends off track as well. It's just been the two of you in Class C this year. So it's been nice to have that off track friendship, but on track battle.
Oh, yeah, definitely. As soon as the lights go green, I think we're arch enemies, aren't we? I think it's fair to say. But yeah, no, we're great friends. We've known each other for years, and we've raced together in the past. But yeah, not kind of such an even playing field. So this power to weight, this has worked really well. So it's been really good fun, really close racing.
Amazing. Callum is a man of few words today. He's got a very poorly voice. That's why he's not saying too much today. But the smile sort of says it all. Are we going to see both of you next year?
Yeah, 100% we'll be doing something. Yeah, love the club, love the tracks. Yeah, it's such a friendly paddock. I've met so many nice people. So I'll definitely be back.
Sticking with Class C?
No, I don't think so. I've got the option to do Class B with the EP3.
Okay.
But also toying with the idea of building something Class A, so we might go a little
Surprise
bit
us.
faster. Yeah, so watch this space.
Brilliant stuff. Well, fantastic. Thank you both for an amazing season, and thank you for both being here in the last round as well.
No, thank you.
Thank you
Cheers
so much.
for your help.
Thank you.
Cheers.
Thanks to Callum, to Matt and to Charlie as always. And yeah, good to see commitment. Even though the championship is wrapped up, they're still here to enjoy themselves. And same, of course, with Dan Thackeray. Class B and overall title wrapped up, but he's still here to round off the season to do it in style.
It's racing, Scott. It's a passion. It's a love for these drivers, isn't it? And so we thank them for it because they're about to put on one hell of a show for us.
They certainly are. Cars are already making their way onto the grid for the penultimate time. You can see it right at the back. He didn't get too much time in qualifying. I did see there was an amended result from qualifying, but Kevin Talbot's DC5 Integra, you can see in the middle of the shot there, starting, I think, from the back of the grid, because there was an amended grid that came through after the Racing Honda's qualifying session earlier on. I'll have a look at the amended grid, which I think, does it say Kevin at the back? It doesn't. He should be starting from... He didn't set a time, that's why he's starting at the back. So both of those Honda Motorsport Honda Integras are going to have to come through from the back. And Kevin Talbot, I'm certain, will not stay where he is at the back of the grid in what will be 22nd position. Given his pace and given the fact he has been one of 5 race winners this season, I think he'll have the pace to get around here pretty rapid. I
feel a bit for him, actually, because their awning is just behind us and they were frantically working on the car. But for us, it's great because we're going to get to see a bit of a show. If you're in Snetterton right now and not by the track, I implore you to get a view of the circuit because we are about to go racing in anger here at Snetterton. 200 for round 15 of the Racing Hondas Championship. My experience of this championship is it is going to be a cracker. Get yourselves trackside, everybody. Eyes on track. This is going to be fantastic.
Certainly well. Cars are lined up, ready to go, and we've got a collective of EG Civics. That's the car to have, it seems, particularly this weekend. As the sun still beats down here at Snetterton on the Norfolk circuit, it's going to be quite an occasion. Even with the fact you've got the likes of Kevin Talbot right towards the back, might give us a preview of race 2. So the penultimate grid of the season looks like this. Will Self, newly crowned provisional Class A champion, starts on pole position alongside his good friend Josh Harvey in the ex-Rick O'Connell EG. And to make it 3 EGs in the top 3, double Knock Hill winner Bob Barron will start in 3rd. Phil Wright, 2023 champion and now 2nd in Class A, will start from the 2nd row of the grid in 4th, and Dave Buki, one of his personal best qualifying results, in 5th. Liam Collins had a smoky DC2 Integra. He'll start in P6 in Car 6, and then Car 7 in position 7 sees Fraser McNeil round off for top 7. Dan Thackeray, newly crowned provisional overall and Class B champion, will start from the 4th row of the grid in 8th on Class B pole. Then it's James Alford in his EK Civic, only one of 2 EK Civics because Tommy Knight's car is out. We'll explain that in a second. Ryan Cunningham, now outgoing overall champion, champion will start in P10 in car number 1. Then Sam Linsner and Spencer Fortag come next in Class B on row 6. Lewis Barker, who got his first podium at Knock Hill last time, starts in 13th alongside Sammy Milam. Luke Crassus, Medium and Harry Greenhill, who also got a podium last time at Knock Hill. Good to see him back in 16th. Danny Weston, another of our debutantes racing for Kinetic Motorsport. Dave Buki's team will start on row 9 in 17th alongside Owen Diver. And then the 2 Class C cars, Matt Rowling and Callum Houchin from row 10. And then it's Matt on pole position with Jordan Morgans, one of our new single round entry drivers in the yellow DC5 Integra, and his teammate Kevin Talbot set to start from the back in 22nd and last position, but by no means least. And they all get away cleanly, the 2 Integras right towards the back. So the cars then head off onto their formation lap, one single formation lap around the 200 circuit. Now it's usually at this point that I tend to do a tiny bit of what people know as a history lesson based on on circuits. Ooh, and this will be no different. We have done Snetterton before, but of course this is the 200 circuit. So for those of you who have done that before, we'll do a bit of a reminder. If my laptop wants to play ball, it's not current at the moment, so we'll have to come back to that. If not, I'll be stuck on my phone.
Whilst you have a quick look, if you've got a program in your hand, do head to page 28. And that will give you more information about the Racing Honda's Championship. The entry list is on page 34. And there is a spotter's guide. It's fantastic, actually. A really good spotter's guide. Page 36 of the programme. So if you've got hold of one, check that out right now. The cars are just circling around. And Scott, you look like you're ready.
I am. So settle in. I'm going to give you a bit of an Anorak history lesson here. So if you didn't know, Snetterton was born back in 1953. And it was created back in 1953. This version, 2 miles in length exactly, started life as RAF Snetterton Heath, a World War II US Air Force base that opened in 1943, closed in 48. Racing started here in 1951 on the airfield, and the original 2.7 mile layout featured the long Norwich Straight, which ended in a tight hairpin and was marked out with all drums and Christmas trees, would you believe it? Nice. The first chicane, Russell Bend, came in 1965, the shorter circuit came into 1974, and then the long circuit was phased out by 1980. And then that kind of layout stuck from about 1991 until 2010, when of course MSV made the developments, made the 300 circuit layout, which means you have 100, 200 and 300 circuit layouts here at Snetterton in Norfolk, and since then it's continued to host British touring cars, British GT, superbikes and so on and so forth, including Time Attack until this day. Of course, we've already run once on the 300 circuit earlier on this season at the end of July, where we saw some new lap records established because it was our first time racing on that layout. For the 200s, there has already been a couple of new lap records established too, because Will Self in qualifying set the new Class A lap record for pole position, 1 minute 18.816, and Class B qualifying lap record went to Dan Thackeray with a 122.119. Class C hasn't dropped. That's held by, of all people, James Kay, ex-BTCC racer. Did it in 2023 in the first season, 125.190. Callum Houchin couldn't quite match that in qualifying. In terms of race lap records, the actual fastest ever race lap set was back in 2023 by that year's champion Phil Wright in a Class B car, 122.314. Given the pace they've set in qualifying, I think, Ian, we might be beating that at some point in this race today.
I think, I said it a little bit earlier, about 60 minutes ago, I said the track conditions are probably going to be the best that they're going to be in about an hour. So I think I might have got this one absolutely spot on. If it does go, I'll take all the credit for that as well. The cars are lining up. Just a quick one as well. You mentioned Snetterton. There's a corner called Bomb Hole down here. It's actually nothing to do with being bombed. This is an old airfield, of course, but it wasn't bombed during the war. There was a motorcycle rider who had a bit of an off down there, known as called it the Bomb Hole. It was terrible, and they've rechanged the name. But look, we're about to get into it, so we'll more on that later.
We will do. So, last few cars getting up into position. Actually, in fact, I didn't know about Snetterton, so today I learned something. Definitely, that's good to see. Always good, handy information. So, last few cars get into position. And as we know, we have a bit of a saying in this championship, which is it's all calm and quiet until the VTEC kicks in, and it will do in just a few moments' time. We're getting set then for the 15th and penultimate race of the season of Racing Honda's 2025. It's been a magical season so far. There are 2 more 15-minute contests left to go, one of which is coming up in a few moments' time, waiting for the green flag at the back, which it goes. So, is Will Self about to take another race victory, what could potentially be his 7th of the season? Are we going to get a 6th different race winner, or is somebody else going to steal the limelight? The 5-second board goes up, the red lights are about to head on, and round 15 of Racing Honda's 2025 is all set to go. The red lights are coming on. Any second now, they will go out, and round 15 of Racing Hondas is underway. It's a clean start for the 3 EG Civics. They've sprinted away from the first 3 spots easily enough. It is Phil Wright into 4th position. Dave Buki slots in behind him into P5, but it's side by side for 2nd. Barron going up the inside to try and pick up P2 from Josh Harvey. They're turned into Richie's corner. I'm not sure if there was contact, but Harvey is sideways on the exit of the corner. Then they're still side by side. It's 3 wide down towards Montreal corner, or Wilson corner, because Phil Wright was looking up the inside of both Barron and also that was Josh Harvey. Harvey's still there on the outside to lose 3rd position as Phil Wright goes through, but Will Self from pole position has escaped and is up the road 2nd place. There's cars running wide, both Dave Buki and also Liam Collins kicking up the dust, but down Bentley Straight for the first time. Will Self, like a whippet, is away and gone on lap number 1.
What a start. What a great start. This is exactly what we wanted. Bob Barron got a good start as well. They were too deep going into Riches, weren't they? And I think Barron got away with it. You mentioned there, actually, Josh Harvey getting a little bit sideways. We'll see where he is very shortly. But, yeah, brilliant start. Down in 4th. Thank you very much.
So there is Josh Harvey. Then we said to watch out for him. Will said to watch out for him, of course, because he has been quite prominent in Castle Coombe. I think there was a tiny bit of contact. There's the telltale sign of the bodywork hanging off the rear bumper. If that doesn't flap around too much, he might get away with that. Otherwise, he could potentially get a black and orange flag if it gets too acrimonious, shall we say.
Well, in a 15-minute race, if you've got to pull into the bits, that is game, set, and match for you, unfortunately, isn't it? Here they come on to the centre straight to complete lap 1. And you're right, it's the champion, Will Self, who comes over in 1st place. He beat the lot of that. Barron in 2nd, Wright in 3rd, Harvey in 4th, Buki in 5th. There, your top 5. Lap 1 completed, 13.5 minutes on the clock to go. We've got somebody going very slow down there, Scott.
That's Liam Collins. It's Liam Collins in the DC2 intake. And that car was smoking in qualifying. So sadly, the man who I was hoping might be in contention for a victory today is not going to manage it. As we see here, this is James Alford scrapping away with Fraser McNeil down at the Wilson hairpin. Makes the inside line, and EK passes EG. And that will be him moving up into, that was 6th position for James, down the back straight. Self and Barron by 6/10 of a second. Wright is in 3rd, Harvey's in 4th, and Buki's up to P5 for Class B quickly as Collins climbs out of the car. That, I'm not sure if that will prompt a safety car or not, but we'll wait and see. Dan Thackeray leads Class B, I should mention quickly, from Ryan Cunningham at the end of lap number 1 and Spencer Fortag in 3rd. And I think it's Callum Houchin who leads the way from Matt Rowling in P2.
Yeah, Scott, I'm on Kevin Talbot watch. You remember he started 22nd in last. He's up to 10th.
Superb.
After lap 1, he's up to 10th. Wow, brilliant stuff. Keep your eye on Kevin Talbot. He's the number 137 in the Honda Integra. It's green if you're out there on the circuit currently in well, he might have even made up a few more since then as well.
Now looking at Bob Barron, of course, last time he was here, the car didn't have a rear wing and it didn't have the new suspension. So the fact he's keeping up with Will Self and, of course, still on a high from his first victories at Knock Hill has certainly proven that car's got plenty of pace and it's definitely going to be one to watch for next year. Wright and Harvey are keeping them in the mix. And actually, dare I say it, I think he's up to about 6th or 7th. He's side by side now with James Alford. This will be for P6. Alford capitulates, lets him through, and in 2 laps, Talbot has gone from the back of the grid, which was 22nd, up to 6th. That is phenomenal pace. If you look at his lap time that he set last time by, it was a 1:21.231. He's the 6th fastest car on the field, because everyone else is doing 1:19s or 1:20s.
Yeah, incredible stuff, isn't it? I wonder what he could have done if he'd been further up the field. But a long way to go in this race. Still just 11.5 minutes to go. Plenty of racing action. It's round 15 of the Racing Hondas Championship here at Snetterton Modified Live 2025. Will Self is your leader from Bob Barron in 2nd place. Phil Wright in 3rd.
So now that Kevin Talbot's going to have a little more clear track in front of him, his next target is to try and catch Dave Buki. But in all fairness, he was kind of passing a few cars on that lap, so it wouldn't be surprising on that stage that he lost a little bit of pace in terms of lap time. But now he's got clear track. He's already clearly pulling away from Halford now, who's holding off the cars behind, which is Fraser McNeil and then our Class B leaders. Looking back at that Class B group, it's still Thackeray, Cunningham and Lewis Barker now up to 3rd place, because Milam's Fortag lost a position, and also up 2 spots has gone Sammy Milam into the class top 5. But Talbot pushing on. What was his last time by 1:21.231? It's still...
No, he's just gone over now. He's done a 1:20.618.
So he's matched Buki's time. He did a 1:20.6 also.
Brilliant. This is so exciting, isn't it? Down into Class C, it's Callum Houchin who's leading that one. Class A, as we know, leader is Will Self. Class B, you've just mentioned it there, Dan Thackeray could be race win number 12 of the season for him. Class win anyway. Fantastic stuff. Who's gone off there?
Luke Crassus-Meny's off the road and bouncing back on again. Side by side, I was watching the battle while she were going through that between Sammy Milam. And contact, that's between, looks like that is Harry Greenhill and Luke Crassus-Meny. So a shaky couple of corners for Luke. Skips over the grass and past the tyre stack on the inside. I wonder if that corner was going to trip people up, considering that you're not turning all the way 180 degrees. You flick left back onto the back straight. There's a three-way fight going on here between Spencer Fortag, Sammy Milam and Sam Linster. Fortag in the FN2 Civic and Milam having a look up the inside in the Kinetic Motorsport car. That's the team run by Dave Buki, who's also in that white EK Civic. They turn out of Brundle and Nelson. This is on lap 4 of the race.
There was some debris on the track at Nelson. I think, I'm not sure it's been cleared or been picked up by somebody, but it almost looked like the tail end of an exhaust, but it's no longer there. It's either been run over or Marshall's been very brave and taken it away. What are we now? It goes so quick, doesn't it? 9 minutes left to go. 4 laps completed. Will Self, your leader. He's a best time of 1:19.643. That's the fastest lap of anybody in this race. Kevin Talbot still in 6th place. He's 3 seconds now behind Dave Buki, doing similar sort of laps. Actually, Dave Buki did a 1:20.276 last time.
He was quicker by
sorry,
about...
he did 1:21.618. Sorry, yes, you're right.
Quick about, 1.2 seconds. So he's charging. He's coming along.
He is, isn't he? Wow, he's going to be right on the tail of Dave Buki by the end of this lap.
Now, this three-way fight that's going on for Class B is pretty fascinating because you've got Spencer Fortag battling Sammy Milam. Now, these two duelled for position right on the last lap of the race in race 2 at Brands Hatch, and they had a photo finish at the line, and Fortag just about won out. But they do say sometimes that, ironically, they do say sometimes that the FN2 is not the best Civic Type R compared to the EP3. But I think Spencer would argue that because he's given both these EP3s a run for their money. Linz is keeping a watching brief just behind them. Just watching Ling Milam do the battling around because he's in a catch-22 situation. He's got to keep one eye on Fortag in front of him and one eye behind in the mirror at Linster because he could charge at a moment's notice. Out of Brundle and Nelson, back into the right hand at the bomb hole. There's Harry Greenhill, who's coming after the contact that he had with Luke Crassus-Melu up at Wilson Hairpin. And don't forget that back out. And again, for the second lap in a row, I thought that Marlon was going to drive it up the inside through Coram, but that's a corner which is a never-ending right-hander, and you never really want to make a pass this. You're absolutely certain you've got the grip and the confidence to do it. But the 3 cars nose to tail out of Murray's onto the pit straight. This is for, in terms of class, where they are. This is for 4th, 5th and 6th in Class B, 12th to 14th overall, because the Class 3 top 3 is still going to be Thackeray, Cunningham and Barker. Now side by side is Marlon. Is he waving at Fortag out the window, saying, no, come on, go with me. If you can let me through, let me go through and let's just go try and defend it properly. Tries to go for the up and under into Richie's corner. Fortag will run a little wide, but he holds enough to the inside line because he's not comfortable staying on the conventional racing line to hold on. And Marlon sweeping around this way and that, but Fortag unable to, well, choosing not to let him through. Also getting involved now looks to be Danny Weston, who's taking his first ever race in the championship in the Kinetic Civic. He might be giving Marlon a bit of backup here as these 4 cars continue to go back and forth, and now it's side by side again, and with a bit more straight line poke it seems. In fact, you can see Marlon's going, look, don't fight me, go with me, just try and work together, let's try and get into a tow here if we can.
I think I've just seen Talbot go a little bit wide around Nelson as well, kicked up a little bit of dust. He was a second faster than Buki on that last lap, but Buki might just be able to keep a little bit of space between himself. This is a great fight, isn't it? We're looking at the minute with Spencer Fortag there and Milan getting involved, going toe to toe right now. Keep it together, boys, keep it together.
And he's there, he's got himself up the inside of open the door. This will give Sammy Linster a chance to get through. Weston gets involved as well right behind them, but that was the perfect move. He set him up into the bomb hole, got the inside line and opened the door. Linster a little sideways under braking as Fortag tries to hop over the curb. Linster runs wide, Milan runs wide, they all run wide behind him. Fortag keeps it on the road, he tries to get a little more punch off the corner to try and sprint down the straight towards Ritchie's, and look in the back for Danny Weston. He might get 2 for the price of 1 here, down towards Ritchie. He's side by side with Linster. Fortag holds the inside line.
Yeah, he's on the outside, and I think unfortunately he's going to be blocked off by Spencer Fortag to go round into Ritchie's. But a great fight here. You often see it, don't you, in motorsport, certainly around Snetterton, is sometimes the drivers helping each other, getting as tight as possible to punch a hole in the air. Big lock up there, and no contact. Good driving.
That was a do or die move from Weston. Keeps it side by side with Linster, who's done the whole season. Weston's off the road but backs out of it. He might still be side by side with Linster. There's a track limits flag going out for car 63, which is Phil Wright, who's in 3rd position. And we should mention Class A quickly. Still Will Self leading by 2 seconds at the line last time by. Bob Barron in 2nd place. The leaders are going past the line now, so the gap between the top 2 has now gone to 1.9. It's come down slightly as we watch a couple more of our Class A runners. Fraser McNeil, who's just come fresh off the back of his best ever result in the championship at home at Knockhill, got a 4th place in the wet. His plans are he's going to put a K24 engine into that car, which is exactly the same engine that Bob Barron's put into that machine as well.
Here comes Kevin Talbot. He lost 1.5 seconds on the last lap after that little excursion off, and it looks like he is struggling a little bit as well because Buki's just done a 120. Talbot must have had another off. He's just done a 129. So he's struggling a little bit, Kevin Talbot. The man who started last and is now running in 6th place.
I think that's as far as he's going to get. What also always impresses me is how quick Dan Thackeray can be, given the fact he's in a Class B car. But if you look at this group of cars in the mix, you've got Alford and then Fraser McNeil, and just behind them is the Class B leader. So Dan Thackeray, we call him Unstoppable Dan in this championship. That's a phrase that me and Charlie have coined between us in terms of how quick he is, showing how unstoppable he is. Even at Knock Hill, he was out sprinting James Kiff in a Class A Honda Integra up the hill to get 5th place overall in race 2. That's how quick and unstoppable he is. So no wonder he's Class B and overall champion when he puts in performances like that every weekend.
Good stuff indeed. What are you making of the racing action? Let us know on that live chat on the live stream. If you're at the circuit, hello everybody, hope you're enjoying it and your eyes are on the circuit right now. Scott?
I think you're right, Kevin Talbot, because I don't think all's well with that DC5 Integra. He had problems in qualifying. He's now starting to back up both James Alford and Fraser McNeil, so I think you're absolutely right here. I don't think all's well with that number 137 machine, and I think it might be a legacy of the issues he had in the last session.
Well, I'll tell you something, it might not be quite his day so far, but he's put on one hell of a show for us, hasn't he? He really has.
Absolutely.
Entertainer of the day so far for Kevin Talbot, and there is a chance, isn't there, a little bit later to vote for your driver of the day?
Yes, I'm sure the QR code will come up on the screen. In fact, there it is. It's like the production team are listening to us. There it is on the screen. But what I'm sure Kevin Talbot doesn't want to see, rather than that QR code, is seeing both Fraser McNeil and James Alford come through. It's off the road, has gone Sammy Marlin with front bumper damage. Now, I asked the question in this situation, did he jump or was he pushed? The damage suggests he might have been pushed. And you see here, in fact, Dan Thackeray's even got the pace to get up the inside and get past Talbot too. And that was into Wilson 2 corners later. So, unfortunately, there's an ailing DC5 on the field. And Kevin Talbot, who has had a couple of victories, but maybe not exactly where he wanted to be. Now, 3 minutes to go. These two have been at it all season. This is Callum Houchin and Matt Rowling. Rowling, of course, the Class C champion already. And these two are now going nose to tail. They did this in race 1 at Knock Hill. They're doing it again here at Snetterton in race 1. And funnily enough, of course, we saw in the interview earlier on that Callum's kind of lost his voice. So we were kind of laughing yesterday that if Callum wins a race, how's Charlie going to interview him? Because he's not going to be able to talk.
He's going to make a good interview, isn't he, there? Will Self certainly is not taking it lightly today. He's just put in the lap before last, his fastest, the fastest of the race, a 1:19.529. Bob Barrett is just trying to keep him honest, though. He's 3.483 seconds behind in second. Phil Wright in third. The fastest time for him of a 1:19.817. So they're lapping pretty good times indeed around here. Good conditions here at Snetterton. A little bit breezy, but we're well underway. You know, with that QR code popping up on screen as soon as I mentioned it and people listening in, I wonder if I mention like a coffee, if one will just magically appear.
Who knows? These things can happen, I suppose. If someone wants to bring one up to us, I'm sure they'll be more than content. We get in our ear from producer, black or white 2 sugars.
I don't quite know how he's going to get it to us, but thank you for the offer. Anyway, look, we're looking.
We'll have to airlift it over the circuit because our production team at the other side of the circuit from us know where the timing screen is.
Thanks for trying anyway, guys.
Yeah. Will Surf, by the way, was doing more of his sideways antics through the bomb hole, coming up towards starting what will be, I think, the penultimate lap of the race. I'm going to get this right because I accidentally called what would have been Bob Barron's victory a lap early and made myself look like an idiot, which I do on a regular basis anyway.
Where are they on second? I'm just having a quick look at the minute. He's coming over the start-finish line now, so this will now be the penultimate lap of the race that is just starting.
Yes, it will indeed. So once the penultimate lap goes, Will Self, newly crowned provisional Class A champion. As you said at the start of the season, he wants to win the title. I think he meant more the overall title, but Class A will do for him. And of course, he's got a chance really if he keeps on performing well enough to go and get himself second in the title race as well, overall in the standings, if he can do that too. Yeah,
all he's got to do is keep it on track, hasn't he, really? He's got a 4-second lead over Bob Barron, and he went even quicker last time around as well. So it's looking good so far for Will Self. However, there is such thing as commentator's curse, so I'm just going to shut my mouth.
Yes, indeed. Now, that's interesting. Class C, that was the battle between the two of them. They were being lapped by the 3rd and 4th place cars. They're scrapping over P3 in the last podium spot in Class A. And now, because of that, Houchin ran wide. It's now side by side for Class C and for 3rd place in Class A. So 2 battles in one. See if you can put your eyes in both positions at the same time. So up to 3rd place goes Josh Harvey then. Remember, he's a single round entry, so doesn't score points. And the ex-Rick O'Connell car going well in the hands of the ex-Castle Coombe Saloons racer. And in terms of the Class C battle, I think Houchin has kept the lead from Rowling. I think he's defended it for the moment. Of course, there's one more lap to go, so if Houchin can hold on, he'll be looking to try and pick up what will be, for him, win number... I'll come back to that in a second. Hold the line, caller.
Yeah, well, whilst you do that, I'll just touch on that Josh Harvey move, because that is important, as you said. That's for 3rd place outright. The checkered flag looks like... On TSL, the checkered flag's come out, but I don't think it has. I don't...
Well, the time has stopped, and it's also said that 16 seconds to go, so there's no checkered flag being waved.
No.
So we'll carry on. There might be a glitch in the timing screen.
I think we're still racing here, yes. I do not think the checkered flag has actually fallen. So,
and Wilson hasn't slowed down either, so he's carried on to make sure.
And now suddenly, yes, it's gone back to green on the TSL, so a little bit of a computer glitch, but we are still racing. Final lap now for Will Self to keep it on the track and take the win.
Yeah, and ailing Kevin Talbot there, now being lapped by his Class A competitors. We also saw a while ago the pit lane, Sammy Linster coming in with front end damage, shaking his head after what happened. We didn't see exactly what happened. We'll have to find out in between races.
Well, from this race, we've lost Collins, Greenhill, Krasimeno, Linsner, Morgan. So whatever happens here, Kevin Talbot would have at least made up 5 or 6 places.
He would have done. But coming up through the bomb hole, up towards Coram for the final time. He was crowned the champion in qualifying earlier on with pole position, and now he can do it in a little more style than just setting the fastest lap of the race. He'll come through the long right-hander of Coram, give him a wave and a cheer through here, with style in towards Murray's for the final time, lifts the inside wheel and sprints up to the line. This will be for him his 7th win of the season, and once again will firmly confirm once again the Class A title provisionally. Up to the checkered flag, victory in round 15 of Racing Honda's 2025 goes to the Class A champion Will Self. A fantastic drive for the EG Civic. Second place goes to Bob Bowen, another brilliant podium, and third on his debut in the championship with the ex-Rick O'Connell car. It means that Josh Harvey ensures an EG Civic 1, 2, 3 lockout on the podium. Phil Wright is a magnanimous runner-up in Class A in the championship. He'll take up P4, sprint to the line for 5th position, and will be Dave Buki. And in Class C, it does go to Callum Houchin, so he held off the champion Matt Rowling in the end. All I'm going to say is, good luck interviewing him, Charlie. Trying to get words out of him. That's going to be a task. But
just nod your head. That'll make good. That'll make good TV, won't it?
Smile and wave, boys. Smile and wave. And so across the line goes James Orford in P6, Fraser McNeil in P7, and the new Class B and overall champion provisionally, Dan Thackeray, will come across the line and pick up victory number 12 of the season. 12 of the season. Thank you. Second goes to Ryan Cunningham. That's firmly securing second place in the Class B standings for him. And third place goes to Lewis Barker. He'll be delighted with that. An excellent podium to back up his results from not killed before. It will go 4th to Sammy Milam and 5th on his debut in the championship to Danny Weston. He'll be absolutely thrilled with that, and so will Dave Buki and all of the Kinetic Motorsport squad. An excellent drive for him on his first appearance in the championship. And Kevin Talbot did finish the race, albeit in a lowly 16th, so a lap down. And in fact, the car has pulled up in roughly the same spot that Liam Collins did earlier on when he had those issues. Of course, that was a legacy of his smoky problems from qualifying earlier on this morning.
It'd be interesting to hear from Kevin Talbot, actually, wouldn't it? Because that first lap must be one of the best first laps he's ever done, and certainly one of the best we've seen in Racing Hondas this season. But yeah, the cars are just starting to very slowly, some of them make their way down to Parc Fermé now. And Will Self, Scott, he was kind of in control once he got into Riches in P1, and actually it was Barron and Harvey going toe-to-toe, and it kind of enabled Self just to get a bit of a gap, and he never looked back.
Certainly did. And there's the results of round 15, the penultimate round of the Racing Hondas 2025. And it's victory once again for Will Self. His 7th overall victory of the season, and he takes it by 5.2 seconds from second place man Bob Barron, and ensuring an EG Civic 1, 2, 3 on the podium. Josh Harvey, on his debut in the championship, gets an excellent third in the ex-Rick O'Connell car. Phil Wright, 4th position. Dave Buki will be impressed with the top 5. Then James Orford and Fraser McNeil. Dan Thackeray once again dominates Class B ahead of Ryan Cunningham in second place, and Lewis Barker with an overjoyed third. Then Sammy Milam, Danny Weston with an excellent top 5 in class for him in 12th position overall. Spencer Fortag was 13th and 6th in class, and Callum Houchin, minus a voice, finishes 14th and takes the Class C victory after a race-long battle, particularly in the closing stages with his main rival and Class C champion Matt Rowling. That's the top 14 on screen. We'll scroll down to 15th in a moment, so when we catch up on the graphic. 15th goes to Matt Rowling. 16th, despite pulling up at the end just after the line, was Kevin Talbot, and the cars we lost in that race were Jordan Morgans in the yellow DC5 Integra, Sam Linster, Luke Krasusmenu, and Harry Greenhill after they tangled up at Wilson Hairpin, and Liam Collins after his car pulled up with more smoky problems. Just a handful of laps in after issues in qualifying. So that's 15 races down. There is now one more race left to go, and what makes it even more exciting, we will have a partially reverse grid in all 3 categories, and typically the second race, Ian, is even more exciting than the first. It has been in the past. It was great at Not Kill. It was phenomenal at Alton Park and Brands Hatch. Is Snetterton going to live up to it, given there's practically nothing else to fight for other than just some bragging rights and getting on the top step of the podium? I certainly hope so.
Well, listen, Scott, the drivers are fantastic. The ability of them is remarkable. last race of the season. You've got all winter to fix the car.
Don't give them excuses. Don't encourage them. We've had good driving standards all weekend. We don't need race 16 to become a demolition derby.
No. We don't. We certainly don't want that. But yes, final race of the season. My experience of them is yes, it is go for it. Why not? Normally, if there's a little gap that sometimes you might think, no, I won't because I need to protect the car or I've got to think about the championship. This time around, I'll tell you what, I'm just going to put my nose in and see what happens.
Yeah, and fingers crossed. As you say, I think all jokes aside, drivers will go out there for a bit of pride and a bit of do so. I think they did even say it in the drivers' briefing. They said, look, yes, it's the last race of the season. Put on 2 fantastic shows, but just make sure you be a bit sensible. And, of course, anyone that's still battling for class positions in the championship, just try not to do anything that's going to potentially compromise them, of course. And this paddock is sensible enough. They know exactly how to get it done without causing too many fisticuffs, shall we say. We are, of course, now going into the lunch break and away, but also we've got the supercar parade that's coming up now, which should be pretty fascinating to see. So if you're watching around the circuit, do stick around if you're going to go off and get some food. If you are going to get some food, there are food stands around. There's the Tills restaurant, of course, where you can go to the bar. You can go for some hot and cold food as well, even hot and cold drinks. And, of course, go and see the rest of the show. You've got the Obsession tent, loads of car clubs around. You've got the Abruzzi simulators in there. You've got the area with the Drift Pro, the Yokohama section, with a mechanical bull you can ride as well, which is quite funny too.
I didn't know that was how I might have a go in the lunch break.
I've seen a couple of funny clips of people falling off it on the socials for Modified Live, which is great to see. Just come and explore. Come explore Snetterton, see the show, and come and make sure you show your support for Time Attack and the entire show they put on, because it's magnificent to see. And that's the whole thing with Time Attack. They do put on these fantastic shows for most of the season where they can at events, because they're great crowd drawers. They're great add-ons to the racing action that we have, and it's really good to see so many people turning out and watching around the circuit and in the side of the circuit watching in the venue as well. I'm just keeping out of the window to see where all of our class winners are. Yeah, Charlie's currently in conversation with Johnny at the moment, so we're waiting now for our 3 class winners to come through. This is one thing I found, you'll know this from being club racing a lot, and I hope you'll agree with me. I find with drivers post-race, the order should be go and get your trophy and celebrate and then talk about the race. But it's never. It's always the other way around. It's always they'll stand there and they'll talk and talk and talk and then realise after 15, 20 minutes, oh, crikey, I've got a trophy to pick up. I've got an interview to have. By the time they realise it, everyone's cleared off.
Yeah, I'm perhaps not quite as polite because normally I'm waiting in Parc Ferme and they've barely got the helmet off by the time I'm down there with a microphone in front of their face. So you know from live streaming as well,
yes.
Scott, sometimes your timetable is quite tight, so you just get straight in. I'm just trying to see who she's with down there. We are just gathering a few drivers, aren't we? They're all looking pretty happy down there, pretty chipper, weren't they? I certainly, the driving there was... If the last race is anything like that one, then we are in for a real treat to round out the campaign.
Definitely. And we also, of course, will have the live ball draw to decide how many positions in each class are going to be reversed. Ooh. It only really applies to A and B because essentially it's very simple in Class C. You just swap the 2 guys around. So Matt Rowling will start on pole. So we can already tell you who's going to start on pole for race 2 in Class C. It's Matt Rowling because there's only 2 cars in the class. But for the other 2, that's going to be the more interesting task to try and find out. I think we are still gathering drivers together. We are set to get things underway at around about, well, scheduled it's for our Attack 2 sessions at about 2:15. I think we're a tiny bit behind schedule because we're now the supercar track parade should have started roughly around 7 minutes ago, so we are a little bit behind that, but we are waiting just for the rest of our drivers to get around here to have a chat. I think I can just see Will Self is walking across.
We certainly want to hear from the drivers, don't we? That's important. And then, of course, I'll cover what is going to happen during that National Supercar Club track parade. Certainly well worth checking out as well, so do keep yourself attached to the circuit here, the Snetterton 200 Modified Live 2025, and it looks like we're ready down in Parc Ferme.
Indeed. So let's have a go down to Charlie, who's going to have a chat with Class A, Class B, and somehow Class C winners from round 15 of Racing Hondas. Over to you, Charlie.
Perfect. We are down here fresh from race 1 with our Class A winner, Will. Lovely clean race. How was that?
Yeah, got away all right at the start and then built a bit of a gap up. I could sort of see where I was quicker than Bob was and, built a bit of a gap up. I went a bit wide a few times, so sort of reined it in a bit.
You seem to be sliding about all over the place recently.
I was sort of looking in my mirror thinking it's probably a bit unnecessary pushing that hard, so just sort of brought it home, didn't get pinged for track limits, but really enjoyable. Good stuff.
Obviously, we have still got 1 round left to go, 1 race. Still battling for that second place overall over Ryan.
Yeah, that's the thing in the back of my mind now. Obviously, done the Class A, but yeah, it'd be nice to finish runner up to Dan. But yeah, we'll see what happens this afternoon. It looks like it might rain still, so.
Yeah, no, it's very hit and miss. It's been going cloudy, sunny, cloudy, sunny. Are you hoping for rain?
It'd be nice. I don't feel like I've had a proper go at it this year in the rain. We obviously had a bit at Donington, which was damp, and then at Knock Hill, obviously Bob was untouchable. So it'd be nice to have a go somewhere like this in the rain.
No, definitely. Obviously confident with the reverse grid as well.
Yeah, it depends what number they pull out, but yeah, not gonna take any risks. But I don't need to. But yeah, we'll have a good time.
Perfect. Well, congratulations again. Thank you so much. Right, we're gonna grab Dan over. Dan, how was that?
Yeah, it was. It ended up a bit of a lonely race, but Ryan did actually get past me on lap 1.
Yeah.
I did wonder if that had happened. I've got a bit more downforce on mine. I've got a bit less speed, and he cruised past, and I was like, oh no. I managed to. He had someone in front of him, so I was able to outbrake him. And yeah, then I think they had a battle behind. I didn't see what happened. Suddenly there was a big gap.
We had a few retirees in the race a bit going on there.
I've seen a few. There's a few scoffs, should we say? Yeah. So I think that helped me, and I had a nice gap, and I was kind of behind Fraser, annoying him, but I was never going to be able to pass him. So yeah, and then I realised I haven't got any more tyres, so I need to slow down in case it decides to pour down.
No, of course. Obviously, that's 12 race wins as well. Congratulations.
Thanks. Yeah, it's a good amount. It's been a good season. It's been a strong season for us. So yeah, I can't really complain.
Perfect. Excited going into the last race?
Yeah, hopefully a little shower before would be fun, just to spice it up. But who knows?
It's very blue skies at the moment.
Yeah, whatever happens. It'll be fun. It'll be a good one to send the season off.
Yeah, no, 100%. Well, congratulations. Thank you again. Right, we're going to bring Callum over, our Class C champion. Now, Callum, unfortunately, hasn't got much of a voice, so I think it's going to be a lot of sign language and a lot of thumbs up. How was the race for you?
Really good.
Yeah? Good. Yeah. good thumbs up. I won't keep you too long because I know you're not feeling very well, but congratulations. Thank you so much. Right, we're going to bring over Simon from Yokohama so we can do the reverse grid draw. What number are you going to pull out?
I know what number you'd like. Good old mix because it's the last one. Okay.
What have we got?
Oh,
8! 8! What a strong... No, I can see all the drivers behind me now pulling faces. Right, so that is an 8 reverse grid for race 2. So stick around and see what carnage unfolds.
Motegi Racing was conceived with one mission in mind: performance. Each wheel is over-engineered to ensure industry-leading strength, lightweight design, and seamless connection to your unique style. From our storied past in motorsports to our stylistic contributions to the aftermarket culture, one thing remains: Motegi Racing is built for enthusiasts.
Yes, indeed, everybody around the circuit here at Snetterton. We are thrilled yet again to introduce an impressive range of hyper and supercars showcased in the paddock by the National Supercar Owners Private Members Club, a leading supercar specialist car club based in the UK, established by Steve Rowell, and with a huge membership of car enthusiasts from across the UK. The club offers its Hello everybody, welcome back to the Snetterton circuit. The track has gone live again. I can see the Drift Pro Championship already taking place on the Snetterton 100 circuit, but right now it is time for Time Attack 2, and it is the Club Pro, Pro and Pro Extreme classes. A 20-minute session coming up right now. I hope you're nicely fed and watered. Everybody ready for the afternoon session. The wind has picked up, the clouds are drawing in, but we're still dry here at Snetterton. Once again, I'm delighted to be joined by Alexi up here in the commentary box for this next Time Attack session. Alexi.
Yeah, this is, it's very different to what we were experiencing before the lunch break, right? We were really sweltering in here, and now we are not. I've just seen Susie. Oh my goodness, there's going to be 3 of us now. How's this going to work?
Well, no, Susie, let me pass this over to you.
Okay. So Susie, who spends the morning in the paddock being a bit of an investigative journalist, then jumps into the commentary box for the second half of the day. Colin Dorward, we can see there, the number 151 car. For those of you watching from the trackside, it's the black and blue Mitsubishi Evo. He's just embarking on what is probably his first flying lap. I think that was his out lap just now. So Darren Spooner, Josh Barrett, and Colin Dorward. Darren Spooner already with his headlights on. What that tells us is that he is on a flying lap. He's on a hot lap. Darren Spooner is still rocking the 106 GTI engine. Of course, lots of cars these days running K-swapped, especially these smaller type cars running K-swaps. And indeed, Andy York's Peugeot 205 is K-swapped. However, Darren Spooner, a true legend in the Peugeot tuning scene, keeping it original and choosing instead to push that little Peugeot engine as far as it can go. Well, actually, we heard he was telling Susie how he's actually decided to run less power on the Peugeot 205, and as a result, he's having a much more enjoyable time of it. I can't remember what he downgraded, well, down-tuned to, but yeah, instead of chasing the big numbers, he thought he'd focus on drivability instead, and he reckons it's a much more enjoyable car as a result.
Yeah, I wonder if he actually is running less power here today, because obviously Snetterton 200, the big power track.
Maybe he bumped it back up.
2 massive straights, yeah. But I think he was saying he was running in the region 300 and something, which obviously compared to I think that was 600 odd is much kind of like lower power. But yeah, like I say, Snetterton 200, big power circuit. So who knows?
Who knows?
Last event of the year as well. So quite a few drivers having like a few issues out there, but we're seeing people be like, if they can nurse it to the final, then got all winter to fix it. So yeah, I think we'll see a few boost gauges being turned up for the final. And actually, we're seeing Colin Dorward on circuit at the moment, and I didn't think we would see Colin back at this event because we only saw him at Knock Hill, and unfortunately he had to pull out due to having transfer box issues. So I was quite surprised to see him roll past one of the pit garages earlier.
Looking out for Simon Norris, it was a very interesting conversation that you had with him. I somehow missed that it's now rear-wheel drive and smaller turbo.
Everybody had missed that. Yep.
Wow.
Yeah, everybody had missed that. So
but like he did that last year.
Yeah.
And we all missed that.
And as he was saying, but obviously making changes to the car and wasn't sure.
But also
if
he hasn't
would
driven
work
that
out.
much, right, this year for us to be able to spot that stuff.
No, not as often. So, but he was saying making the changes and seeing if it actually works, if it suits the setup of the car and the events. But obviously it has, and some quite big changes as well. But just always chasing the weight, basically, trying to reduce the weight in that car.
Josh Barrett, I was distracted by Bradley John coming past the commentary box just now down the start-finish straight because I thought perhaps the door was left open or the window is. He's not just that loud. The window is open. Okay, I thought, is that car so loud that we could hear it like deafeningly in the car? No, it's because the window's open. Fair enough. Okay, Josh Barrett. Oh, look at that! Look at that little bit of a tail happy moment there as he jumps on the power, and we've seen this time and time again. Murray's, again, as you're coming through that fast right-hander of Coram, and you're trying to brake, big braking into Murray's, and then turn left. That unsettles the car so much. I presume you must have driven here as well, right?
Yeah, so of course
that's a tricky one.
Yeah, it really is, because it tightens up on as it goes further around, and then of course you've got the left-hand side of the car fully loaded up, and then all of a sudden, and then you have to brake, which puts all the weight onto the front of the car,
and by this
then
point,
sling it left.
Yeah.
So you're moving the weight around on the car quite a lot, which gets the car very loose. Yeah, and we see quite a lot of cars getting that pretty sideways coming out of Murray's.
Yeah. Do you know, I think I might close these windows, actually. It's a bit loud. Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. It was very, very toasty in here previously. But these cars are deafeningly loud. Thank you. Darren Spooner in the Spooks machine then. Currently, his fastest lap of 118.9, but that will presumably, you can see, in fact, we're probably going to see a time from him any second now as he just exits Murray's and crosses the line. Oh, that screen is off. Never mind. I was going to look at the timing screen. No improvement there from him, so perhaps he was just building up for a fast lap. I'm going to try to refresh the TSL timing screen over here. Bradley John then currently second on the leaderboard and second in class with a 1:10.9.
So just as you mentioned earlier, we'll talk about Simon Norris, but I don't know if he's actually, I think we've just seen him leave the pit lane.
He hasn't set a lap yet.
Yeah, so he's not actually set a lap yet.
Right, there we go, got a timing screen. Yeah, he is on the track, I believe, but he has not yet set a lap. Of course, we have 12 minutes left. I think given that we are running only the Racing Honda Championship and Time Attack on track, it means that we, all being well, can give drivers the full 20-minute sessions across warm-up, Attack 1, Attack 2, and Super Attack, which means that our drivers have quite a few attempts at setting their one perfect lap.
You could see the handover then almost between Brad John. He's on the flying lap.
Yeah.
Ilya kind of like following him, so not quite as much speed in the straight line, but then obviously he's going on the hot lap. You see the lights turn off for Brad John.
And they went on for Ilya.
Yeah, so a very smooth changeover between the two.
Yep.
Then. It's almost like they planned that.
Yeah, it's like past the baton. Here you go. Now it's your turn. Ilya Krylov there thunders down the Bentley straight. I presume power-wise, I think Eden in the sister Haltech car also runs the boosted K-Series swap, and that's around 460 horsepower if memory serves me well. I can only assume Ilya's running similar kind of power, but of course coupled with that crazy aero.
Yeah, and you can really see the car moving around.
Yeah, I just quietened there for a sec, just as that was like so absorbing, just to watch it move through that final sequence of corners. Let's see what Ilya can muster then as he crosses the line. His current best at 118.0, and it looks like, I think he's just set another time in that region. So Ilya's current best at 118.086. That's good enough for second in Club Pro. Simon Norris then, let's take a look at him as he thunders down the Bentley straight and into Brundle. Through Nelson he goes. What a radical looking machine. Through bomb hole and into he is really,
I mean, you can really see the aero working here as well.
But also look at the speed.
Yeah, exactly. The amount of speed you're able to carry into these corners with these high downforce cars.
Look at how gigantic
really
it is compared to the Peugeot as well. That wing is just so like the whole wing is the size of Darren Spooks' car.
Yeah. But I mean, really play it. I think this track really suits these high kind of like downforce cars. You've got fast corners. You've obviously got the straights, And then, yeah, just as you saw, kind of like able to carry massive amounts of speed, like round Coram, which is this really tricky corner to handle otherwise.
Yeah, even if you had, say, a pretty strong power to weight ratio, which might be the case, say, in the case of Josh Barrett, that usually is a really big advantage at most circuits. But somewhere like Snetterton 200, power to weight is kind of secondary to just having the outweight power. And we see that from the GTRs, right? You know, they are 1,800 kilos, but crucially for this track specifically, they have the power they need to really muscle them down the straights. And that's what makes the difference here at Snet. So I think Josh Barrett, we've seen facing a bit of an uphill struggle. The power to weight is there, which is good enough for most tracks. But specifically for here, he doesn't necessarily have that beef, doesn't have that momentum to really muscle down the straights like his competition are doing.
Yeah, so I caught up with Josh, and he was saying that they've actually put a different final gear ratio into the car, specifically, you know, to help with this event and get that kind of like top end speed. But sadly,
but he needs the power to get there.
Yeah, and as he said, it's actually it's not worked out for him. So his trap speed is a little bit down. So he's not quite sure what's going on there. And again, where it's, you know, maybe the sixth gear is like an overdrive gear, so it doesn't really have kind of a huge amount in terms of pulling power. But yeah, so again, you try some things, you kind of like see what kind of like works, and it's really, really hard to tell until you're here on the day, or you get like a proper kind of like shakedown beforehand.
Yeah, that's not the kind of thing you can tweak at the trackside, is it?
No, it's not.
That's it. That's set. You need to make your decision well in advance of coming to the actual event. This isn't like, you know, I guess in some series where you have a super top team and you have a choice of gear ratios and you just swap them around, different gearbox. But that's not really doable here, so he's made that decision. He's going to live with it for today. Simon Norris, a 108.1. Just set a faster Sector 1 than anybody else. 31.1 there from Simon Norris. 154.6 miles an hour through the first speed trap.
Yeah, so all eyes on Simon Norris here, and see as he thunders across the line there.
Yep, 107.1. He's just found a second. He's just pulled out a whole second there. Very impressive stuff.
Lots of clear air out there today as well, because obviously in time attack we have the problem with the drivers have to contend with sometimes actually getting that enough clear space on track to be able to kind of set the fastest lap. But Snetterton, quite a big track, these big straights. So yeah, Simon's obviously being able to find all of that clean air and piece something together.
Martin Henry there in the MHM Racing Astra VXR number 63. Another car not running a K-swap. I feel like these days that's the exception, not the norm.
And Martin also not on a sequential, and I believe the only car in Club Pro not to be on a sequential.
In
so
Club
still on an
Pro.
H pattern. Yep.
Hang on, no. So he's in Pro. So here's the thing.
Oh, sorry, in Pro.
So there's a bit of a debate around this, even on the YouTube stream, because he, I think, quite emphatically made the maybe I misheard. I thought he said it was the fastest H pattern gearbox that we have in time attack. And then somebody in the comments said, wait a minute, Michael Osborne in the Osborne Motorsport machine is also an H pattern. But he's in Club Pro and Martin Henry is in Pro.
Yes.
So make of that what you will. But either way, it's great to see the some H pattern proper gearboxes still in the Pro classes. I think, yeah, everyone else running some kind of flippy-flappy situation, be it a, say, a DSG or a ZF8 or a proper Samsonus-type sequential or something like that. Ilya, I believe, actually runs Samsonus suspension, but not a Samsonus gearbox. I didn't know until he was telling me about it that Samsonus even did suspension. But there you go, fully bespoke for his Clio.
But he is running the sequential gearbox, right?
He is, but not a Samsonus.
Yes. So talking of Michael Osborne, again, because it doesn't seem like it's not very long again since Knock Hill, And Knock Hill was quite eventful, so we had like a few, definitely a few of the pro class cars that had some issues. And I know Michael Osborne had some issues with, I believe he lost 4th and 5th gear at Knock Hill. That's his home circuit. So, but we're seeing him back out here today, and I think with the fastest times in Club Pro at the moment with a 1:14.061. So Michael Osborne obviously managed to resolve that and absolutely flying out there.
Yep, just checking my notes. Ilya's K-swapped machine is putting out 400 horsepower. That's the most up-to-date information that I have. So actually it's down on power compared to the sister Micra that his teammate Eden drives. So 400-ish horsepower in this K-swapped Clio. All composite-bodied, home-built by Ilya himself, who's become so proficient at this that this has kind of become his business. He does this for other builds and other drivers as well. I believe not only in the Time Attack paddock, but elsewhere are cars running panels and parts made by Ilya at his home manufacturing facility in his garage, which I'm a regular at. Let's just take a look what he can muster then as I glance back at the timing screen. Ilya Krylov's latest effort then, a 1:18.6. His best a 1:17.8, so 1:24.6 actually, there we go. It took a few moments for the timing screen to refresh, so 7 seconds off his personal best, presumably a cool down lap there for Ilya Krylov. Let's take a look back at Josh Barrett. And again, Josh Barrett in the Barrett Racing Caterham 620R gets a lot of airtime on the stream because, and we've pointed this out before, even today it's been striking that he just spends every session, every time, the whole thing on the track, lapping and lapping and lapping and lapping and lapping. Yeah. Everyone else is like in and out of the pits. Oh, this is too expensive. This is like the race fuel or the tire, whatever.
Or
like,
the cars are so temperamental because we get to these kind of like pro and pro extreme cars, and you know, these are really, really highly tuned, modified cars. So sometimes they'd only do like one kind of flyer, whereas Josh Barrett out pretty much for the entire session. I mean, I don't want to give him commentator's curse, but his car seems to be very reliable. He can sit out for the whole session and just kind of like bang in lap after lap after lap, which is something we don't often see in these sessions particularly. Yeah, I was just trying to remember. I think it may have been maybe Andy Forrest or the Gobstopper GT86 thingy, where the fuel cell is like 10 liters or something. They literally do an out lap, a hot lap, and then they're back, and they have to go push it back into the garage because you can't refuel in the pit lane. You've got to do all of that stuff. Meanwhile, Josh Barrett is just out for the whole session. It's incredible. And of course, it's not a terribly powerful engine, and it's a super light car, so presumably, as far as the world of Time Attack goes, is actually pretty good on fuel, I'd imagine. Yeah, I'd imagine so. But and he's got, I guess, an interesting dichotomy today, because this car, obviously, compared to some of the other kind of like Club Pro, Pro Extreme cars, is really down on power compared to some of those. But he's very, very nimble through the corners. And for most, when it's like that in competition, they're quite happy if it rains, because that is quite an equalizer. Yep. But then Josh has also got the added contention of, like, if it rains, he's getting very, very wet. The car is very lively in the wet. You've got next to no weight comparatively for a car. So yeah, it gets very lively. So I think he will definitely be one of the people keeping his fingers and toes crossed for no rain.
I think the cameraman there's got a bit of a thing for Hondas. There's a bit of a zooming in on the S2000.
Not that
look, another S2000. Look, he's zooming on to the S2000. Yeah, my guy.
Look at the black 6 we've just gone past.
Whatever. That was interesting. Do you know, one of the things I like the most about these shows are not just what's here in like the show stands, but also all of the little nuggets of goodness that are dotted around just the regular public parking. Loads of good stuff there. Anyway, I think the reason why we had that shot, look, we've got a GTR there, which I think has an aftermarket grille. I don't think they usually have that red outline.
Look at the Peugeot 206 in the
Yep,
back.
that too. I think the reason why we're getting the car park shots is because there's actually not much happening on track. And indeed, the session is now concluded. So we'll have the checkered flag. I don't even know if it's being waved. I don't think there's anyone on track.
Yep, it's been out, and so I think this is it. Everyone playing it safe. Everyone wants the points for the final.
There we go. Checkered flag now is on the screen.
It really kind of like matters points-wise.
Yeah.
We've seen a lot of change this year in terms of the point scoring, and so yeah, everyone making sure that the car is going to be good to go for the final. Super attack.
So I was thinking,
Sorry.
do I jump in with a correction? Do I do that
Super
actually? Yes, actually, it's super attack. Or I keep calling it attack 3. So that's attack 1, attack 2, and attack 3. Oh no, it's not attack 3. It's super attack. Anyway. While we get that little switch over done, let me just quickly, before the timing screens are wiped, provisional results then. Simon Norris faster than anybody else, 107.1, ahead of Bradley John, Colin Dorward, Michael Osborne, Josh Barrett, Ilya Krylov, Darren Spooner, and Martin Henry. I feel like I just saw something change on the screen. I'm not too sure. But those are the provisional results for Attack 2. So we're going to clear the track. And then in just a few moments, our Club 2-wheel drive and Club 4-wheel drive machines will hit the track for their Attack 2. So while we wait for the track to go live for the Club 2-wheel drive and Club 4-wheel drive Attack 2 session, I believe Susie, paradoxically, who is here in the commentary box, has also been in the paddock, and she's going to be interviewing Stu Summers right now.
So I'm just grabbing a quick catch-up with Stu Summers, Club 2-wheel drive. So bit of a sad last session then.
Yeah, very sadly. We've just lost the engine. Yeah, so coming into turn 2, top of 4th gear, lifted, ready to get the brakes, and I could see a cloud of smoke behind me. Then I span on my own oil, and then we had a small fire, which I managed to put out myself with the extinguisher. And then, yeah, that's it, a hole in the engine, sadly. So plus side of it is we have been planning a bigger engine, a bigger capacity engine for next year. So, I mean, that's if I'm going to build an engine now, I'm going to build a bigger one.
So that's all the argument you needed for that then?
That's it, yeah, that's exactly that, yeah. So I think 1850cc is about where it's going to be. It's a 1600 original sort of, configuration really. And we're going to chase some more horsepower because we've been struggling a bit this year. We've gone quicker at every circuit apart from Brands. We set a PB today by 1.5 seconds, so it was going to be looking good for later. It could threaten rain later, and we was kind of thinking that could do us some favours, but it is what it is. It's the end of the season. I've had a good day. I'm going to go enjoy the show now. It's the first time I've been able to enjoy one of these shows. Have a walk around, have a look at everything. I don't know, maybe buy a hoodie or something from some stalls, but yeah.
Or an engine.
Or an engine. Oh, I don't know if you'd find a Saxo VTS engine here, but yeah.
You're taking it very well, and like you say, it's got big plans over winter then, come back next year, bigger and better?
Yeah, I mean, we've already got a list of upgrades for the car, so, a Quaife gear set, essentially. We've got a satchel rear suspension with nitrons as well to put on the car, so we should be a bit more of a threat to the club guys, because what we are essentially is a pocket rocket class car running in club. So, yeah.
Are you going to stay supercharged?
Yeah, we are going to stay supercharged. Maybe one day we'll put a turbo on the car, but it's been supercharged since 2012, so it's been a very long time. And it just, it's gone wrong today, but it just doesn't do anything wrong, really.
So you've said it out loud, so it's past jinxing it though. Sorry to see that today, but yeah, hopefully we'll see you back bigger and better next year then.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Cheers, Stu.
Interesting stuff there. Stu was actually talking about more power, turbo, and so on a little bit earlier on. He's been mindful of being down on power for a while. So let's see how that one develops. Interesting here. Let's look at Andy Grady and Alexander Volkov running nose to tail, 2 championship rivals. Although Alexander Volkov does have it sealed up by this point in terms of the championship win in class. But let's see if we can get a bit more of that tasty battle here today at round 8. It's always going to be tough to beat a GTR around Snet.
On the 200 especially you know, we're talking huge horsepower with these cars, and I think for the GTRs, I think minimum, I think Alex was saying minimum like 1,000 horsepower.
Yeah, on this map it's 1,100.
So yeah, that's your...
At the wheels.
Yeah. Which is just an insane amount of horsepower. Yeah. And you know, you've seen the gap here that Alexander Volkov has pulled out over Andy Grady, and Andy Grady was still talking like
800 horsepower.
About 800, yeah. So huge amount of horsepower, and it just goes to show. And this circuit's so suited to the GTRs because you've got these massive long straights, can really unleash all of that power. And then the problem they're going to have, and I don't know if it's their tyres you can hear or the drifters, that is stopping that big weight at the end of these really long straights. So really going to be working those brakes.
Look at that. At the moment, it's a 3-second gap between Alexander Volkov and Andy Grady. Currently, those two faster than anyone else on track right now. Alexander Volkov and Andy Grady were rivals in class all season, and they are now both at the top of the overall leaderboard in this session. But Alexander Volkov crucially leading Andy Grady again, this time to the tune of just about 3 seconds. Neil Robson, very impressive work from him in the BIB Performance BMW 135i. Currently 3rd overall, 1st in class with a 119.3. He was complaining about having only 500 horsepower thereabouts, which to me was crazy because I remember to me 500 horsepower is a lot. But you can see it's good. It was good enough for 3rd overall. But now David Dyson's leapfrogged quite a few people, actually. David Dyson moves into 2nd overall, takes the lead in Club 2-wheel drive. And so what that means is we have Alexander Volkov still at the top, but now ahead of David Dyson, then Andy Grady, then Neil Robson.
Yeah, that's interesting because David Dyson, I mean, again, we say only 500, which is, a crazy talk. But David Dyson probably around 500, I believe, the Cayman GT4 RS. So yeah, maybe Neil's got a little bit more power, but again, the GT4 RS, such a capable platform, fantastic chassis, very good around the corners as well.
Interesting how, from what I understand, it's mostly a factory car. How not only is it good at the corners, as we've seen at all kinds of different tracks, it's always up there. But then you bring it to Snetterton 200, and it's got the beef as well.
Yeah, but
it's
still
like be high up on the. It does everything.
Still 500
it does everything.
horsepower, so that there's no slouch on the straight lines by any means.
Incredible.
And also will turn up to the track in that and have his air conditioning on.
Yep.
I know he said he has that on sometimes in the pit lane if it's hot, so he's able to kind of like cool down. It's got all the mod cons. Just turn up, drive it on the racetrack, and then drive it home.
Do you reckon he's listening to anything?
What, the radio going as he goes around as well?
Radio, podcast, yeah, what's it going to be?
Well, I'll check in with him. We'll see.
Yeah, interesting. It looked like the GTR there of Stuart Andrew had its bonnet open. There was like a black stripe along where the bumper, it's got quite a big bumper where it meets the leading edge of the bonnet. It looked like there was a black line there. Maybe it could be, maybe they taped it up for aerodynamics or something. Or maybe the bonnet slightly lifted, which is not good. So, yeah, let's keep an eye on that. That's pretty interesting.
So the other thing we want to keep an eye on for Club 2-wheel drive, so I believe Mike Butler in Attack 1 actually ran what I believe is the lap record.
Wow.
So broke the lap record for Club 2-wheel drive with a 1:17.087. So David Dyson hasn't pipped to that yet.
He's close,
so
but not
he
quite.
is close. So we're going to see, again, if Mike manages to hang on to that lap record. Because, again, that's worth the points. And I think when we're looking at the points for Club 2-wheel drive, David Dyson has got 1 point over Johnny Fletcher. And, again, if then the lap record goes to somebody else in the form of Mike Butler, then, again, it really shifts it up. And it means we are really down to the wire and down to this session today to actually determine the entire championship. I'm just looking at the windows, Alexi. That is rain.
Yeah, that's true.
That is
yeah,
rain
do you know what? That's a
coming
good point.
down, and that is going to make it very, very interesting indeed for this afternoon.
Excellent. So rubbing my hands together. I love a bit of rain.
Especially for the rear-wheel drive cars. This is going to get, and like for anyone who's not driven on track in the rain, you'd think when it's raining in a huge amount, that will be the worst. But actually, when it starts to rain, not quite so much at the moment, but when it starts getting a little bit greasy, that's the least amount of grip you will have.
Yep.
And it's like driving on an ice rink. So
And some of the bits of the track might still be dry. They've not been rained on yet. So you don't know corner and corner what you're going to get, because until you drive it, you don't know, because some bits are wet, some bits are kind of dry, some bits are kind of soggy, and you've just got to, it's so difficult to know what you're dealing with. I just saw Johnny Fletcher had briefly leapt up to 4th overall, which would be 2nd in class. So that Club 2-wheel drive battle. So Johnny Fletcher hadn't really raised his head above the parapet in this particular session, Attack 2. Johnny Fletcher now punched in a serious time of 1:19.3, which was good enough for 2nd in class behind David Dyson. Until now, Luke Capehorn and Neil Robson have now both retorted to that. Luke Capehorn with a 1:18.8 and Neil Robson with a 1:19.3. So there are times now beginning to really fall as our Club 2-wheel drive rivals put the hammer down. But as you said, that is probably going to plateau at some point very soon, because drops of rain are coming. And that means that they're not going to be finding any more time.
Yeah, and that's really going to play into the 4-wheel drive cars as well, where they just have this extra traction round the corners.
Yep.
But obviously different classes. But yeah, it may mean that
but
we don't see our times improve.
It'll make a difference in our pro. If the rain continues, it'll make a difference in our pro classes, maybe in our clubmans as well.
Yep, indeed. So yeah, we'll have to keep an eye out of the window. It still seems very, very light at the moment. So although the track does seem like it's darkening up a little bit, so
it does look
we'll
like
just keep
that,
an eye
actually,
out for that.
Mike Butler then, so our potential record holder, which is interesting. Of course, the supercharged BMW M3 does pack quite a punch. And actually, he mentioned this year they managed to eke out some more power from the mapping. I think he was actually throwing away a bit of power earlier. And so they managed to really pin that down, get the map nice and tight, and he unlocked a bit more power as a result. And perhaps then today here at Snet 200, which is so power dependent and so power hungry, that is paying dividends. Especially if we now have rain for the rest of the day, then that means that his record would stand, wouldn't it?
Yep, it does indeed. Yeah, because of course you can set the lap record during Attack 1, Attack 2, or Super Attack, and it can be in any of those sessions, and that will count.
Yep,
and of course there's points, extra points on top. I believe it's 10 extra points so for setting a lap record. So yeah, again, that can throw a big spanner in the works in terms of the championship, and it's everyone in the pit lane is trying to figure out at the moment. There's people asking, I was asked for use of the laptop at lunchtime so that we could work out.
What was that? What was? Okay,
so
are you allowed? Is this not Is this not like?
No, so that everyone can work out what
this?
goes on with the points. You know, if you don't get out or if something happens, it's like if somebody set a lap record, it can all change right down to the final session. So yeah, you really do have to keep an eye out. And we've got some championships that are very, very close. So as I said, on the overall championship points at the moment, David Dyson just leading Johnny Fletcher by 1 point. So it really does matter what kind of like happens today. I think on Club 4-wheel drive, it's a little bit more kind of sewn out. Alexander Volkov, I'm pretty sure, has got a definite first position. But again, it's quite close between Andy Grady and Dean Taylor. And actually, look at the times. It doesn't look like Dean's actually managed to turn a lap. A recorded time. So Dean at the moment, I believe, is in second, just ahead of Andy Grady, but it's pretty close between them. So again, that's going to throw a big spanner in the works for the championship. So all to play for.
Yep, 5 whole points for the driver who holds the record at the end of the event.
5. Okay.
So let's
yeah.
so for example, it's got to be by the end of the day, because you could conspire with another competitor to like sandbag a bit but set a record, and then they set a record, and then you set a record, and then they set a record. So you could just magic up infinity points. It's not how it works. It's whoever by the end of the day has set the lap record. So if Michael Osborne's lap records gets superseded by someone else, that person by the end of the day will have won an extra 5 points, which, like you said, it makes a big difference by the end of the day. There are points up for grabs for lots of things. So Attack 1 and Attack 2, score points for our drivers.
And I was just looking.
In fact, warm up gives drivers a point. 1 point in warm up
Yes,
to all drivers who set a time.
Yeah, yeah. So, and then I was just looking at on Club 4-wheel drive on the championship. So Dean Taylor had 127 points in second, and Andy Grady has got 119. So again, there's only 8 points between them, and so this is going to really count. So it's too much maths for me to work out without needing various different spreadsheets kind of like going on. But yeah, we'll keep an eye on that.
The drop rounds make it quite difficult.
That's the complication.
That's it. Yeah.
So yeah, our drivers, as we know, can drop 2 rounds throughout the season. So we have 8 rounds, but they're able to kind of like drop their 2 lowest scoring ones. But of course, for some people, we don't know that might end up being today, and so you can't kind of like work that out beforehand.
No.
So yeah, lots of complicated math spreadsheets that somebody will be working out frantically in the background.
I think from a driving perspective, like, I'm a big advocate of drop rounds, and there are a few series that I'm kind of involved in, and I love the idea of a drop round because, you know, we're not professional racing drivers. We are trying to balance this with the real world and real world commitments where bad things happen and you have to miss rounds and rounds go wrong and so on. But from the point of view of trying to follow a series, the drop rounds do make it difficult to try to work out the points when each driver has the option to remove. But then also when you're working out the points, you just discount whatever the worst 2 results are, right? But that might be today. Maybe they decide to drop today, or yeah, it makes it complicated. From that point of view, strictly speaking, working out the points, the championship, and so on, as a spectator, it does make it a bit tricky. So we understand your pain. We feel it too. But from a driver's perspective, it makes life a little bit easier.
Yeah, I'm just looking at Andy Grady just come across the start-finish line in a very steady pace. So obviously kind of like on a cool-down lap. And I wonder if that is literally him saying, you know, I might not be able to make up that time to Alexander Volkov, but I want to keep the car again for the super attack. So just saving those points.
Nice dab of oppo there from Neil Robson. I haven't.
Did you manage to catch Knockhill? So
I caught some of it.
Just see him again. So,
but I didn't see all this drifty stuff you're talking about.
So he was very sideways. He was having an absolute whale of a time. As, he was saying when I was chatting with him earlier. But and again, I was looking at the weather at Knockhill. I was like, oh, this is a tight, twisty track with a rear-wheel drive car and rain. That's not the best combo. But he was having an absolute blast. If there had been points for drifting, he would have got all of those as well. But yeah, he was saying with the extra power, just pushing that right to the track limits there. With that extra power, he's got, I think, a lot more to kind of like play with on this big power track. And it's interesting. We'll keep an eye on him. So I guess we'll see round the corners if it's starting to get edged more towards this kind of like greasy stage, or it doesn't look like the rain is getting worse. But it's very hard to tell from up here. We'll keep an eye on him as he comes down. So through the big slide
there he goes down.
Yeah,
the same thing on the same corner.
So I mean, yeah, again having a blast. And I would have said maybe not the fastest way around the circuit, but it really worked out for him at Knockhill. He came first. He was fastest in Club 2-wheel drive. So again, well, I would say. Definite points for having the most fun out on circuit there. Yeah, just literally every corner, the rear end kind of sliding about.
I think it's quite unusual to see that in track. You know, I think the school of thought has moved into cars that are very planted, very point and score, slow in, fast out kind of driving. We've only really seen it from Philip Naidenov in the Ford Sierra Cosworth, and now also Neil Robson. This school of thought, this approach to driving, which is actually, I mean, they're very different cars. The Sierra Cosworth is quite long, whereas the 1 Series is quite short, stumpy, wide in comparison. But this really attacking approach, you know, it's not gratuitous. They're not sliding around for the sake of it, and they'd rightly get black flagged for that. They are getting sideways as part of making that car go fast.
Yeah, and he did say,
and it worked at Knockhill.
Yeah, absolutely.
That's what you had to do.
Yeah, and as you were saying, it was like he's trying to drive that, you know, to keep it kind of like all 4 wheels going in the same direction. But it's just, you know, the guys are pushing past their limits, and you know, rear-wheel drive car on a slightly slippery track. That's what's going to happen.
So I'm curious, because that was a lot more tidy just now from Neil Robson. So I wonder how that will translate into lap time. I mean, it was a slow sector 1 from him, actually. No improvement there. Oh, look at that knife. There we go. Never mind. Little bit sideways as well. Coming onto the...
Heard you.
Maybe. Maybe. I mean, it looks so good. When you see a car driving fast with a dab of up, it reminds you of like Grand Prix cars of, you know, the glory days, 50s and 60s, Goodwood and so on, where they're all, you know, all four-wheel drifting around, that little bit of opposite lock. It looks great. It's a very old school of driving fast, but it's really great to see.
There's a lot of driving skill to keep it, on that kind of like fine edge. And there is a fine edge between going too sideways.
Yeah.
And then you do start losing time because obviously your wheels aren't gripping. So, but it's great fun to watch. I'm not going to complain.
No. It's great. It's really great.
But I did see, just looking down the lap time, so nobody's better in their kind of like lap time. And again, I just don't think that's surprising given the...
I think we're at the greasy point.
But, you know, looking out the window, there doesn't seem to be any more rain. So I wonder if it's just a few spots and how much difference that is actually making out on track. I mean, like, judging by the lap times, I would say it's just taken the edge off whether somebody will be able to improve on their lap times for when they started the session and the track was dry. But it doesn't seem to be causing anyone too many issues to keep going around at the moment.
Mike Butler, look at that, 118.7. He makes a whole bunch of places up and moves into second in class in the number 67 supercharged M3. So Mike Butler there, as you said, potentially our provisional lap record holder in this class. And he punches in another very racy time, 118.7. So a fair bit of drift of his personal best that he set in attack 1, but good enough to move him into second in class for now.
And that's pushed Johnny Fletcher down into 5th from Club 2-wheel drive, which is really going to impact his championship. But he did say to me earlier he'd beaten his PB by 2 seconds. He was very happy this morning. But he did say he's cursed at this track. He said basically this morning was the first competitive lap he turned here since 2021 because he's always had problems here. And I wonder if he has, unfortunately, maybe suffered some other issues because we've not seen him out on track on for a little while.
Not a great deal, no. It looks quite imposing, doesn't it, Mike Butler's car? For those of you watching from the trackside, it's the white, blue and red BMW M3, kind of reminiscent of the factory BMW M GT racing colors. But especially when you compare it to the other BMW on track, the 135i of Neil Robson. It's quite big and imposing. It's like some kind of like blue whale or a killer shark or something. It just looks very big and gracious, but crucially, very powerful and very fast here as well around the 200 layout. Checkered flag is out then. So our drivers can finish their flying lap if they're currently on one. Mike Butler there has, I think, just further improved, perhaps? No, he dived straight into the pits. So his 118.7 that he set a little bit earlier on, that remains his personal best. I don't think anyone else is improving at the moment, so we can whip through our provisional results. Alexander Volkov then at the top of the leaderboard with a 117.7 ahead. Let's do it by class, ahead of Andy Grady, Stuart, Andrew, and Dean Taylor. And our provisional Attack 2 winner in Club 2-wheel drive is David Dyson, ahead of Mike Butler, Luke Capehorn, Neil Robson, Johnny Fletcher, David Frost, and then Jeff Kershaw is actually running in Club Pro. Right, so those are our provisional results. Our Club 2-wheel drive and Club 4-wheel drive drivers will now head into Parc Fermé to make sure everything is hunky-dory and regulation compliant. And in the meantime, we'll get the track prepped and our Clubman Classic and Retro and Pocket Rocket machines ready to go on track for their Attack 2 in just a few minutes. And And while we wait for the action to get underway, this is a driver that I mentioned earlier, who I follow on Instagram, does all kinds of interesting 3D printed bits and bobs for not only his car, but others too, Rafael Tsartsaris. Susie's been catching up with him in the paddock a little bit earlier on, so let's take a look.
So I'm grabbing a quick couple of minutes with Rafael Tsartsaris. So how are you doing?
Hello, Susie. Pretty well. The season is going really well. So far, I'm leading the championship, but it's very close. So it's only like 10 points between the second competitor. At the moment, I've got some gearbox issues.
I think there's 3 of you, isn't there, in contention?
Yeah,
so actually Stephen House and Tommy Langley as well, very close.
And Tom is actually 12 points behind me, which is, I think he's doing really well. After, I think it was Donington, he changed the car. I don't know if you remember, it was purple, now became like a white body kit, WRS, whatever. So he became really fast. So we'll see today if I win. Can possibly win the championship. If I come second, can still win the championship, but we'll see. Fingers crossed. But with this gearbox issue, it's a bit iffy.
So tell us what's going on today.
So basically, before this round, I had a clutch slip. So my idea was replace the clutch, and as well as the clutch, let's replace the gearbox, buy a JCW gearbox, which is supposed to be stronger. That was second-hand gearbox, obviously. The guy told me it was 60,000 miles, but it seems to be 150,000 miles. And this, you know how the supercharger is whining, it does exactly the same. So, yeah, not ideal for the final, but lessons learned. I'm not going to change again on the final critical components. That's the, yeah, that's my lesson. That's a schoolboy error, to be fair.
So all to play for today then, and hopefully it all stays in one place for this afternoon. And then you've got plans for next year as well.
Yes, next year. The idea is I've got an M135i and N55. We are going to build it for the club two-wheel drive. Depends on the classes, because as we establish, we may have some changes. But yeah, the idea is build the BMW, easier power than the Mini. The Mini is only 1.6, the BMW is 3 liter, so it's much easier to get the power out and just drive the car, basically.
So big plans for next year. So fingers crossed, everything stays together this afternoon.
Yeah, exactly. Hopefully, fingers crossed.
Who would buy a new gearbox and change that at the end?
Oh my God. Yeah. Thankfully, the car has been fine all year. I mean, here and there was some issues, but the engine, which that was a main issue the year before. Obviously, that's my second year of time attack. Obviously, I blew the engine on the first year, and then I had a break for a year, built the engine myself, like properly, exactly as I wanted to build. And now it's at least the engine is fine. The rest of it, it's not so bad.
Fingers crossed. Only two rounds left. So I'm sure it will go well.
Fingers crossed.
Brilliant. Well, we look forward to seeing how the championship goes this afternoon. And good luck out there.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thanks.
Interesting. You know, we've all been there. He was talking about lessons learned, schoolboy error, don't change critical stuff before. We've all been there. So
easy to say with hindsight, though, right?
It is, especially if you're thinking, I really need to change this thing. Or then you got to change it, right? You know, you can't win. You know, you're what is it? What's the term? You're something if you do, something if you don't. I can't remember.
Damned.
Damned. That's the one. You're damned either way.
Yep.
Annie Thompson in the Lotus Exige. So that clubman battle still wide open. So we've got to be keeping quite a close eye on, especially attack 2, but also even more so the super attack at the end of the day.
So, I mean, after Knock Hill, I said that if it rains, it will play to Dan Buckingham's advantage, because obviously in the front-wheel drive car, and they are particularly strong in the rain. But Annie just absolutely blasted away Knock Hill, doing an amazing drive. But I know Annie is running; she has issues today. So that car is definitely burning some oil. There's definitely some smoke coming out of it. They're having issues in this morning. Then it seemed a little bit better, so they were just worried about it. So I think Annie's going out there. It's very close between Annie's on 213 points, Dan's on 204. So again, Clubman is all to play for today, depending upon what happens in these final 2 sessions out there.
Interesting that it's burned. She had a bit of a moment there as well. Interesting that it's burning oil, though, because that's not traditionally a 2GR. I've got a 2GR powered car, blown it up twice now. I know the engines pretty well now. And burning oil is not something that they tend to do. What you will do, they suffer naturally from a bit of oil starvation, so you'll overfill them with oil quite a lot, maybe an extra litre of oil, if not more. Compared to the book value if you're doing track work, and then they start to burn oil. But that's kind of just what they do. So interesting that there's some kind of other issue on top of that, you know, to the point where they think this is problematic. So one to keep an eye on, definitely. It's not the first time she's had issues with that either. She, you know, there was something earlier on in the year as well. I never quite found out what the answer to that was.
Yeah, well, I think, and then it's just pushing oil out through the breather, and then it was like,
oh,
just,
wow.
Yeah, but then that seemed to be a little bit better at Knockhill. So yeah, so maybe a few issues, but again, and we can see in the 3 fastest times currently are all of these Clubman cars, so definitely a battle to watch out there for. But not the only battle in this session by any means, because of course we've got Pocket Rocket Force Induction.
Well, Raphael's
again.
just said, yeah, that's very close.
It's very close. So I think when I was looking at it, it's like, so Rafa's on 165 points, Steve House is on 155, Tommy Langley on 152. So again, keep an eye out for what's going on in Pocket Rocket Force Induction. It is all to play for today, especially if Raphael is having issues with his gearbox. He's got to get out there and he's got to set a good time. So as they were saying, and I think I mentioned this at Brands Hatch, they have a moon map, which is the send it to the moon. So I don't think, maybe not see that in Attack 2, but if it makes it through to Super Attack, I think that's what we're going to see being used.
I think it's like you said, it's the literally last session of the year. You got all winter and half of spring, 2/3 of spring to rebuild. So just send it to the moon at that point.
Yeah.
Crank it all the way up. Dean Riley going very well today in the VX 220. So actually on that, it appears that Eden Young has needed to go home. That car now poorly, it seems. So he has had to duck out for the remainder of the day, which means that, well, actually, this is Dean Riley's to lose at this point.
Yep.
Mark Donnelly isn't here. He's already got first place sewn up. Eden Young's needed to go home. We've got Michael Greenhue, but actually he had a problem as well, didn't he, earlier on? Looking at it.
Mike has had to get. Also, his car is back on the trailer, so he had. I think he dropped a wheel and ended up in one of the barriers.
What it was?
Yeah,
okay.
so that car is on the trailers. So yeah, Dean Riley out there with the fastest time on track at the moment with a 1:21.37. I say that.
What? Never mind.
Just beat by Kestusis Dobrovskis. So and then. But yeah, so Dean Riley out there, all the points that he can get today, but he can only get, I think, second place in the championship.
That's it, yep.
So that championship is pretty sewn up. Then we look at Pocket Rocket NA, because of course we've got all of these cars out there. So I believe Ryan Barker has got first place sewn up. So if I just look down, and I believe that is leading from...
First and second are done, so the battle is for third.
Okay, so then, so Mark Roberts, Stephen Wilkins, so Wilco, and then it was against
Martin Batchkovich.
But he's not here today, so again,
true.
Everyone be very keen to get out there, get those points, critical points for the championship, to bring home second and third.
Yeah, I think I saw something about Martin breaking his car or something, as in like, you know, breaking it for parts or something like that. So I think his time attack journey in that car is well and truly over. So, yep, that would then make one think that perhaps Stephen Wilkinson has this one in the bag in the K-swapped Clio. We have fewer K-swapped Clios this year, don't we?
We do, and this is going to be the last time we see Wilco in the K-swapped Clio. Yes, yeah, unfortunately, so he's decided, that's it with the car. So we're not going to see him back next year.
In that car, or he's stepping away?
I don't quite
Okay.
know at the moment, but yeah,
Fair
definitely in the last round in the K-Swap Clio.
Oh. I think we just saw a bit of flames out of the back of Kestis's GTR there. 30,000 track miles, if I've understood correctly, which is quite a lot of miles on track. That's a lot.
That is good going.
That's
yeah,
good going.
for sure.
A winter rebuild pending, from what I understand, perhaps at the hands of Alex Volkov, our neighborhood GTR expert. Not only GTRs though, I was following his various social feeds. He had a nice, like, GT3 RS or GT2 RS, something like that, in his workshop. So some very fancy and fast stuff. This is interesting, actually. Let's maybe keep the camera on this. This is Owen Llewellyn in the LMS Mazda MX-5, all the way back from 1997 in the classic and retro cars. Car number 98. And you can see that it's on a hot lap because its headlights are up. Woo! Very cute. Look at that. Look at his little face. Look at it. Look at it go. They were very busy fixing some stuff. I love MX-5s. It's like one of my favorite things in the world. But I didn't really get a chance. I didn't want to probe and like start asking questions when they're fixing stuff. You know, the beauty of Time Attack is that the paddock is open. Those of you who are here today will hopefully know this, and you can come and wander around. And if you're building a certain car, I've seen lots of MX-5s here today, for example, you can come and get some inspiration from the cars that are doing the real tough work on track. Oh, someone's come off.
Who are we seeing there?
Is that Stephen Wilkinson? Sorry, not Stephen Wilkinson.
Is that Stephen House?
That's who I was thinking of. Maybe Stephen House? He is, yeah, 286.
One of the minis.
2, 3, something. I think that is Stephen House, yeah. In his, well, it was new for 2025. I mean, we've done a full season now, but carbon-bodied, very powerful. But he's got it going again, which is great. I think what we might be able to deduce is that the conditions are getting a bit greasy at this point.
Yeah.
But yeah, that little MX-5 of Owen Llewellyn, still naturally aspirated. Just a point of housekeeping, if you do come and wander around the paddock, you know, to take my example, if you can see that the team are stressing and trying to fix stuff and you're busy, don't start, you know, poking your nose in. Read the room. Common sense applies. So I didn't get a chance to have a conversation with them, but I did take a look at the car. It's still naturally aspirated. In Classic and Retro, you can run whatever aspiration you want. You can even run engine swaps, as we saw in the case of Eden. But in the case of Owen's MX-5, still naturally aspirated. Little buzzy buzz box with pop-up lights. Incredible. Great stuff.
So yeah, I just wanted to check down. So Stephen House running in Pocket Rocket Force Induction. As I was saying, again, that championship very, very close. And actually, the fastest car in Pocket Rocket Force Induction at the moment is Gary Papworth. So in that single round entry, we've seen Gary pop up a few rounds this year. And it's the fastest time in a 1:22.872. He's leading Tommy Langley, who's then leading Stephen House. So actually, Rafael Chicharis is running fourth, so no points for him. And again, I don't know what that means for the championship because they are all so close. And I couldn't tell you what that works out kind of like point-wise. But again, we're just going to see Pocket Rocket Force Induction Championship. And it's all on the line for these guys at the moment.
Annie Thompson there in that Exige. Perhaps a little bit poorly.
Well, I'm not seeing any smoke from that, so I don't know if they've been able to kind of like resolve that issue, if maybe it had just been a little bit overfilled and it's kind of like pushing oil out, but doesn't seem to be at all smoky there, so seems to be going well.
I mean, yeah, looking at it, I mean, it tends that when people do lots of track work with a 2GR, they do overfill it quite considerably. And then you can see that it's doing the little puffs of smoke now and then. This doesn't really look like it's doing that at all, does it? It looks. Oh my goodness! Big sideways moment from her. Nicely caught though. Okay, a little bit, especially given that I think she dropped a few wheels onto the grass as well. And when that happens, then you're rolling the dice almost. But luckily or skillfully, she managed to keep that together. No harm done. But yeah,
look how close
it looks greasy out there.
Yeah, and look how close Clubman is. So we've got Dan Buckingham leading Clubman with a 1:21.4, Clive Hopwell with a 1:22.6, and then Annie Thompson with a 1:22.8. So literally My maths isn't very good at the moment.
Well,
but,
1.4 seconds between the three of them. But between
Yeah.
Clive and Annie,
Yeah.
we've got less than 0.2 of a second between them.
Yeah.
And that's for second and third in class.
0.015. So yeah, really, really close.
Wow.
Between these very, very different cars as well. But like you say, I'm just keeping an eye out for whether, I was going to say, if people have got their wipers on, which we see
Yeah,
Clive
they
Hockwell
do.
there, and they do have their wipers on, and that's going to be playing into probably these front-wheel drive cars into their favour, as the track may develop and get quite greasy. So as we're seeing the cars moving around a lot on track. And definitely the most treacherous conditions I think you can get on track when it just starts to rain. And especially when the cars are being out there laying rubber. So then, of course, the racing line has all of this rubber on there. Then the rain comes down, and that actually makes the racing line the least grippy part of the track. So you want to stay off that line. But it's like, at what point do you kind of like transition over? So it's
I'd
quite
imagine, especially by the end of
interesting.
the year. They had like a whole year of rubber being put down, right? I think
Yeah.
now it's going to be even worse than, say, at the start of the year.
Yeah, and so that heavy rain will kind of, yeah, and
Even the Golf R is moving around.
Exactly. So
Wow.
So yeah, so it'll be at what point do
I
they?
think you can hear raindrops.
Yeah, I can actually hear that on the camera.
Yeah.
So at what point do they start kind of like moving off the racing line? And there might be some corners at which they have to do that, and some not, because as we know, it can be different conditions around different corners of the circuit.
You can see the heat haze radiating out of the sides of Clive Hockwell. There was one shot in particular where you could see that. That was really interesting. So I guess perhaps, the brakes or all the turbocharged stuff that the Golf R is going on. But it looked like there was heat haze coming from the sides of that car. So getting pretty toasty indeed.
Yeah, and I just want to again make sure. So going down to Pocket Rocket.
Yeah, look, it's still moving around. Look at that. Yeah.
Pocket Rocket NA. So we've got Ryan Barker leading with 1:26.09 from Mark Roberts with a 1:29.23. And I know I was speaking to Mark earlier. He's saying he had gearbox issues yesterday, and I was like, "Oh, were you on a test day?" And he's like, "No, I was just reversing the car off my drive, and his gearbox went." So awful luck. So he's on basically a standard box again, with, as he said, completely the wrong ratios for Snetterton. So really unfortunate, but yeah, it just goes to show. Technical issues or mechanical issues can happen at any time.
Yep, no improvement there, I think, from Clive Hopwell in the Golf R. It does seem to be moving around a fair bit now, and of course he's got the Haldex Volkswagen fancy stuff, and even that's moving around. So, yep, looks pretty challenging out there. Stephen House, who we previously saw take a little excursion off the track, perhaps hinting at the conditions. Now he's back up and running pretty happily now. Stephen House, currently, where is he now? He is currently third in Pocket Rocket Force Induction with a 125.1.
But just behind Tommy Langley, and Tommy Langley was, again, between them all, they're so very close. I don't actually know what this means for the championship. We need some rather elaborate spreadsheets to work that out. And again, you can't really work that out until the end of the day.
Because of the drop round.
Yeah, because of the 2 drop rounds. So yeah, it makes things incredibly difficult for us to work out on the fly. All we know is it's very, very close and there's everything to play for.
Look, at this particular camera, you can hear the raindrops. It even looks a bit misty. I think that corner is looking pretty wet, actually. Great stuff. Of course, those of you who are here in person at Modified Live, firstly, thank you for coming all the way out and enjoying the show. Look, I think Clive Hopwell's just outbraked himself and fallen off the track there. So it's look, yep, there we go. He's gone down the escape road. So pretty greasy. Those of you who are watching from the trackside, thanks for sticking with us. Hopefully you had the foresight to check the weather forecast and bring a brolly, because it looks pretty greasy, starting to look pretty challenging. The little E36 in Classic and Retros, not really a driver that we've seen a great deal of. That would be Luke Taylor, I believe, in the Matthews Motorsports BMW E36, a single round entry.
So we saw him out at Brands Hatch.
We did, yeah.
Yeah, and we've not seen him back since then. So
No.
again, I think.
Oh, in fact, there we go.
bugbears-
Let's just look at it. Yep.
Yeah, well,
You can see a little dab of Oppo there as
again,
well.
That's going to be a real handful in these
Yeah.
conditions
Yeah,
as well. As he was saying, he's got 170 horsepower. So compared to like some of these cars, really, really kind of like down on power. But and again, and now the challenge of the weather.
Well,
coming
look,
in
now
with
we've
the
got
rear-wheel
the
drive.
MX-5 and the E36. I think it's probably going to be pretty even between the two of them.
Yeah, who's going to have the most opposite look? That's going to be the question.
So let's see. Owen Llewellyn, a 137.7, his current best. And where is the plucky little E36? 137.2, so half a second between Luke Taylor and Owen Llewellyn.
You can see there, just trying to push on around the corners. Yeah, so you get probably a little bit of understeer on the front end, and then the rear end kind of like, big understeer.
Yeah, so indeed very closely matched between these two. Both single round entries, so not really going to feature in the championship. But an interesting little battle is developing here between, I would imagine, on paper, in terms of power to weight and so on, these are probably quite closely matched machines, and their lap times would support that. Whoa! Look at that! Nice slide there as well.
Yeah, I mean...
Very greasy indeed coming out of Murray's.
Yeah, if you needed any verification to whether the track is getting greasy, I think that has been it. But and of course, we've got these timing screens before us, and we're used to normally as we go through the session just seeing lots of green popping out where people are getting their personal bests from the lap or the sector, and I have not seen anything go green for the majority of this session, in fact. So I think drivers at the moment, we've only got 15 seconds left on the clock anyway, but yeah, I don't think we're going to see any times improving.
Yeah, I think I even saw a little piece of mud fall off the car, so I think perhaps at some point somewhere he's picked up a little bit of grass or debris or something. It's just all muddy and greasy and looking pretty difficult out there. See, the checkered flag has come out, so those drivers who are currently on a hot lap will be able to finish them. But I don't think anyone is really going to be taking that up, because these are not very fast conditions, especially compared to how the session began. So I don't think we're going to see any improvements here. So
we're like between 5 and 10 seconds down on fastest time. So, and again, it might not be a hot lap, but yes, no improvements at times.
Yeah, let's run through our provisional results then. So in Clubman Plus, it's Kestis Dobrovolskis at the top of the leaderboard with a 120.8. And then in Clubman, it's in Classic and Retro, it's Dean Riley with a 121.3 ahead of Luke Taylor and Owen Llewellyn. In Clubman, it's Dan Buckingham with a 121.4 ahead of Clive Hopwell, Annie Thompson, Ryan Barker, Paul Newman, and Soren Georgi. Oh, that's wiped my timing screen there. Let's take a look at, what have we done? Clubman Plus, Pocket Rocket Force Induction then. Gary Papworth at the top, even though he has a single round entry, ahead of Langley, House, Tsartsaris. And in Pocket Rocket Naturally Aspirated, it's Ryan Barker ahead of Roberts, Allflat, Wilkinson, Vieira, and Blackburn. Mark Blackburn there in the 197 Clio. Those are our provisional results. Our drivers will head into Parc Fermé to have everything checked over, make sure they're still legal and good as per the technical regulations, and we will see them back in a little while for the super attack later on in the afternoon. But first, we have the Racing Hondas Championship Race 2. And we will be getting that underway after this short little break.
Motegi Racing was conceived with one mission in mind: performance. Each wheel is over-engineered to ensure industry-leading strength, lightweight design, and seamless connection to your unique style. From our storied past in motorsports to our stylistic contributions to the aftermarket culture, one thing remains: Motegi Racing is built for enthusiasts.
Brace yourselves, ladies and gents, because this is it. 15 races completed, one more still to go. And just to add the extra bit of variety, not only do we have a partial reverse grid, the heavens have opened for the final race of the season. So what more drama could you wish for? The cars are currently on a formation lap round to the grid, like out of the assembly area, led by the safety car, just to give a bit more of a safer run. They probably will give them 2 formation laps in order to try and get a grasp on the conditions, because they have changed compared to the 3 sessions that we've had previously earlier on today, with the practice session, with qualifying, and with the first race all taking place in dry conditions. But now, with the top 8 reversed in all classes, well, technically just Class A and Class B, because we're just swapping around the 2 Class C drivers on that side. It'd be interesting as well. So as the cars form up onto the grid, of course, we've had new champions crowned the past 2 weekends. Of course, with Dan Thackeray overall in Class B. We've had as well with Will Self in Class A today and Matt Rowney in Class C. But of course, one driver who's an outgoing champion, but also somebody who could still get runner-up in the championship this weekend, is Ryan Cunningham. So he's running the last race of the season with number 1 Amador. And to find out how he's feeling about this weekend and how he's feeling about the last weekend of the season, earlier on this morning, before racing actually got underway, he spoke to Charlie over in the paddock.
Oh, I am down in the pits with our Class B runner-up, Ryan. First off, congratulations. We're heading into Snet today, fighting for the overall 2nd place. Feeling confident?
Yeah, definitely, yeah. We've run 3 practice to bed some discs and pads in.
Yep.
Fresh rubber for quali. Away we go.
No, absolutely. Obviously, we've missed you at Not Kill. Hopefully get some vital points today?
Yeah, definitely, yeah. Obviously, just out of racing, life, family stuff and work. So, yeah, unfortunately, I'm absolutely still gutted now that I've missed it. But well, we planned the whole holiday around these 2 rounds, to be fair, and to miss it was just like, well, but yeah, so make up for it today.
No, absolutely.
And chase for that 2nd overall.
Yeah, definitely. How have you found the season overall as well?
I've loved it, to be honest. I wouldn't really race anywhere else. I say I try and get as many people in as I can.
Yeah.
Paddock's great. It's just a good championship to be a part of.
Yeah, absolutely.
And I said that from last year and the few rounds I did the year before that. So yeah, but on that, I'd just like to say thanks to Kent Models for the support this year, FMC and Motion as well for making sure the car's been perfect all year and last year, to be fair.
No, absolutely. It's amazing how much of a difference it makes having such a good team around you.
Yeah, definitely. It takes element of worry as well. I mean, when I first started, I did a couple of rounds by myself, and I'm sat on the grid thinking, oh, have I done this? Is that right? I've done it.
Yeah, of course.
These boys, they do it every day. They know it inside out. So I know every time I get in the car, it's going to be bang on.
Yeah, and that's what you need, isn't it? Clear mind, heading in, first corner, just go for it. Brilliant stuff. Well, good luck for today. Thank you.
Cheers.
So there we are, Ryan Cunningham, who is running, as I mentioned, his last race as number 1 on the window for this season. Of course, that will transfer to Dan Thackeray for this one. Now, as you mentioned, the grid is a partial reverse, with the top 8 being drawn in both Class A and Class B. And this is how it looks. Despite his car crawling to a halt after crossing the line with issues, Kevin Talbot starts this race from pole position. He could be the favourite here if all the issues are solved. Alongside him, hoping fingers crossed for a really good result, is Fraser McNeil from the front row of the grid. He's been here before a couple of times. Can he convert that into a first podium? If he can, it would be his best result of the season to date. It's an all EK Civic 2nd row with James Alford ahead of Dave Buki, then Philip Wright, who starts in 5th position, and Josh Harvey, who took his first Racing Honda's podium in race 1 in 3rd place. Then Bob Barron, who will also be hoping the conditions work to his favour, and Manudi Crown Class A champion Will Self, also going for 2nd place overall in the championship. We'll get onto that connotation in a second. The last of the Class A cars is Jordan Morgan's, and no Liam Collins, sadly. His car does not take the start. I can't see it on the grid, neither in the pit lane, so sadly he will not finish the season in the race. In terms of Class B, the pole position for the reverse grid goes to Spencer Fortag alongside Danny Weston. One occasion for him to start his second ever race in the championship from the front row of the grid in class. Then it's Sammy Milam and Lewis Barker from Ryan Cunningham, who's also in contention for that second place overall. And Dan Thackeray, unstoppable Dan, now with 12 class wins. Can he come from basically 8th in class to make it a 13th? It's unlucky for some, but is it going to be lucky for Dan on this occasion? From 17th backwards, we then look back to the last of our Class B cars, which is Sam Linster, who had some issues in race 1 with damage. Luke Crash's many tangled with Harry Greenhill before, so he'll start at 18th and 19th respectively. Owen Diver starts back the back of Class B and P20. And then our two Class C runners for one final time this season. Matt Rowling ahead of Callum Houchin, the champion ahead of the man in second place. So before I quickly bring in Ian Waterhouse as they go off on the first of, I expect there 2 formation laps, given there is a change in conditions. This is how the championship stands coming into the final race of the season. We've decided all our class champions, overall champions decided. The big one still to the side is runner-up spot in the overall title battle between Will Self in Class A and Ryan Cunningham in Class B. According to the coordinator, Carl McKellar, who's given me the information, and I quote, Self has an 8-point advantage over Cunningham in the fight to be the overall championship runner-up. He needs a top 3 in class to do it, but Cunningham needs to finish P4 in class or better, plus the fastest lap minimum, in order to make it depend on what Self does in this one as well. So even though most of the championship titles, if not all of them, are settled in Waterhouse, with myself, Scott Woodward, alongside for the final time, this could still be quite an interesting prospect. What we could certainly see for most people here, they just want to get a good result and get some bragging rights, but ultimately now we've got a little bit of wet weather in the mix as well. It's not fully wet, it's more intermediate conditions. That's usually the worst kind of conditions that drivers want. You either want it one way or the other. It's right in the middle. This could get spicy.
Just what we like as well, isn't it, Scott? Plenty of nice and easy maths there for us to work out on the final race. But we couldn't have asked for anything better, could we? Round 16, the final race of the season for the Racing Hondas Championship. And the weather gods have thrown a spanner in the works, haven't they, indeed, as they just make their way around Murray's now back onto the start-finish straight here. Greasy conditions on the track. Talking to Alexi a little bit earlier when we're talking about the conditions that drivers hate, and they are this sort of mid-moment, aren't they? It's raining, but it's not particularly raining hard, but it's greasy, it's damp, but it's not properly wet yet either. So yes, this has all the makings of something quite special.
I wonder if the lap behind the safety car out of assembly was their one first kind of formation lap to get used to the conditions. The second one's back round to the grids. They've done their 2 laps to get used to the
I think you're absolutely spot on
so
there.
that could be the case.
It's worked out quite well for Kevin Talbot, all of this as well, hasn't it?
It has. Certainly he's going to try redeem himself after some issues he had from race number 1. So, this is it then. 15 races complete, 1 still to go. The cars forming up one by one. The Class B cars just starting to very steadily move their way into position. And Fraser starting on the outside of the front row of the grid. Hopefully should get a possibly good start because he's on the slightly flatter part of the course on that side. And I have to say, for this being a first season commentator in Racing Hondas, I've thoroughly adored it from start to finish. And I hope this race gives us a fitting send-off for what's been an incredible 3rd season for the championship. But you never drill, you never saying. It is all calm and quiet until the VTEC kicks in. And for the final time in 2025, we're all set for it then. Brace yourselves, this could be a good one. So, Kevin Talbot starts the final race of the season on pole position. The 5-second board is up. We are ready for Racing Hondas. One last dance in 2025. The red lights are on at Snetterton. We are go! Yeah. Strong start initially from Kevin Talbot. Fraser's gone with him. A cracking start for Dave Buki, up to 3rd already. Not hanging around either of the 3 EG Civics. Jordan Morgans goes practically nowhere towards the back of Class A, and everyone in Class B pours past him. But down towards turn 1, it's side by side for the lead into Ritchie's. There's a little bit of fisticuffs, and there's contact. Round goes James Alford, round goes Bob Barron. Off the road to quality goal. Will Self, he's gone off the road. That could be massively crucial for the championship in the runner-up spot because he's right down the order. He's not towards the back, and Fraser McNeil's off the road down at the hairpin at Wilson. There's 3 cars off in the space of 2 corners. So both the Kilted K-Swaps cars are off. 3 of the EGs are off the road. Into the lead of the race has gone Kevin Talbot. 2nd is Dave Buki. 3rd is now the 3rd place man, which is the Josh Harvey. 4th is now Phil Wright. 5th now overall, and leading Class B is Lewis Barker. What a cracking start he's had because of all the Class A shenanigans around him as they come back down towards Brandon Nelson. Harvey already challenging Buki, but that was a messy start to the first couple of corners. But more importantly, Will Self contending for that overall 2nd spot in the championship in getting tangled up in incidents he did not need to be involved in.
Oh, it's exactly what he didn't want, isn't it? And Fraser McNeil as well, it made a good point down here. Starting on the left-hand side, that's actually the should be the slightly drier side. We do have a safety car, I believe, now as well coming out. I wonder if there's still a couple of those cars that are unable to get going again, up by Wilson. Let's have a look at the circuit cams as well. Not seeing too much, but wow, dramatic start here for round 16 of the Racing Hondas Championship.
Well, if Bob Barron was the one that's caused the yellow flag, well, his door's currently open, but he's going down towards Wilson Hairpin. There he is. I think his car was the one that was stationary. He got it moving again. It's now not in the view of where the incident was. This reminds me a bit of Knock Hill, as Bob Barron, in fact, and sadly, and looking at our CCTV cameras, has pulled off the road. So I'm afraid the double Knock Hill winner is not going to score in the final race of the championship. And of course, on this one, there are no drop scores to use in either race this weekend. So obviously, if you get a 0 score, it has to count as to your final points total in the end.
I'll say, can I say, Dave Buki, watch out for him. P2 now, behind the safety car now, of course. They all bunch up again. So we'll get a cracking restart here. Josh Harvey, of course, there. Probably exactly what Kevin Talbot didn't want, because he just, for the first half of that lap, managed to get a little bit of daylight after Fraser McNeil, of course, went off from second place. But he did have the dry line, Fraser McNeil, and they were side-by-side going into Riches. It was a fantastic start. But we are now behind the safety car, 12.5 minutes to go. Behind the safety car, of course, the time does continue to tick down. So we're still in racing conditions just behind the safety car.
So Kevin Talbot in the lead, which the safety car's coming in this lap. I think it was such a quick safety car because of the fact that it was for Bob Barron's car that was stationary. He's now moved it to a safer position on the inside of the exit of Wilson Hairpin. That means he's going to be okay. So Kevin Talbot, we can keep quick stock of where we are, though. The key thing to watch out for, I'll get to where Will Self is in a second. So Kevin Talbot leads the way. He's aiming for his 4th win of the season. Dave Buki has not scored a podium all season. His best result so far this year is 5th place 3 times. So he's going to try and... No, 4 times. He finished 5th in race 1 earlier on, I think he did. So Josh Harvey in 3rd place, looking for his 2nd podium. Phil Wright's in there too. Now, critically, Will Self is currently 5th of the point score in Class A cars and 14th overall, whereas Ryan Cunningham is 3rd in class, ahead of Dan Thackeray and behind Barker and Fortank. He can try and push forwards if he can make that happen. He's got a couple of Class A cars to try and pick his way through if they can. But in these ever slippery conditions, this is going to be so tricky. So the safety car escapes. Kevin Talbot decides when to get the race back underway as he gingerly makes his way in towards Murray's corner. Top 4 are stacked up right behind him as they turn out to Murray's corner. Now he puts his foot down. Green flag conditions once again. So with 11 minutes to go in this final race of the season, Kevin Talbot trying to get a victory here, whereas Josh Harvey is on his toes. He can't pass before the line. He times it perfectly. Down the pit straight down towards Ritchie's back under green flag conditions. He'll go down the outside where there will be more grip if he can hold on. Turns into the right-hander and has to capitulate and hold back. This might give Phil Wright a chance to get back into it in 4th position. But the key thing to watch out for here is how much more progress Will Self makes from 14th, but crucially, 5th in point scorers in Class A.
Good driving by Buki down into the Riches here. We saw that one coming, and now round Wilson as well. Put his car into perfect place. Is that right there? And Harvey almost touching. It might have just been a little tap, nothing more than that, as they now pound down the Bentley straight.
There was a tiny bit of spark. Looked like there was a tiny rub between the two of them. They're going to be side by side for 3rd place down the back straight. Another test of 2 generations of Civic, 3 generations in fact. It's EK versus EG versus EP3. The 3 all chronologically together in some kind of order in that section. Class B could be a very interesting battle. Lewis Barker leads it. Now, given where he's been so far this season, he put his first podium last time out at Knock Hill with 2nd place. He's only taken 1 podium. Before that, he'd taken 5 4th place finishes. How much would he love to end the season in which he's been getting stronger with a class win? But of course, he's got Fortag, Cunningham and Thackeray right behind him. As the leader gets a massive sideways moment, I think just heard in the background, massive sideways moment through Coram there for Kevin Talbot. Using front-wheel drive, he's managed to keep the front end going. Now for 2nd place, though, Phil Wright puts the pressure on to Dave Buki, little touch of the curb, and they're both leaving Josh Harvey behind. This is interesting. So Phil Wright has passed Josh Harvey. No, Phil Wright has dropped Josh Harvey. Now he's side by side with Buki down the pit straight. Buki fights back. But at this point in time, it's going to be side by side, and Wright, who is local to this circuit, trying to get a good result to finish the year.
Wright's through as well, isn't he? He's got a job done into Riches. This Class B battle's going to be so exciting as well between Barker, Fortag, McNeil. McNeil's Class A. He's coming through quite well, actually. Fraser McNeil started in 2nd, of course, dropped down the order. Cunningham and Thackeray, 8th and 9th on track, but 3rd and 4th in Class B. You mentioned how important all of that could be as well. I wonder if we remember from race 1, Kevin Talbot had a lightning start.
There's Dan Thackeray. He's still skating off the road. That will help Ryan Cunningham in terms of points. and also an extra car that Will Self doesn't have to pass to get himself up the order overall. It won't affect him points-wise that Thackeray's gone off the road, but the overall and Class B champion is almost skating off the road. He just gathered it up on the exit, skating off the road actually at the hairpin is Jordan Morgan, who's had a bit of a tricky first weekend of a championship, and now you get a real drag race between Class A and Class B. That's the speed difference. This could be also changed as well because Barker's lost the lead in Class B. He's about to lose second unless he can hold on to Ryan Cunningham round through Brundle and Nelson. Through the right-hander. Just covers him off neatly, but he'll have better traction on the exit. Slots back in front of him. So P2, if Barker stays where he is, will match his best finish from Not Kill last time, but not if he does stuff like that. Huge sideways moment through the right-hander, and that's involved Cunningham. Cunningham's off the road, so both the contenders for overall second place hitting trouble in this race. Cunningham's off the road onto the grass. That'll send him tumbling down the Class B order, and that has more connotations on runner-up in the championship. And there's still half the race to go. It is going off in this final race.
It was like a huge tank slam. I thought he was going to hold it for a minute as well, but unfortunately, a good driving by Cunningham to avoid that as well. That could have been quite the impact, but fortunately, both cars do not touch. Perhaps a little bit of pride hurt more than anything else there. Talbot still leads, though, after 4 laps, but Phil Wright's just put in the fastest lap of the race, a 1:30.045 in these very tricky, greasy conditions here for the final time. One last dance for the Racing Honda Championship here at Snetterton in 2025.
Top 4 down the back straight. Still Talbot from Wright, from Buki, from Harvey. And Phil Wright is going after Kevin Talbot here. The gap was 1.1 seconds across the line. If I look at lap times in terms of how much quicker they were, Wright should set the fastest lap of the race, 1:30.045. That's 1.4 seconds quicker than Medici 5 Integra in front. So Talbot now possibly under threat from a charging Phil Wright, who is at his local circuit. The other thing to watch out for here too, Dave Buki's in 3rd position. And again, if he can get a podium, how much of a popular top 3 is that going to be, particularly with these 3? Talbot going from what was the back of Class A in race 1 to the front in race 2. Phil Wright trying to get a podium at his home circuit, and Dave Buki, if he gets 3rd position, there's going to be raptures on the podium later on when he gets there. Through Murray's now for what will be the 5th time of asking. 6 3/4 minutes to go.
Well,
now the charge for Leeds, they go down the pit straight.
Surely Phil Wright's going to get the job done here on Kevin Talbot. Remember in race 1, I was saying a little bit earlier before we got very excited, Kevin Talbot had a lightning start, didn't he, to the first half of race 1, and then it started to fall apart a little bit. So fingers crossed that car can make the full 15 minutes. We've got 6 minutes left to go. You're right, Dave Buki, one of the first drivers I ever interviewed in motorsport back in, must have been about 2019. So a lovely chap indeed. Fingers crossed he can take the podium. Here, of course, we don't have any favourites, but I really want Buki to get a podium.
It would be fantastic. So there's part of me that also wants to get him too. I shouldn't have favourites, but he's a popular character in the paddock. Not only does he race his own EK Civic, he runs the 3 cars that are in the mix as well.
Now,
I want to say something. We're going to get a flag. Someone's off the road. Yeah, but also I'm keeping an eye on the fact that Phil Wright is not in exactly the same pace as he was. He's not 2 tenths behind Kevin Talbot like he was before. He's fading back a little bit, but you are right. There is somebody off at Ritchie's that I can see. The Class C battle goes past our pit lane, but I can see there is a car off in the gravel. If our cameras can catch that, we'll wait and see. In fact, it's Daniel Weston's off the road, thanks for spotting it on the CCTV camera. So Dan Weston, but Dave was in Class B. He's gone quite far off the road. There are yellow flags down there. I suspect he might be far off enough to not have to warrant, hopefully, a safety car. They might just cover that with yellows.
It's a tricky position, though, isn't it? If he's gone straight on, I mean, you're carrying a lot of pace as you approach Riches, but fingers crossed, yeah. He's driven it further in as well, I think, to try and get it out the way, which is good, a smart move.
Yeah, so hopefully it's not going to be a safety car, otherwise it might mean this race ends under one, and fingers crossed we don't get that.
Well, David Buki might not be too disappointed if that's the case, currently in 3rd.
Hopefully they might just cover that with yellows for the rest of the 5 minutes, which means that into Ritchie's corner, passing is a no-go. Now, interestingly enough, Buki's really pulled away from Josh Harvey. The gap was but 3 seconds, and lap time-wise, he was 1 second quicker. So Buki's got genuine pace there that he's been threatening all season to try and find in this EK Civic. How delighted would he be to get that top position? I really hope this is a commentator's blessing rather than a commentator's curse at this point.
Do you think Josh Harvey's just backed off a little bit after a couple of hairy moments at the start of this race and dropped down the order a touch? And he was right at the back. In fact, it was him, Wright and Buki in that battle, and ever since Wright's got in front, he's just sort of drifted back a little bit and allowed Buki some space. I wonder if he's just thinking, do you know what, last race, just bring the car home.
Potentially, and of course it's his first weekend in the championship. He wants to get a clean run in that car, hopefully with a view to coming back next season. Challenge on for 5th in Class B. So Class A, this of course would be for 4th in point scorers for Class A, because Josh Hiver, remember, is a guest, so he doesn't score anything. He's visible for points. Checking with Class B, Spencer 4-tag leads in Class B, and he hasn't actually won in Class all season. He has got a best of 2nd place at the 2nd race at Donington Park, but since then, in his last 6 races, he's finished third on the podium twice in Class, a 4th and 3 DNF. Didn't even score anything at Knock Hill. So to get himself this is before Snetterton, I should add. So if he can get himself a Class victory at the last race of the season, that would break the domination, genuinely, of Dan Thackeray and Ryan Cunningham, because up to this point, it has been either Dan or Ryan winning every single race. So if you can do that, that would be a really nice bookend to the season for Class B. Just under 3.5 minutes to go, and sideways to Fraser McNeil. I told you he was mental. Out of the left-hander at Murray's, and look at that, the mistake he made was easy prey for Will Self. That gives him more points to go up into the standings. Now, in terms of where Ryan Cunningham is, he's currently 6th in Class. Will Self is now 4th of point scorers in Class, and apparently at that point when Self was a little bit further back, it was swinging towards Cunningham. Now that Cunningham's back in 6th in Class B, it's now gone back towards Self. So we think essentially it's now going more towards Self for the overall 2nd place. But there's Spencer in the FN2. I wonder if the FN2 is maybe a little more user-friendly in these wet conditions compared to the EP3, where because it's being a newer car. Some say it's the least popular of the Civic Type R's, but I think Spencer Fortec would certainly argue that case for it rather than against it at this point in time with 2.5 minutes to go.
He certainly will, and I was talking about Kevin Talbot and Phil Wright going toe-to-toe in this race. I thought Phil Wright was going to breeze past Kevin Talbot. However, the lap before last, Kevin Talbot put in the fastest lap of the race, a 1:29.833. The gap is a second. We've got 2 minutes 20 seconds left
changed
on the clock. Oh, he has got through.
He's
Phil Wright
changed.
has got through.
It has changed. So Phil Wright now leads the race with 2 laps to go, I'd say, because we've got 2 minutes 10 to go. Lap time-wise, they're doing 1:30. So Phil Wright, the local driver, looking to get a victory, which would be, if he can hold on to it, it would be his 3rd win of the season. Hasn't won a race since Brands Hatch Race 2, the first visit we had back in June. So if he can get himself a victory to round off the season at his local circuit, that would certainly be the icing on top of the cake for him in a season where he's had to come up with 2nd in Class A.
I think that's my fault, actually, so I'm definitely not going to go see Kevin Talbot after this race.
Still, 2nd place would be a silver lining considering what he had in race 1.
Absolutely.
But you can see the murkiness of the conditions getting a little trickier. But Talbot's not quite finished with this yet. He's keeping right under check here as they come out of Wilson Hairpin onto the back straight. You see in the infield there, the drift cars enjoying the wet conditions here on the 100 circuit, which is
perfect for them, isn't it?
This weekend,
yeah,
certainly
absolutely.
Been plenty of that all season between several cars, including Will Self, who currently, as we said, is 4th in Class A, and considering that Cunningham is back in 6th in Class B, we think that that's enough outscoring to be able to hold on to 2nd place overall. And of course, there's no change for any class titles because provisionally they're all settled already in favour of Dan Thackeray, Will Self, and Matt Rowling, respectively. Out of Brundtland Nelson and in towards the bomb hole for what was the 2nd to last time, preparing to start the last lap of the season.
Yeah, emotional times, final time around in 2025. Although next year's looking good as well, I've got to say, Scott. So we'll touch on that maybe as the checkered flag falls once the cars have completed. But let's stay with the action, shall we? Because Phil Wright looks like, if he can keep it on track, will take the victory. He's got 1 more lap to go, though. He's just coming up over the start-finish straight now. Still 30 seconds left as he starts his final lap of 2025.
And what was going on behind it, though, I just noticed the Class C battle was going on into Murray's. Crossing the line into the previous lap, the one we just completed, but the one before that, Callum Houcher was ahead of Matt Rowling. Matt got ahead at the line, but Callum outdragged him on the run towards Richie's corner, and of course with the yellows, there's no overtaking. Here's the Class C battle, on to what will be, I think will be their last lap of the race, considering if Phil and Kevin can negotiate them on the back straight, given the pace advantage they have. So this will be essentially their last lap. If Callum can end the season with another victory, that would certainly be a high for him to go through, and in fact it will be the last lap, because Phil Wright is going to power past them in the EG Civic. Onto the back straight for the final time in the championship, and Phil Wright will look to end the season where he's been a former champion before in 2023 and has pushed hard to try and get himself in the mix. So I think through the misfortunes of others and keeping the consistency, Phil has been able to do so. In fact, apart from the first race at Cadwell Park, he's finished every single race, and he hasn't actually finished lower than 5th. So he's finished in the top 5 in every single race that he's managed to get to the checkered flag for. But as he comes out of the bomb hole towards Coram, it's been an incredible 3rd season full of action, full of excitement, full of plenty of great memories, lots of standout moments, and this has been an incredible championship to watch. And 2026 is only going to be a stronger and stronger year for the championship. Talbot keeps on pushing as they put a lap on Jordan Morgan's. But out of the final corner for the final time in 2025, Phil Wright is going to make the local fans pretty happy with this one, as he will himself. Up to the checkered flag to set the final race of the season in Racing Honda's 2025 to bookend the season. Phil Wright takes his third win of the season and wins the final round of Racing Honda's 2025 in fine style in mixed conditions. It is second place for Kevin Talbot. In the background also you can see Callum Houchin makes it a double in Class C, flash of the headlights, and of course second place more than confirms it. And Dave Buki has his first Racing Honda's Class A podium, third place for the EK Civic. That is a popular result, and I tell you what, if anyone's going to be buzzing, it will be Dave. That is sensational. Fourth goes to Josh Harvey, and of course he's not a point scorer, but he'll come across, he'll be pleased with third and fourth for his first weekend of a championship. And hopefully I can say, yeah, I've got the confirmation from Carl McKellar himself. Hey. Taking fifth on the road, but fourth in point scorers, it will be Harvey that gets to Class B, the overall second place in the standings. And for Class B, it's a win for Spencer Fortag. So he breaks the domination of Dan Thackeray and Ryan Cunningham. Spencer Fortag takes a first win of the season for the FN2. Second to Sammy Milam, who gets his best podium. That's another reason for Dave Buki to be excited, because his best result up to that point, Sammy Milam, was third back at Cadwell at the start of the season. So Sammy Milam gets a second place in class and third place for the new champion, Dan Thackeray. Excellent job from him, from Sam Lintzner and Ryan Cunningham, with Luke Crassus-Meadow and Harry Greenhill. Then James Orford, Len Lewis Barker and Jordan Morgans did make it through. The only car that we didn't see finish the race, well, one was Weston, the other one I think was Bob Barron. Sadly, he didn't feature in that race. And no Liam Collins, no Tommy Knight either, who was out from qualifying after he had problems. So out from practice with that after his engine blew up.
Breathe, Scott.
And that's it.
Breathe. That's it.
The entire season complete.
And the work is done for you in 2025 for the Racing Honda's Championship. What a job you have done. But for one final time, if you wouldn't mind taking us through the classified results as soon as they appear on our screen for round 16 of the Racing Honda's Championship.
See if I remember how to do this, shall I? Right, so for the final time in 2025, here is the final result of the season in Racing Honda's. Round 16, and it's Phil Wright, the local driver, who takes the victory only by 3/4 of a second from Kevin Talbot in second place after starting on pole. What a result, though. Dave Buki, his first podium in Class A in the EK Civic. He is going to be delighted. It's a shame we can't talk to him on the podium, because effectively we'll see him on the podium, but we can't talk to him on the stream unless we can break some rules here. But Dave Buki, third for him.
Break the rules.
We'll wait and see. Josh Harvey gets fourth place for him on his first weekend of a championship, to add to his podium earlier on. Will Self, though, with fifth place and fourth in point scorers, is enough to give him runner-up in the overall standings to go with his Class A title from qualifying earlier on this morning. Fraser McNeil tried to brave the weather conditions and got himself sixth and fifth of the point scorers in class. And then Spencer Fortag, more celebrations for Class B, a new winner this season, the third different winner, but it took until the final race to do it. Fortag wins. He does it by 0.8 per second for the best result for Sammy Milam for Kinetic Motorsport. More reason for Dave Buki to be happy. And then Dan Thackeray, the new Class B and overall champion, finishes in 9th. Sam Linster rounds out the top 10 from Ryan Cunningham, who is the outgoing champion in Carnival 1. That was his final race with number 1 on the window. Then Luke Crassus-Meadow and Harry Greenhill and James Orford way back in 14th in his EK Civic. From 15th backwards is then Lewis Barker, who started on pole in the class but had to sit all the way back. I think he's been third in class, actually. Then Jordan Morgans completes his first weekend from Callum Houchin, Matt Rowling, and also Dan Weston, who retired. And we also lost Bob Barron as well. And before we hand down to the final podium, that's all she wrote. That's the championship complete. That is a third season of Racing Honda's wrapped up. And I might do a tiny bit of a monologue here if I may do so for a second, because this has been a championship which I joined back in May. I didn't really know what to expect, but I said yes to it because it was going to be a worthwhile thing to do. And in the end, it turned out to be one of the best decisions I ever made, because this championship has been a real insight for me as to how club racing at this part of the world works, and it's been an incredible journey through the first 8 rounds to go from Cadwell Park all the way through the season, from May all the way through to October. And even though we started in bright sunshine at Cadwell and ended in the rain here at Snetterton, I don't think I'd be anywhere else. So I think I have to say a massive thank you to everyone at Time Attack, to everyone who's involved in Racing Hondas, to Carl and to Fran, to All the teams and drivers are putting on an amazing show throughout the season. 16 incredible races all the way across the length and breadth of the country, from Knockhill all the way through to Brands Hatch, Snetterton, and everywhere else in between, to the Alpha Live guys on top, to all the mix as well. And of course, I can't forget, of course, my incredible partner in crime, Charlie, because this has been her first season presenting, and only do potentially 5 months worth, 8 race meetings worth, and see the progress from where she started to where she is. Genuinely, it's been absolutely superb. So genuinely incredible stuff from her and everyone else. So a massive thank you to everyone involved in the championship for making me feel so welcome and to making it just an enjoyable season. And all being well, I cannot wait to do it again in 2026, because I have to say, what a final race, what a weekend, what a championship.
Lovely words indeed, Scott Woodward. Congratulations on a brilliant season indeed. So yes, the Racing Hondas Championship comes to a close in 2025. That was round 16, done and dusted. They will go off for the winter's break. We're just waiting to get word, and we'll hear from some of the drivers very shortly indeed. More action coming up very soon. Don't forget, right on track is Time Attack Super Attack very shortly. There's still a little bit of drifting going on the Snetterton 100 circuit. I believe the Car Obsession show is still there as well.
So excellent job, of course, from Ian as well. Again, I'm not sure if I've been commentating with him before, so to do it for the first time this weekend has been quite a pleasure as well. So good job on that one. If you're interested about the championship, do go to the website racinghondas.uk. If you've got a racing Honda, whether it's a Civic of any generation, whether it's an Integra, whether it's an Accord, whether it's a Honda Jazz. Heck, I want to see a Honda Beat compete in this championship. That'd be fantastic. And of course, if you've got a Generation 1, there is the new S2000 Cup coming in for the season as well. So just waiting for the signal to throw across. We should get in a couple of moments' time. And if you want to find out more, be sure to do so, because if you thought Season 3 was big, Season 4 is going to be even bigger and better once again. So I cannot wait for that. It's going to be quite a season to work it all out.
We are running quite a bit ahead of schedule as well, actually. If you are watching on the live stream thinking this race should have only started 5 minutes or so ago, we've managed to claw a little bit of time back, certainly through the lunch break as well. So next will be Time Attack, Super Attack. But there is just a little bit of clear up going on the circuit at the minute. So you're not missing any track action at the minute. A big thank you to all of you for tuning in as well. Can we show a bit of love for Scott on that live chat as well? That was his final race of 2025 with the Racing Hondas Championship, and what a wonderful job he has done.
Thank you, buddy. Appreciate it. And again, just waiting to get things started. I think we've got all our drivers down there. Just waiting for the signal in my ears. Once we get that, and we can finally throw down. I'm being told to keep Phil for a second. So,
okay, Scott, I've got a question for you, because I've asked Alexi here. We've got Susie up here. I'm going to ask her in a minute.
Okay.
What was your first ever car?
Renault Twingo.
Renault Twingo. Wow. Mine was a Rover 214, so mine's better than yours.
Not the original one, but the one that came out in about sort of 2006 or so.
I'm going to ask Susie in a minute what her first ever car. I've got a feeling it's going to be something good, actually. It's going to be something
Shake
good.
of the head.
Yeah. It'll be something really good. Yeah, BMW 5 Series or something. Right, so do keep your comments coming in on the live chat if you're watching on the live stream. Thank you so much. Let us know whereabouts in the world you are. If you're in the UK, whereabouts in the UK. If you're overseas, tell us. We want to hear from you, and let us know also what your first car was. We can give you a shout out. So it looks like we're almost ready down there with some of the drivers.
Yeah, so we'll be hearing from our 3 class winners very shortly for the final time. And of course then the Racing Hondas will hibernate off for the winter, and they'll be back out once again, I'm certain, in around about a few months' time, once they've had a chance to go and fettle their cars, get them ready, get them sorted. I wonder what delights and what machines will turn up in the classes, including, of course, the new S2000 Cup, which is coming for next year. Want to find out more info about that? Go to the website, racinghondas.uk. We're looking forward to seeing some rear-wheel drive Hondas on the grid amongst all of our front-wheel drive goodness on top of that as well. I think we should maybe wait for one driver possibly, because I think I can see the Chinese then they're waiting with Phil Wright to have a chat to him. We might also have one of our Class D. I think we're just waiting for it. 60 Spencer 4 tag. Maybe we're waiting for our Class C winner, Callum Houchin, if he's down there.
I think they might be waiting for a Brolly as well.
Waiting for Brolly.
It was like when Spencer Fortag came over the line, he had his fist pumping out of the window of the car. He was absolutely delighted, wasn't he?
He did, and rightfully so, because he's been pushing hard for that and had quite a bit of bad luck, but he's been rewarded in these damp conditions with a victory, and so it's going to be great to see his reaction when he talks to Charlie in a few moments' time. So we are then, for the final time, we can hand down to our roving reporter, the one and only Charlie Harmon, to have a final chat to our top 3 class winners for the final round of Racing Hondas 2025. On you go, Charlie.
Right, we are down here after what is our last race of this season. However, I am with our Class A winner, Phil Wright. How was that for you?
Yeah, it was great. So have the rain that we've been praying for all day and get back on pace with the others has been brilliant, and to do it in front of our family, friends and sponsors at our home track, it just makes it all worthwhile.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I was going to say, home track win, it just hits different, doesn't it?
Yeah, 100%, especially when we've got everybody here.
Yeah.
It's just...
I can see a lot of smiley faces behind the camera here in support.
It's just a little bit of payback for what they do for me, so it makes it worthwhile.
Absolutely, definitely. How have you found the season?
Yeah, it's been great. We've struggled with the lighter cars, but we've had tracks where have been all right for us, and we've had wet weather, which has helped us massively. We've finished second, can't fault that really. Will's drove brilliant all year. We managed to bring the fight to the end last race. That's all I could hope for.
No, absolutely, definitely. We're going to see you next year?
Yeah, fingers crossed.
Perfect stuff. That's what we like to see. Well, congratulations again. Thank you so much. Cheers. Brilliant stuff. Right, we're going to grab Spencer over now. So Spencer was our Class B winner. Spencer, how are you? How was that?
Yeah, amazing. I feel somewhat vindicated. You know, here I am. I'm 52, probably one of the older drivers, I'd imagine. Although I know I don't look it. And, you know, we run the car on a shoestring budget, so to win by that margin in the wet, I'm absolutely delighted. Amazing. I'm completely chuffed, yeah.
Good stuff, because the season's not been, you know, smooth sailing for you, to say the least, so it's good to see you come back for this and really sort of show, you know, come through.
Yeah, it's nice to show that I am capable of being a race winner. Absolutely. I've got 3 podiums this year already. Sadly, we had 5 DNFs and DNSs. And that obviously put a kibosh to the championship contention, you know, behind Ryan, I think, naturally. But yeah, no, just a brilliant race, and like I say, to win by that margin, I'm really. I don't normally blow my own trumpet, but I'm really happy with myself.
You're well deserved.
Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you.
Amazing stuff. Well, congratulations again. What a way to end the season. Yeah. Thank you so much. Right, we're going to bring Callum over now. So Callum is our Class C winner. Callum, what a way to end the season. I know the voice is not with us, but we've got a lot of smiling faces behind the camera in support here today. Congratulations. Thank you. Oh, brilliant. Callum, thank you. Brilliant. Right, well, that is us. That's everything for Racing Hondas for 2025. Thank you so much to everyone who tuned in, and of course, Lucas Oil for sponsoring us. We hope to see you again next year.
Good stuff indeed. Big thank you to Scott Woodwis. And now we move into Time Attack. Super Attack. You get in contact with us on that live chat. Bike Life Logan wants a shout out. Well, there you go. It's right there. Sid is at the event right now as well. And Trainsboy was also at the event. Thank you, all of you, for getting in contact with us on YouTube. Right, just before I bring in Alexi and Susie here, we caught up a little bit earlier with Josh Barrett. So let's hear from him now.
So I'm here with Josh Barrett from Pro Class. So good morning, how are you doing?
Good morning, yeah, I'm good, thank you. Yeah, it's dry today in Snetterton, which is, I don't think it's ever happened for the sort of 3 or 4 years I've been doing it on the last round. So
it has a bit of notoriety for not being particularly dry. Is this weird?
For being Wetterton, yeah, yes, exactly, yes. Yeah. And for that being the last one, we've done really well actually this year with dry sessions, so we've not had any. Other than the last round, literally the last session of Knock Hill, it's been dry all year, so that's good.
So now, how was that in the caterum?
The caterum doesn't like the wet. I mean, it's not got a roof, so that doesn't help in terms of me being able to see. So you go around the corners and you can't really see, and then you get on the straights and all the wet sort of disappears, and you can see again. You've got to guess on the corner. It's got no traction control, no ABS, and quite a bit of power on the rear wheels, and they're only small 13-inch, so it's quite lively. Yeah, not a lot of weight, so it's like ice skating. Yeah.
So you're hoping it stays dry today then?
I'm hoping it dry. Yes, absolutely. Yeah, we'll be no good in the wet compared to the sort of 4-wheel drive cars. Yeah.
But the championship's going well for you.
Championship's gone good. Yeah, we've got 3rd place secured, which is great. It's our first year in Pro Class. I don't think when we came into it we necessarily thought we'd get 3rd, so we're pretty happy with that. We could not finish today and drop the round and still come in 3rd, I think. So yeah, very happy with that.
And that's a great achievement because you moved up to Pro Class this year and you're up against Suki, the NSX, and Brad John in the Evo, so big horsepower cars. And it's quite a different setup, and it's always very interesting how the different cars compete over the different tracks.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, our enemy is top speed. We've power to weight is not too bad. We're running about 350 brake. And we weigh about 600 kilos, so accelerating is pretty good, but our average speed's like 100 mile an hour. And at 100 mile an hour, we carry so much drag with the Caterham. So we've been looking at how to make it more slippery. So at 100 mile an hour, the acceleration isn't there, and we're sort of topping out about 130 on most tracks, just because that's not our top speed, but the car just doesn't accelerate too much past that.
So you're making some changes to gear ratios?
Yeah, we changed the final drive ratio to hope that would give us a bit more, be in the torque a bit, in the 6th gear, but it hasn't quite panned out like that. So I don't know why. So here we thought we would be carrying a quicker top speed, but we're actually about a mile an hour down. I think 6th gear for us is kind of like an overdrive gear, and it just, when we get there, we just seem to struggle to accelerate, basically. And the final drive ratio hasn't helped, so we might have to change that back.
You've got all winter to do that, though.
Yeah, diff out, change, back in, yeah, exactly. So that's the plan. And maybe a bit more horsepower for next year.
Right, okay, so that's your plans for the winter, then?
Yeah, it needs some more power. It does, yeah, to be competitive. I mean, we were probably the most competitive at Cadwell, and I've seen that we've got 2 Cadwell sessions next year, which is good. But I think the main thing we struggle with is that top speed, so more power, I think, is the only real answer.
And you're going to have all your fingers and toes crossed for it to stay like this, then?
Fingers and toes crossed for dry weather all day, yeah, absolutely.
Brilliant, well, good luck out there this afternoon.
Thank you, cheers.
Cheers.
Great stuff. Josh was actually briefly the fastest person on track for a little while. Now, though, Colin Dorward and Simon Norris have displaced him from that top spot. Oh my God, this camera sounds like it's underwater.
I mean, it really is.
It's pretty soggy out there.
It is pretty soggy out there.
Wow.
So, and I know some people have actually not gone out on full wets as well, so which is interesting. So, yeah. And Josh Barrett, as we're sitting there, definitely going to be the dampest person after he gets out of the car. So, yeah, the conditions he really didn't want in that car. And yeah, it's it's a bit of a shame the weather has turned, but I think it's been compensating. It will do it all day.
We knew it was coming, didn't we?
Yeah, exactly. If anything, it's a very, very good demonstration of the aero working. We see there on Brad John's car, that massive rooster tail. What is going on there for Colin Dorward? So it looks like stopped at the entrance of the pits.
Look at all that mist coming off the back of Bradley John's car. The kind of rooster tail-ish, the arrows knocking on the door of a rooster tail. Loads of mist being flung around there by all the aero devices on these Pro Class machines. Of course, this is the session that's going to potentially decide it all. This is now the super attack, the last super attack of the year. This is the decider.
Yeah, and you can see Brad John there with his lights blazing. So out there on the hot lap. Sorry, just on that note, I've just seen Colin Dorward just actually leave the pits. So whatever that happened on that entrance to the pits, it seems to have resolved that now. But yeah, we can see Brad John out there. And what's he going to turn on this lap? So yeah, improves on his time with a 1:21.8. And currently the fastest car out on track. He was saying actually for, I believe he kind of like broken lap records in Attack 2, but then sadly one of his laps was disallowed. So yeah, it's absolutely flying today. And then we've seen Simon Norris go across with a 1:21.3, and so the fastest car out on track at the moment from that crazy short wheelbase Evo of Simon Norris.
Now, those of you watching the Lucas Oil live stream will see in the bottom right corner of your screen a QR code that you can scan to vote for your Lucas Oil top driver If you've enjoyed the stream, and lots of people here getting stuck into the comments, thank you very much for that. Susie and I had a bit of an issue earlier on where we couldn't seem to get onto the stream to read the comments, but we're back in now. So do definitely leave a comment, share your thoughts. Thank you for the feedback as well. But if you've enjoyed the stream, scan that QR code on the bottom right corner of your screen and go vote for your driver of the day, the Lucas Oil top driver. Make your feelings known. Vote for whoever you think was, I was going to say, best driven. Maybe you just liked their car the most. Who knows? The criteria are very loose. Go and vote for whoever your favorite driver was today in the Racing Hondas and Time Attack Championships. Now, quite a lot going on there in the background. Look at that Bradley John now diving up the inside, it looked like, of Colin Dorward. Just coming into those final sequence of corners, braking from Coram into Murray's.
Yeah, and as I was saying, the really visible result of all of that aero on Simon Norris's car as he's coming down the straight, and you can really see that rooster tail just kicking up there of the rain. Yeah, if you ever wanted a good visual demonstration of how the aero works or what it kind of looks like, there's you can see that there.
Let's take a look there. It's Martin Henry's car there. Nice bang of flames out of the side of that car. And again, you can see that heat haze radiating from that car, from that exhaust. But I'm curious, you mentioned the rooster tail off the back of Simon Norris's car. I was actually looking elsewhere at the comments and other screens and stuff as that shot happened that you were referring to. So I'm going to keep an eye out for that. Very interesting stuff indeed.
Well, as he was saying earlier, now he's moved to full rear-wheel drive, which, you know, again, on a dry track, it's no problem at all, but it's going to definitely make it a lot more of a handful coming round here now. He's got the extra downforce, but again, can you go fast enough to be using all of that downforce around the corners here? We saw him coming through Coram, actually the car really kind of like squirming about there, so and because he is the fastest car out on track, but not by a huge margin from Brad John.
Way smaller margin than usual, isn't it? Yeah, half a second.
And again, I think that's probably a result from the amount of grip you've got out there, and then rear-wheel drive versus obviously Brad John and all of the other Evos, you know, running the classic permanent four-wheel drive system that they do.
Very misty there indeed as Martin Henry just threads his Astra VXR through Wilson and onto the Bentley straight. Another nice lick of flame out of the side of that car, and again, great stuff.
Right on cue that was.
And again, I mean, I hope it's meant to do that. But it certainly looks the part. Martin Henry, a Time Attack household name. He's been doing this for absolutely years. Although I suspect perhaps his car not quite behaving how he wants it to across a big chunk of this year. But nonetheless, he took a quite long sabbatical of a few years. I think he left pretty much when I did, so, you know, 5 years ago or so. So it's great to see him back for this year in the same chassis. I don't think there's many people who've used the same chassis for, let's say, 10 years or so. Johnny Fletcher, of course, and the other Astra, the Mark IV GSI, and this being a Mark V VXR.
The Astra OGs, then.
They are, well, I mean, perhaps there were people before them, but as far as I'm concerned, and you know, your time in the sport as well, these are the Astra OGs. Simon Norris, oh, you can see the vortices or something around the end plates of his rear wing as well. That was really interesting there. The turbulence or... And
just look at the height that's kicking up. And, you know, Darren Spearner here, we're seeing the air that's coming off the car,
the
mist.
Mist.
Yeah, so he's got a reasonable amount of kind of like downforce on this car, and again, compared to most cars, this is a lot of downforce, a lot of aero. But yeah, compared to kind of again Simon Norris's car, where we're talking, what were we saying before? I think like 1,500 kilos at 140 miles an hour downforce. So yeah, really pushing that car into ground and then sending all of that mist heading skywards.
Incredible. His car, 1,040 kilograms now, so 50% more. He's making 150% of his weight in downforce.
Yeah.
Incredible.
Yeah, so it's like having another one of these cars sat on top of his roof.
Whoa, it's like having 1.5 of those on his roof.
Yeah.
Incredible stuff. Ilya Krylov here in the 400 horsepower K-swapped Clio. Makes his way down the Bentley Straight and into Brundle. Ilya Krylov's current best a 1:30.9, and of course we've seen these lap times increase quite considerably as the weather's taken a turn for the worse. Of course, it's a turn for the better, I think, for those of us watching from the somewhere shaded from the rain, but for our drivers and for our brave trackside spectators, not all of them are probably going to be happy about this weather, but it certainly makes for interesting watching, especially for those following on the Lucas Oil live stream.
I mean, talking about interesting watching, so Brad John has gone through and set the fastest time out on track at the moment with a 1:20.2. So that is over a second faster than Simon Norris. Oh, and then we're seeing also Martin Henry taking, I'm pretty sure that's not going to be a shortcut, but yeah, over the grass there. So something obviously didn't go quite right at one of those corners. Is that coming on to the Bentley Straight at the back? So that must have been something going not quite right around Wilson. But yeah, so again, this, as I was saying, Brad John taking that time from Simon Norris, and I wonder if this is the difference between, again, the extra traction that the four-wheel drive has got in these damp, slippery conditions.
Yeah, look at that. Incredible, isn't it? Usually Simon Norris is like head and shoulders above anything that isn't Pro Extreme. You know, he's very much in a league of his own. But yeah, since going to rear-wheel drive only, that seems to be paying dividends in the dry. But of course, yeah, in the wet, and of course, he's only really interested in outright lap records and really maximum performance. So I guess he's not as worried about performance in the wet. But he does open himself up to other machinery that is running four-wheel drive when the weather becomes like this. Josh Barrett, probably pretty miserable. You saw in that interview with Susie just now, he was really hoping for no rain, and the rain is usually considered an equalizer, and we discussed this hypothesis at the beginning of the day. Is the rain really going to be much of an equalizer here? Because whether the Bentley Straight is wet or dry, you need lots of power to muscle down it. And indeed, Josh Barrett remains about where he was anyway, because despite the weather, because I think ultimately, so the straights are wet now. He's still got less power than anyone else.
Well, he's just been pipped a different class, but by Mike Osborne, who is seen there on your screen. So in the Club Pro class, who's just pipped him overall for fastest time. So for 1:27.1, just moving him just ahead of Josh Barrett. Actually pulling into the pits there. So, and that time is fast enough. That is the fastest time in Club Pro. And you actually just saw him pull off into the pits there as well. So I wonder if that gives him a pretty sizable gap to Ilya. So too much maths in my head, but 3.5 seconds. So he's got that pretty safe. So I wonder if he's just going to, call it a day. Obviously, highly strung Evos, highly strung any cars that are in Pro, you want to be able to, if you get out there and get your lap and it's good enough, then maybe you kind of call it a day. And I can see him coming down the pits here, and I think, yes, so he is now pulling that car off, as has Brad John as well. So they're saying, we've done enough. This is enough for the day. And it's enough both for Brad John in Pro to have the fastest time in his class, and also Mike Osborne in Club Pro.
Incredible, Josh Barrett, how much seat time he's been getting this season. You're saying highly strung this, highly strung that. He's just been doing every single session, the full. I don't think I've seen it any year, or even last year, him spending a session like sitting around because of various reasons that we've just listed. He's just out there every session. Simon Norris there going pretty slow. I wonder whether he's just slowing down well offline to allow the others through. Oh no, look, no. He's really pulling off there.
Oh, so that does not look good, and especially with 2 minutes left on the clock. That is going to be pretty terminal for him for this round.
Little bit of movement there from Josh Barrett. But you know what? I didn't realize, so he was saying no traction control and no ABS. I mean, this is a pretty modern car, so I guess maybe he's taken the ABS out.
It's
I thought
it's a Caterham though. They do not really
Do
have
they
a
not?
huge amount of drive
I
racing,
mean,
especially I think with the 620R, where it's so kind of like track focused. But yeah, whether he's kind of like taking it out afterwards.
But ABS isn't up to choice. I think every car that you go and buy has to have ABS. I think, unless because they're super low volume, they get a bit of leeway or something.
Yeah.
Or maybe he built it himself and he just didn't put ABS in.
And it's also not a standard 620R, is it?
No, so maybe he's pulled it out.
Maybe.
But considering how look how tiny his tires are compared to a lot of other stuff that's on track. No driver aids, rear-wheel drive, superlight, all this stuff. He's not been moving around anywhere near as much as some of the other cars we've seen. So if he's driving so cleanly, unaided in the wet, I think that deserves a lot of credit.
It does indeed, especially with the light car and rear-wheel drive. The
Yeah,
conditions looking
yeah.
very slippery. It was almost, I think, seeing reflections that a little bit of standing water out there. It's going to be very treacherous indeed.
Yep, this is Z20 sounds. Z20 noises intensify there from Martin Henry as he makes his way through Wilson and onto the Bentley straight. I mean, most cars are probably, especially in the pro class, specifically in the pro classes, will be running the, many of them run the Bosch Motorsport ABS and probably some kind of, they're running aftermarket standalone ECUs, many of which have their own traction control and stability control, all of this stuff. So, yes, their driving should be pretty tidy. But Josh Barrett is driving that Caterham entirely unaided in this weather. For me, that's news. I kind of assumed there was something there. But if that's entirely unaided, that's really, really impressive. Great driving there from Josh Barrett.
I mean, it's less to go wrong, isn't it? So we're talking about reliability.
Yeah, I mean, there's definitely that too, yeah. I mean, he didn't put a foot wrong all day. Despite the weather, he's been so consistent and he's just been on it, absolutely on it all day. Incredible stuff. I'm really impressed by that.
And we have to get the hairdryer out now, though.
Yeah. We need to do our, would he be on the podium? He is third in the pro class, so he would be on the podium. We do expect our drivers to wear their race suits on the podium. And, well, perhaps Josh has brought a spare one. But if
a dry one.
A spare dry one that maybe he's been in the car, he's kept in the car with the heater on or something. Because if he's got to stay in that soggy suit for another hour, that's not a very nice prospect. Let's run through the provisional results as before the timing screens are cleared. So Bradley John there ends the session at the top of the leaderboard, leading in pro class ahead of Colin Dorward, Josh Barrett, and Martin Henry. In Pro Extreme, it's Simon Norris with a 121.3. And in Club Pro, it's Michael Osborne with a 127.1, ahead of Ilya Krylov with a 130.8, and Darren Spooner with 131.1. All the results are available on the TSL timing website. I'm aware that we've kind of been whipping through these all day. If you want to look at the sector times, speed traps, all of the full stuff, if you go onto the TSL timing website, that stands for Timing Solutions Limited. Well, firstly, you can use that same timing screen that we're using. Well, it's a bit late in the day for that. But all the results are on there as well. Nice PDFs of every session, who did what. So if you want to look at the data, then that is the place to go.
And of course, championship-wise, so for these classes, I think no championships have been decided today. So for Pro Extreme, that's Simon Norris. For Club Pro, I believe that's Mike Osborne. I believe he was the winner coming into this. And then for also pro class, it's Luke Sedgkowski and Tegawa NSX, which we're not seeing here today because, again, he knows that the championship is kind of like wrapped up for him. So no big changes to the championship. We'll see some winners declared. But heading into these other classes, it's all to play for. So they're going to be interesting in the next session.
Yep. We're going to probably need to take a little bit of time to recover Simon Norris's machine. And so this might take a few minutes to do. So we're going to leave you with a couple of messages from our sponsors. And then shortly after that, hopefully, all being well, we'll be able to jump straight into the Club 2-wheel drive and Club 4-wheel drive Super Attack very shortly.
Motegi Racing was conceived with one mission in mind: performance. Each wheel is over-engineered to ensure industry-leading strength, lightweight design, and seamless connection to your unique style. From our storied past in motorsports to our stylistic contributions to the aftermarket culture, one thing remains: Motegi Racing is built for enthusiasts.
So it looks like, there you go, you can see Simon Norris's machine being towed into the pits. You can just see it in the back left corner of your screens. Luckily, it didn't need to get loaded up onto the trailer or anything like that. It could just get tugged along. So what that means is we should be able to get our Club 2-wheel drive and Club 4-wheel drive super attack underway shortly. Now again, as a driver, I'm a big fan of drop scores. As a driver living in the real world with real world problems, not a professional racing driver, I like drop scores. But what that does mean is, you know, Susie even earlier was going around the paddock like, who. We had a briefing during lunchtime and someone was like, can we borrow a laptop with Excel to try to like work this out? Because it does make trying to work out the final standings a bit tricky. Before time. I mean, how we've done it in the past, it's pretty simple actually. In other series that I've been more involved with the running of, is once all the results are on the screen, we just count all of them and discount the two worst. Like, it's actually not that complicated. But trying to do it on the fly before the season end, it's difficult to know how the cards are going to fall before they have fallen. Yeah. So those of you who are thinking, what are the standings? How's it all going to work? All of this stuff, we don't know. Until it's all done and the last checkered flag has flagged, we're not going to know.
I think we've got a little bit more of an idea for Club, because of course we've got Club 2-wheel drive. So David Dyson was leading the championship. And again, there are drop points in there, but Johnny Fletcher was second. And I think in that last round, I believe it was David Dyson who took the win. So, or that last session, I should say. Mm-hmm. And Johnny Fletcher, I think it was fourth. So I think that's, you know, that's probably going to be a big issue for Johnny unless something crazy happens in this last round. And then again, Club 4-wheel drive, I think Alexander Volkov has got that pretty wrapped up. I don't think anybody can touch that.
Right, but that's just the top spot, right?
Yeah, that's
so
just the top spot. But then,
all the rest of it,
and
though.
next is, so Dean Taylor was in second, I believe, with 127 points before today. Andy Grady with 119. But again, and so Dean is having gear selector issues, which is the issue he's had kind of like on and off all season. So he's having that again. And I talked to him, and so he's not going to be able to set a fast lap, but he is just saying, right, I'm just going to get the car out there, get the points. Because again, there's not that many people out in Club 4-wheel drive, so a lap is good enough to get you into the point scoring. So yeah, I mean, it just really is, it's a hell of a lot of maths to figure it out. But yeah, so second and third, I think, for Club 4-wheel drive is going to be, could be quite close.
I mean, it all looked pretty busy there on the Bentley Straight. Lots of cars. You know, this is quite a long track, and this isn't a terribly busy session in terms of the numbers of cars. But they were all bunched up together, and here you can see Luke Capehorn making his way around, Jeff Kershaw, and perhaps that GTR as well of Stuart Andrew. Because you don't, at this point in time, you don't know how the weather is going to go. So you don't really want to sit and wait for better conditions to go. We might have worse conditions. And this is the session that awards the biggest points of the whole day to these drivers. So unfortunately, as bad as the conditions are, they need to all go out now because the conditions might get even worse. So this is definitely going to be very interesting. The GTR there of Alexander Volkov looking very intimidating indeed as it makes its way into the Bentley Straight, thundering past.
Yeah, and it's going to be hard to argue with the sheer power that Alexander Volkov is bringing to these big 2 straights. But I mean, I wouldn't want to be behind the wheel when he tries to stop for turn 1 in these conditions.
Yep. Big power. 1,100 wheel horsepower. Yep, interesting stuff indeed. Nobody yet having set a flying lap. Pretty early days in this session from what it seems. Yep, out laps there for everyone. This will be the first flying lap that we see as Alexander Volkov gets on the power, flies across the line. 128.8, the current time to beat. Pretty fast already, and we've seen how much the lap times have worsened across the board as a result of this weather. And these laps are there or thereabouts what we're going to see. There might be perhaps a second or 2 to gain, but we're quite a chunk off the times that we saw earlier on in the day, and that's going to remain the case. So whatever lap records were set earlier in the day, if any, they're probably going to remain because the conditions here are pretty greasy indeed. Alexander Volkov now coming through Brundle and into Nelson.
Yeah, so Alex Volkov set a 1:13.78 in attack 2. So yeah, it just goes to show the difference out there on the track.
And you might find a little bit more time, but you know it's going to be a big gap.
But I'm just looking back through. I've got the lap records here as well, and so that would have been in attack 2. I believe that would have been a lap record for Alexander Volkov. So again, that's going to pick him up extra points, which he doesn't need. He's got the championship sewn up, but I'm not surprised at all that his car is very well suited to this track.
There you go, 1:26 there from Alexander Volkov, so he finds about 2 seconds on his previous personal best in this session.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see what Andy Grady can do, because actually Andy's very happy in the wet. He said he's pretty ecstatic that it's kind of like rained out there. Because it is.
There we go.
Yeah,
Alexander Volkov's just fallen off.
Trying to stop that big, heavy car, and was that at the end of
Riches, I think.
So Riches, so turn 1.
Yep.
Really tricky corner, because it's a long corner, so it's quite open. But yeah, it's like how much speed can you carry into that in these conditions? As we saw there, I think Alexander Volkov finding that you've definitely gone past that limit.
Interesting. So perhaps, though, it looked to me perhaps that Neil Robson braked a little bit earlier there than usual, even for this weather. I think perhaps he saw the tail end of what had happened there and thought, let's be a bit more cautious through these next few corners. It's definitely looking pretty treacherous out there. David Dyson in the Cayman GT4. You could see how the past few times we've seen this shot, drivers keeping it well off the curbs. Even there, I mean, even putting it on the white line is a bit risky in this weather, but definitely not touching any curbs and taking a pretty conservative line through here as well. Much slower than what we're used to seeing all day.
Yeah, meanwhile...
Oh, there you go. You could just see David Dyson dipping his rear wheel on a curb and instantly fishtailing out of Murray's.
I wonder how many of the... Because obviously in more modern cars, you've got a lot of these driver aids if you want them. And as we know, David Dyson's car is still relatively stock, so I do wonder if he's got any of those going at the moment.
Yeah. Interesting comment here. Soylent Green New Deal time. A YouTube user who's thankfully, thank you for joining the stream. With quite a soft bum, the GTR tries to wheelie with all that grunt. Perhaps. I don't actually know much about the suspension on those, but I can imagine it. All that momentum, throwing it backwards. Yeah, I can see that. I can see that.
Big, heavy car
Big,
as well.
heavy car as well. All that weight getting thrown backwards. Yeah, I can definitely see that. Neil Robson then. So perhaps after his performance at Knock Hill, this is where he might come alive then. Oh, there you go. A little
It's like he heard us.
Little bit of a tweak there.
Absolutely on cue. I think he's just having an absolute blast out there. It might. I mean, I'd say it's not the fastest times out on track, but he's actually running second in class in Club 2 all drive. So I think we're seeing everybody kind of like struggling with these conditions. But you know, Neil Robson is good enough for the good time, and also just having an absolute blast getting that. That 135 pretty sideways on the corner exit there.
I suspect we might see a repeat of Knock Hill. I don't know. I'm watching Neil with great interest here. I think this is going to be one to watch. David Dyson, you can just see there lurking in the background like a shark that sniffed blood. Way, look at that! Great driving there from Neil Robson.
I mean, he did well to keep it on the black stuff then, but just
he knows what he's doing.
In the background, what I see is Luke Capehorn's just come through and pipped Neil Robson's time, so coming in, nipping on David Dyson's heels there with a 131.5.
And you can see, I think, Neil Robson perhaps a little lift there as David Dyson flies past. 500-ish horsepower in that Cayman GT4, but of course super optimized for track work in whatever the weather. And so, yep, machines past, motors past Neil Robson's BIB Performance BMW 135i. Let's just take a look at David Dyson as he makes his way round corners. You can see it moving around quite a lot.
We'll see if Neil goes through following him as well. I'm just interested to watch the difference in composure of these cars coming out of corner exit. Oh, yep, yeah.
Yeah, David Dyson a little bit more planted there, and Neil Robson a little bit of movement as he got on the power coming out of Murray's. Of course, for this weather, the Cayman's got the engine in the right place between the axles and slightly rear biased until you lose traction, and then suddenly it does a 360. But assuming you're tidy, you want the engine right there for when you're in the traction phase coming out of a corner. So, you know, Porsche know what they're doing when they're building a track car. And it's, in the case of Neil Robson, it's a road car that is quite full of compromises. So
it's interesting to watch that Neil's tagged on to the back of David Dyson there, and he's just kind of like following him around.
Yeah. I find it easier to follow than to be followed.
Yeah.
I think it's a bit unsettling when you've got something hovering about in your mirrors, and then you can let them past and lock on. Yeah. What's the term now? Lock in when you're following them.
Yeah, and I'm just looking down the times. So we're seeing David Dyson from Luke Capehorn, from Neil Robson, from Johnny Fletcher, from Mike Butler. And Mike Butler earlier set that lap record, and again in the drier conditions, so we're not going to see that beaten today. So that means the points for lap record are going to go to Mike Butler. And again, I mean, David Dyson is leading the championship at the moment, so I would suggest from where he is at the moment, he's got that pretty sewn up. But then, yeah, I need to look at my championship points to figure out who is.
I
think there's a little bit of a gap back to third position again. So I was just wondering what that means for Johnny Fletcher.
I'll be very impressed if you can work it out. Stuart Andrews, Volkov Motors Limited, Nissan R35 GTR that we saw on track there. Take a look at it next time when it goes around. You can see it's got daytime running lights on the mirrors, which I don't know how legal that is, but it looks pretty cool. And I spotted that earlier. Alex was showing me around that car. Alex Volkov, it's one of his customers' cars. He was showing me around it. Apparently, it's one of two in the country with that combination, or like with those mirrors, and also that rear wing. It's like really rare GTR parts if you're into the GTR lore. But it looks very cool.
Oh, so I was just talking about Johnny Fletcher and saying I don't know what that does for points, and I just saw him move up the time. So he's now pipped Neil Robson, so up into third. What sort of time do we have? So we have, again, point. Oh, we have like 1 second separating David Dyson from Luke Capehorn from Johnny Fletcher. So again, three very different cars running very similar times over a very tricky track conditions as well today.
Yeah, wow. Yep, really, really close. And yeah, that's the great thing about this kind of weather, isn't it? Is it does. Oh, Alexander Volkov stopped out on track. The number 186 Volkov Motors GTR. Can't quite work out where that is just yet, but he's and he's got it going again. There's a few times this year that it's done that. There we go, just coming on to Bentley Straight. It's done that a few times this year, and it seems to be something quite frivolous in the past. It was some kind of like, I think it was a seatbelt. I think the seatbelt thought it was unplugged or something, and he had to like switch it off and on a few times, and then it got rolling again. But it's a few times that it's done odd little, what's the term, gremlins like that. Yeah, let's see how that one pans out. Andy Grady, though, really closing the gap to Alexander Volkov. So Alexander Volkov, 126.1. Andy Grady, meanwhile, 126.3. I suspect this might be the closest they've been all season.
Yeah, so he's come into the pits while we've been kind of like talking, and then he's just been out on an out lap. So you see now he has got his lights blazing. He is out on a hot lap. So we're going to keep an eye on what he can actually do on this lap.
Yep, he'll be posting a first sector time any second now. Timing screen takes a few moments to refresh, so a slower sector 1, but a faster speed trap 1 than anybody, including Alexander Volkov and Stuart Andrew, the GTRs. 140.6 miles per hour. I think that was down the Bentley Straight, down the very soggy Bentley Straight, but Andy Grady with 800 horsepower compared to Alexander Volkov's 1100 at the wheels, and yet faster through speed trap 1 than anyone else is Andy Grady. So he's definitely looking very punchy indeed.
Let's see if he comes back onto the center straight here as he goes across the line. Oh, and he has. Yes, he's beaten Alexander Volkov. So he's now, he's just posted a 1:24.798. So
wow,
making him fastest car out on track.
By 1.5 seconds or thereabouts.
Yeah, so that is, that is a good gap from Alexander Volkov there. So Andy Grady, as I said earlier,
you said this.
He was really happy. He really enjoys driving in the rain. It is a bit of an equalizer between the big kind of like horsepower. Again, I'm surprised. You know, again, it makes a huge amount of difference. So yeah, he's had an absolutely perfect lap there, and it's enough to be fastest car out on track at the moment. I wonder if Alexander Volkov has got anything to kind of like answer with.
Well, he's got map 3, hasn't he? That's what he's got.
He has more power, which seems almost unbelievable when you're talking about 1100 horsepower car. He has more power.
He's got map 3,
but it's just going to give you problems at the end. So it's like, do you deploy that? Has he deployed that already?
Well, we saw him outbrake himself already once, right, with the power that he's got.
Yeah.
So you know, do you turn it up, or do you try to maybe dial your braking zones in or something?
We just saw actually that he's set. So yeah, so the fastest speed for that second sector.
Yep.
With a 144 miles an hour. So yeah, we're going to keep an eye out on him. As we saw Andy Gray just squirming away under kind of like braking. So again, he must be still pushing on. So keep an eye out for them too.
I mean, I'm assuming that David Dyson's Cayman GT4 RS has all of the Porsche PSM stability, racy software and stuff,
sorry,
right?
I'm just looking at the times while we've been talking as well. So David Dyson, so Neil Robson pipped David Dyson, and then Johnny Fletcher's just gone in and pipped Neil Robson. So again, I don't know what this means for the championship. Because I'm pretty sure David Dyson had it, but it was only via 1 point. But again, not quite sure with that dropped round. So yeah, Johnny Fletcher pulling that out with a 129.7 as the fastest Club 2-wheel drive out there.
Is the track getting faster, or is that skill and being able to pull a lap together?
It's so hard to tell from up here,
it's
but
really
it
hard
does
to tell.
look like it is.
Andy Grady's stopped again.
Oh, and that looks like he's properly stopped. So I'm not quite sure where that is on the circuit, but that doesn't look good.
Straight as well. Oh, that's really bad.
Yes, that's about where the marshal post is. So I think that's about halfway down. So hopefully plenty of room for everyone to still get around him. So I'm hoping we won't see any red flags because of that. We've got just over 2 minutes left in the session.
I mean, yeah, that's a tricky one. That is right on the fastest part of the circuit, isn't it? That's a really tricky one. Unfortunate there for Andy Grady. I mean, perhaps he might be able to get it going. This already happened earlier today, I think, also for him. So he might be able to get it going again. Let's try to take a look. Oh, no, that car is stopped, and he is out of the car looking at the CCTV. So that car has been, yep, red flag. That's a really bad place to leave that.
Yes. But meanwhile, as well, we've seen Neil Robson go through and set fastest Club 2-wheel drive time, beating Johnny Fletcher.
That.
So
And we got a red flag. So
and now we have a red flag, and there was only
1 minute
40 left. So I don't know if they're going to go back out again.
Wow. So
because
Neil
again,
Robson,
with the times we're seeing, that's only like, I mean, maybe that's time to get onto your fastest lap. But
I mean, you could do an outlap, couldn't
but
you?
they might. I think they might end up calling that here now. It's end of the day as well. So yep, yeah, checkered flag. They've called that session then.
Wow.
So Neil Robson just going through.
Literally a
just
repeat
pipping.
of last time.
So yeah,
that's incredible. That's incredible.
There's some great driving from Neil. He's been having an absolute blast. Very sideways, very entertaining to watch, and it turns out very quick as well.
Wow. Yeah, that's what it's like. It's an old school of driving, but being comfortable with slip isn't necessarily, it's just different, right?
Yeah.
The school has moved on since then. It's a very old school way of attacking a track, but sometimes that's what you've got to do. And he was enjoying it, and he put these amazing laps together.
Yeah. And normally, you know, because the wheels are spinning at that point, then that's not the fastest way around the circuit. So, but it's obviously, it's worked for Neil Robson.
Yeah.
He's got the fastest time out in two-wheel drive.
Incredible. Incredible. Wow. Let's run through our provisional results then. Of course, I'm so curious, is Neil Robson like a surprise late challenger in the champion? But like we can't work it out. Yeah, I'm not even going to try, but I am very curious. So Andy Grady then ends that session at the top of the leaderboard. He leads Club 4-wheel drive and the leaderboard overall ahead of Alexander Volkov. And then Stuart Andrew and Dean Taylor in Club 4-wheel drive. And in Club 2-wheel drive, our surprise late, not a surprise, we thought this might happen after Knock Hill. Surprise late winner, provisional winner, Neil Robson, ahead of Johnny Fletcher, David Dyson, Luke Capehorn, Michael Butler, and David Frost, with Jeff Kershaw there running in Club Pro out of session as well.
And also, just to point out the time difference between David Dyson with a 1:30.220, Luke Capehorn with a 1:30.226.
6 thousandths.
6
Wow.
thousandths of a second.
Wow.
So yeah, really, really close and fantastic championship it's been to watch in Club 2-wheel drive.
It always is, every year. Somehow, the rules or whatever, it's such a great class.
Yeah. Yeah, so it'll be interesting to see what that does to the championship overall, but it's been fantastic to watch the battle between these guys really battling it out. Very, very different cars, as we were saying, but all over the course of a lap, surprisingly close together.
Wow. Wow. Just managed to refresh the comments. Robin Taylor saying, come on, Grady, take a win, boy, which he just has. Great stuff.
Yep.
Ross Hampson, Volkov still got lap record in the dry.
He did,
He did. Well done to everyone. So we are, let's take a look. Well, looks like Andy Grady's car has moved. But yeah, let's jump to a short little break. I think just a couple of ads. Don't go anywhere, and we will see you in just a few moments for our Clubman, Pocket Rocket, and Force and Classic Metro Super Attack in just a few moments.
Motegi Racing was conceived with one mission in mind: performance. Each wheel is over-engineered to ensure industry-leading strength, lightweight design, and seamless connection to your unique style. From our storied past in motorsports to our stylistic contributions to the aftermarket culture, one thing remains: Motegi Racing is built for enthusiasts.
So that is the final session of the day that has just got underway.
And the year.
And the year.
And
wow. It's always, yeah, this is always quite an emotional moment at the end of the season. It kind of sneaks up on you because I think you enter the day all like, you know, all hyped up and ready for a day's work, and you don't really think about it. And then the end comes and you think, oh, now what am I going to do for the rest of the year? Yeah, wow.
But it's going to be quite emotional for quite a lot of drivers out there, because as we were just saying during the break, we have 2 championships where I honestly couldn't tell you what's going on with them anymore now. So we came into today. And just as we're talking about that, Annie. Oh, is she? She's just letting somebody go. Okay.
Well,
we came into today with Annie leading in Clubman and leading Dan, but only by 9 points. And then we saw Dan win in Attack 2 or take the fastest time. And then with Clive Hopwell between them as well. So again, that throws everything up in the air. I have no idea what's going on with them.
There's so much still undecided.
Exactly.
I love that.
So literally, everything counts in this last session of the day. Everyone is going to be going hell for leather, except it is very slippery out there. So we're going to be seeing exactly what happens. And then the other class that again has it all to play for in this is Pocket Rocket Force Induction, and I have no idea anymore who's leading that. So we came in today with Rafael Chicharis on 165 points, Stephen House on 155, and Tommy Langley on 152. But then Tommy Langley was fastest in Attack 2. So Tommy Langley and Rafa I think came 3rd or 4th. So I don't know what this does to the points, but all we know is that the championships are up for grabs in Clubman and Pocket Rocket Forced Induction. It's everything to play for in those. A little bit more tied up in, I believe, Pocket Rocket NA. So we see Ryan Barker on the screen now. So he is leading that championship. I don't believe Mark Roberts can... I think it's Mark in second who can take that to him.
Well,
but yeah,
so if
I
the
don't know
program's
what
to be
happens
believed,
in second and third. Oh, have you got...
Exactly. I think first and second are decided. So that's Ryan Barker and Mark Roberts. That's decided. The question is third place. I think we mentioned this. So Martin Roberts, Martin Batchkovich could have, but he's not here today. And Stephen Wilkinson, and then you said it's Stephen Wilkinson's last thing in that car and so on. So it looks like maybe that will go towards Wilco's way.
Yes.
But of course, those are just some of the positions, right? That's like the top. But, you know, a driver might be battling tooth and nail for 4th, and that battle could still be wide open, and that could mean a great deal to them, right?
Yeah,
so
absolutely.
Everything's still... I mean, in terms of the Pocket Rocket Force Induction winner, based on the trend that we'd seen this year, I actually came into today assuming that Rafa had actually already... I thought he already had this in the bag. So I was quite surprised to learn that, oh no, there's this and that in the gearbox and all this stuff. And then now the day that he's had as well, wow. Yep, very interesting. So Gary Papworth then at the top of this class. Never mind. So Rafa Tataris moved up a lot, then it's Gary Papworth, but now it's Tommy Langley who moves to the top of the Pocket Rocket Force Induction class, 135.6, Stephen House 142.3. Just all of our drivers currently moving around as they settle into their rhythm and start putting in what they think their best pace in this weather could be.
What is interesting, though, is down the start-finish straight, there's not a huge amount of spray being kicked up. Yep. So I wonder if it stopped raining out there, and if that's going to mean there's going to be a little bit more grip maybe for some of these drivers. So again, that's really going to impact how they this all pans out in Super Attack. So I mean, right down to the wire, last round of the season, last session of the day is literally all to play for so many of them.
Yep, yep. I mean, as I wrote in my little memoir on page 16 of the program, I think this has been a remarkable year.
It really
It really
has.
like even here that we've got all these battles going on in the final session of the finals round. Wow. And the rain and like the chase. You know, I don't think at any point we're going to see. Well, I know for a fact we're not going to see anything near to dry pace in this session.
No.
But the track might start coming back a little bit, and we might start seeing drivers get a little bit quicker throughout the session, which means that no one can relax at any point. Because sometimes if it's raining really badly, you think, well, this is the best I can do, I'll go back and park it. But like, if the track's going to come back slowly, then that means they've got to stay out and they've got to keep trying.
Yeah, absolutely. The last thing you'd want is to get to the last session of the last round, and then you come in early because you decide, yep, that's enough, and somebody pips your time.
Yep. Everyone's
So
going to stay out, right? Everyone's going to be a little bit paranoid and they're going to stay out.
yeah.
Kestis Dobrovolskis sets a faster time than anybody else, 1:29.4, so 4 seconds clear of anyone else. Nice bit of feedback there from Ross Hampson of this parish Time Attack driver. Just wanted to say thank you to Time Attack and Lucas Oil, definitely, and Alexi and Susie for this year's live stream. Thank you very much for that feedback. That's really pleasant to hear. That's really kind of you. Thank you.
We're hoping we see him back next season as well for a few more rounds.
Yep. And I was really enjoying that battle, actually, in Classic and Retro between our single round entries, Owen Llewellyn and Luke Taylor in the LMS Mazda MX-5 and the Matthews Motorsport BMW E36. No mention of like engine size or anything like that, just an E36. But I quite enjoyed that battle, and I'm looking forward to that continuing in the rain as well. Dean Riley in the DRS Racing Vauxhall VX220 there, who I think looks set for second in the championship standings. I think we can say this with some degree of confidence. You can hear that supercharger whine as he heads across the start-finish line.
Yeah, and so Dean's just developed this car so much this season, as he was saying. He's come into this with very little actual racing experience, spent a lot of time on the sims, and then he's also just been really heavily developing that car over the season. We've seen quite a few changes on it. It's been kind of like focused on the aero and obviously the restrictions in his class that you can actually do to that aero, and then really kind of like tweaking the car and trying to get the most out of it. And then yeah, we'll see him back next year. We'll see. It sounds like there's potentially big plans for next year. But yeah, we'll see how that goes.
I mean,
you know what? Anything can happen over winter.
Yeah. I think that's the great thing about Time Attack is you have the flexibility to be as creative as you want. I love that.
Oh, yes.
Nice bit of movement there from Owen Llewellyn in the Mazda MX-5. That's what we like to see.
Yeah, that was a great moment there. Great catch.
Let's just follow, because this next sequence of corners coming up now, the second half of Coram.
Yes,
there we go.
yes,
and now into Murray's. How's he going to take that? Okay, well, that was pretty tame.
Yeah,
that was pretty tame.
I think maybe scrubbed some of the speed off on the previous slide. So, yeah. That's great to see, though. And again, just a really, really good example of just you can bring any car to Time Attack and there will be a class for you. So whether it's you want to turn up in your pretty stock MX-5 or you want to turn up in your 1400 power GTR, there will always be a class for you.
Oh, Kestis has, speaking of GTRs,
yes.
he outbraked himself coming into Brundle and had to take the escape road there. I think we've seen him do that already. So, yep, there's a handy little escape road there in the braking zone coming into Brundle. So, nice double lick of flame out of the back of that GTR. Great stuff.
So again, I have to go back to these classes that are in contention. So at the moment, we've got in Clubman, Dan Buckingham, fastest with a 1:33.9 from Clive Hopwell, from Annie Thompson. So, and because Annie was leading the championship coming in and Dan was second, again, and then with Clive in the middle, who knows what that does to the championship once we've added up all of the points and, of course, deducted the drop rounds, and that's what makes it really, really hard to tell right now. But then also Pocket Rocket Force Induction. So Tommy Langley out there at the moment, the fastest time in Pocket Rocket Force Induction with a 1:34.589 from Stephen House. from Gary Papworth, but a single round entry from Rafael Chicharis. So, and again, I don't know what that means for the championship, for Rafa, for Stephen, for Tommy. It's all to play, and somebody who's much better with spreadsheets and numbers.
Rafa's just come off.
Oh,
and he's he's pulled over.
That doesn't look so good. So he's not going to be able to improve on his time there.
And he's fourth in class at the moment.
Let's see what that means if they're going to have to.
Third in class minus the single round entry.
Okay, and so that's
he's
past the bomb hole, but coming up to Coram. So I don't know if that's going to mean them ended up. Are they going to have to red flag that there?
I mean, it's on the outside of a wet track.
It's on the outside. It's quite off the line. But yeah, again, we're going to have to just wait and see what that means. I see a yellow flag being waved out on track. So, and again, that means nobody's going to be able to improve their time because they've got a yellow flag in one of the sectors. So. Again, very, very interesting about what that means for the championship.
Annie Thompson, big improvement there, I think. I just saw her leap up a few places.
Oh, okay, so
considering
she has.
that we've got a yellow flag, yeah. But I guess maybe, who knows, her Sector 1 maybe wasn't very good. So her Sector 1...
Oh, they're getting a big, a big moment on the corner exit there.
So I guess perhaps she found enough time in Sector 1 to make up for the yellow in Sector 2, perhaps. That's given her an improvement overall. A couple of questions here on the live stream. Will we see the podiums on the live stream? I don't think so. That's not something that we've done, so I've got no reason to think we're going to do that today. So apologies, but that's probably a no on that. And also, when do the results get posted? Well, as you can hear, there's quite a lot of deliberations just from us two about this. From experience helping run other championships with drop rounds, that is probably an evening's work, so it's not unthinkable, but Time Attack is quite a big beast, and lots of things to work out. So I would just say keep an eye on the website, keep an eye on the socials. I don't, I'm not sure I can put a time frame to what has been quite a complex championship with quite a lot going on. So I've just got to say watch this space. Hopefully it shouldn't take too long, but yeah, watch this space. Clive Hopwell's come off the track as well. I wonder whether perhaps it's greasing up again now.
Although, saying that, and Clive Hopwell, again, every time I look at the time,
Annie Thompson's just moved to the top of Clubman. Is that what you're going to say?
Clive Hopwell had just taken the fastest time in Clubman, but then Annie Thompson's gone back round. And
he's got his fog light on.
And as we're watching it, Dan Buckingham has improved on Clive Hopwell's time. So this is what I was saying. I think where the track is starting to dry up, I mean, it's not dry by any means.
But it's coming back.
But I think it is coming back to these drivers. And so, yeah, we're seeing, and again, for Clubman, that's massive for Annie Thompson. So if she can get that fastest time in, and of course, in Super Attack, that's the most amount of points you can get through the day. Oh, God, I'm not sure what that means anymore. Yep. I really am not. But that's definitely good news for Annie Thompson because she was running third in Clubman. So she's going to be very happy with that.
Well, but we still have 6.5 minutes left, right? So.
Oh, and I've just seen on our messages. So, yeah, the podium shots and results will be available on socials this week. So, yeah, the team will be working on that, as we say. Lots of factors to take into account, but they will be working to get that to you as soon as possible.
Nice. Great stuff there. Yeah, I mean, we still have 6. So, all of this about Annie Thompson, this and that. I mean, if this stays as it is, that's very exciting, but we have 6 minutes left and it could all still change, and that's also still very exciting, so...
And I'm noticing, so a yellow flag has gone, and that's why we're seeing these lap times improve. Yep. So I don't know if Rafa was able to get the car moving again, but that's obviously, that's not an issue anymore. So again, yeah, 5.5 minutes left, and all to play for now.
Aggravation Racing.
Oh, and as we say, again, Dan Buckingham's gone fastest. So we are just seeing these drivers, every lap they're setting, they are just pipping each other and they are just improving on their times
Stephen
lap
House
by
there
lap.
had a little trip off the track, but he's got going again. Aggravation Racing saying, great to see an even bigger variety of cars and entries this year. I'll be back. Great stuff. I think the more the merrier.
Excellent. That's what we like to hear.
That's what we like to hear, so we'd be very happy to see you back.
So no movement in Pocket Rocket Force inductions. It's still Tommy Langley from Stephen House, from Gary Papworth, from Rafael Chicharis. So I don't know what that means for the championship, but lots and lots of movement in Clubman every time I look, so we're going to be keeping an eye on that.
Incredible. Yep, Clive, Hopwell.
Oh, and again, front-wheel drive car.
These are all-wheel drive, these ones. But still, right, that's like as sure-footed as a car can be.
Yeah, I mean, look,
and yet it's still wobbling
actually,
around.
now you say you've got that four-wheel slide going on, where it's still, you're still able to make some traction, even though you can sling it in, slide it a little bit, and then it grips up.
Oh yeah, this is very much your kind of neck of the woods. This kind of driving.
Yeah, this is you can get away with quite a lot. You can, I mean, it allows you to find if there is any grip on track. You can slide it into a corner and then have it grip up kind of like halfway around the corner. So and you can pretty much just keep it pinned as well. So something, again, when you're talking the rear-wheel drive cars, you've got to be very, very careful on the throttle in these conditions.
Yep, Gary Pepworth there. Big improvement for him, makes up 4 places on the overall leaderboard, 133.6. That's good enough for first in Pocket Rocket Force Induction. He is a single round entry, so that doesn't affect the championship. But nonetheless, big change there in the Pocket Rocket Forced Induction battle as things stand now. Later on, he'll be discounted because he's not in the championship, no points up for grabs and so on.
And what's happening in Pocket Rocket NA as well, because so it's actually, I'm just looking down the list. Cameron Allflat in that Honda Civic is the fastest in Pocket Rocket NA, but is single round entry. And then it's Stephen Wilkinson. So Wilco is fastest at the moment in Pocket Rocket NA from Mark Roberts, from Ryan Barker. So
look, the gap there, it's 0.07 of a second between Stephen Wilkinson and Mark Roberts as well.
Oh, yeah, absolutely
super close.
Tiny gap. So, but Ryan Barker, I think, has the championship sewn up for Pocket Rocket NA.
Yep.
So, yeah, I don't know what, again, although that might not change too much between Mark Roberts and Wilco there in the Clio with a K, because, of course, it is K-swapped.
Clive Hopwell.
See, this is it. Just every lap, keep an eye on what is going on in Clubman, because they are trading places every lap. And then Dan Buckingham not beat Clive's time, but again, just improved his time with a 1:32.1.
Stephen House also finds a bunch of time now. He takes, well, after discounting the single round entry, Stephen House is on course for first now in Pocket Rocket Forced Induction.
This is it. I really think the track is coming back to people.
Wow.
You can see people actually moving off the line on the straight, and you can see the difference between this line that is starting to, I mean, I wouldn't really call it dry, but there's much less kind of mist being kicked up from those tyres. So, yeah, it's really track conditions starting to come back to the drivers. So it's not over yet.
No, a minute. It's quite rare that we see this because things sometimes start tapering down towards the end of the final session. But here, as the track's coming back, it's ramping up. It's doing the opposite, and drivers are finding more and more time. So Annie Thompson now crosses the line. Let's see what she can manage. Headlights are on. Just waiting for this timing screen to refresh.
So she must have been on a cool-down lap there, yeah, with 1:41. But yeah, headlights blazing now. So again, and if you can do it now, you know, there's not a lot of time to answer back. So everyone's going to be going out there. I'm pretty sure everyone on the last lap is going to be going hell for leather, trying to get that final time. Because seeing on one of the cameras,
that's Mark Roberts' Clio, I think. There we go. There it is. Yep. Number 213
at the side of the track, and that is at the bomb hole, isn't it?
Do you know, I didn't get a...
Yeah. So that's on the exit of the bomb hole.
Exactly
and I'm pretty sure, again, obviously on the outside of
a soggy high-speed corner, yeah.
That is going to be a problem, for sure.
Yeah,
so
he's out of the car as well, so he's not going to move that.
Only 20 seconds left, so I'm not sure if that's going to... Yeah, we're just keeping on the times, I guess, when people are just coming round. As we're seeing, I'm not seeing any improvements on sector. Although actually,
Annie Thompson sets a personal best sector 1. Oh, red flag. Never mind.
She has.
Never mind. Back off. I don't know if this. I mean, can she? I mean, I doubt there's going to be any improvement there, no matter how fast her sector
Yeah,
one was.
she's going to be
into the pits.
She's going to be disappointed with that because, yeah, like I say, you were saying, she's got the fastest first sector time there, and that could have been. Who knows? Who knows? But that because obviously Clubman has changed practically every time we called somebody out.
That was incredible.
Yeah.
Wow.
What a finish to the
What
season
a finish.
then.
That was great fun.
That was incredible. Great driving from all of our drivers. Yeah. What a season.
Yeah. More rounds in October, please. More rainy, wet, horrible, soggy rounds where everything's unpredictable.
You would say, I'm not sure
lovely.
the drivers would agree with
no.
you.
Josh
but,
Barrett definitely in the caterum is shaking his head right now, I'd imagine. Shaking his fist. Let's take a look at our provisional results then. Kestis Dobrovolskis, fastest man on track, fastest person on track, 129.3 there for him in Clubman Plus. In Clubman, then, our provisional winner in today's Super Attack is Clive Hopwell. That was decided very late on, ahead of Dan Buckingham, Annie Thompson. And let me just get out the oldie entry list. Who have we got? Clive Hopwell ahead of, Dan Buckingham, Annie Thompson. And then looking down, we have Soren Georgi with a 153.7. I don't think he really put a great deal of laps in this session. I didn't see a great deal of him on the cameras either way. So that's Clubman. Pogo Rocket Force induction then, Gary Papworth at the top of the leaderboard. But he is a single round entry ahead of Tommy Langley, Stephen House, Rafa Tsartsaris, who had to stop. I think that's it. And then Pocket Rocket naturally aspirated provisional Super Attack winner then is Wilco. Stephen Wilkinson in the K-swapped Clio ahead of Cameron Allflat, who is a single round entry. And then we have Mark Roberts, Ryan Barker, Mark Blackburn, and Christian Vieira. In Classic and Retro then, we have Dean Riley with a 134.1 ahead of Luke Taylor, Owen Llewellyn. Yep, and those are our Classic and Retro top three. Lots of entries, lots of classes, lots of stuff to try to read through.
I just see a comment on the live chat from Mike Hume saying he might have to come back to Pocket Rocket for 2026.
Yep, he should.
It's been incredibly tight this year.
Big thanks to Lucas Oil for the live stream. Yeah, I mean, definitely big thanks to Lucas. This would literally not have been possible without Lucas Oil doing what needed to be done to facilitate the live stream. So big thank you to them.
And what an amazing season to cover as well.
Yep,
It's been our 20th anniversary. We've seen lap records broken left, right and centre.
Yep.
I'm pretty sure every round we've seen those lap records being broken. An amazing variety of cars, as always. I was going to say a variety of weather. We've been pretty lucky. I think today's been one of the dampest days we've had. But yeah, it's just been an incredible season as always. Fantastic paddock, amazing drivers, friendliest paddock in motorsport. I will fight anybody who says otherwise. And it's just been, an overall fantastic way to celebrate 20th anniversary.
What a great motor. I love Time Attack. Here's to 20 more years. I love it.
Yes, indeed, indeed. Although we might be a bit old by then.
Might be a bit old. Might not be us doing it, but yeah. Well, thank you, everyone. Those of you who are driving, thanks, Susie.
It's good to have you back as well.
Thank you. First round I ever missed. At least as a staffer, so yep, that was tough, but it had to be done. But one of those. Those of you who are here, thank you for coming to Modified Live. Thank you for making the effort and driving here despite the rain forecast. Please drive safe. Please drive responsibly. That's very important so that we can keep doing what we do and keep putting on these great shows. Thank you, everyone, and we'll see you next year.
See you in 2026.